Chapter 76. The door of Li Wangyou's house was surrounded by a crowd of people. They are really cattle. Tut tut, 10 cattle. Look at their shiny fur, muscles, and teeth. They are all 5 or 6 years old cattle. They are much better than the old cattle in the village. With these cattle, I can plow at least 3 mu of land in a day. Li Jia Xiaolang is indeed the son of Mr. Li. Who was the one who said that the Li family was ruined? Look at Li Jia Xiaolang's ability to make the county government give him 10 cattle. How can such a family be ruined? That's right. People in the county were spreading rumors that Li Jia Xiaolang was expelled from the Li clan and his life was over. If I hear such words again in the future, I will give them a few slaps. I heard from the old village chief that Li Jia Xiaolang wanted to lend cattle to the village to plow? That's right. The old village chief said it himself. Can't be wrong. Li Heng seemed to be at least 10 years younger. With a proud face, he was ready to lead the cattle into the cowshed under the envious gazes of the crowd. Fortunately, although there were not many rooms in the Li family's house, the front yard and the backyard were quite spacious. When Li Zhou repaired the house, he built a cowshed in the backyard. Notice cowshed could easily raise more than 20 cattle. Li Wangyou looked at the cattle worriedly. Our family is too small. Who will take care of so many cattle? Chongqing, I shouldn't have released all the servants in the family back then, right? Su Chongqing rolled his eyes at him and didn't bother to answer. Perrin beside him said excitedly, Lang Jun, there is still me. I will go to the fields every day to cut the grass and herd the cattle. Li Wangyou was amused by Perrin's words. He lovingly reached out and pinched Perrin's little face. That won't do. Won't my Perrin become a cow herder? What if she gets tanned by the sun? Although Perrin was only 12 or 13 years old, in fact, many girls at this age in the Tang dynasty had already been married. In the eyes of future generations, Li Wangyou was just a little girl, so she didn't have any scruples. However, his actions and words made Perrin's little face turn red. She covered her face and couldn't say anything for a long time. Su Chongqing, who was standing at the side, saw everything clearly. He glared at Li Wangyou in annoyance and snorted softly before pulling Pei Lan away. Li Wangyou was baffled. Did he provoke her or provoke her? Why are you glaring at me? Li Wangyou is too lazy to think about a woman's bottom of the sea. He goes out to find the old villager. Now that the cattle had arrived, he could begin to transform the saline alkali soil. Soon, under the arrangement of the old village chief, 20 skilled farmers led the 10 oxen to the saline alkali soil and began to plow the soil. This plow was equivalent to opening up a wasteland, so it needed to be plowed deeply. The soil was required to be fine in order to allow the alkali to be fully exposed to the air, so that it would be easier to wash the soil later. Although there were cattle, it would take at least 10 days to plow the entire 300 mu of saline alkali soil. However, Li Wangyou was not in a hurry. This time was just right for Carpenter Lu to make the water wheel. After 10 days, the cattle could help the village cultivate. This exchange made the old villager smile so much that his back teeth were exposed. After explaining the saline alkali soil, Li Wangyou rushed back to his home. Carpenter Lu's 2 sons and several masons in the village were still waiting for him. Greetings, Xiaolingkan. What do you need us to build? Carpenter Lu's 2 sons were already waiting for him with carpentry tools. Li Heng didn't know what his Lang Jun wanted to do, so he and Perrin were both curious. The 2 of them thought that it might be like Su Chongqing, asking Carpenter Lu's sons to build some new furniture. At first, Li Heng and Perrin felt that the new furniture was strange, but after using it, they both liked it. Seeing that Li Wangyou had asked Carpenter Lu's sons to come over, they were both looking forward to it. However, Li Wangyou did not ask Carpenter Lu's sons to build any furniture. Instead, he pointed at a small mountain not far behind his house and said, I'll have to trouble Erlang and Sanlang to help me build a water pipeline. Use the bamboo on the mountain. After opening it up, the spring water on the mountain will be connected to the house. After saying that, he took out a blueprint that he had drawn long ago. On it, there were detailed instructions on how to build the water pipeline. Lu Erlang and Sanlang were both surprised. They originally thought that he was going to build furniture, but they didn't expect him to build a water pipeline. After carefully looking at Li Wangyou's blueprint, the 2 of them were full of admiration. Xiaolingkuan, this idea of yours is really interesting. In this way, you don't need to use people to draw water from the well. The spring water on the mountain can continuously flow into your kitchen and this bathroom. May I ask, Xiaolingkuan, what is a bathroom? Li Wangyu laughed and said, It's a bathroom and a toilet. Hearing this, the two of them were both stunned. Xiaolingkuan, you want to build a toilet in the West Wing? How can that be? Not only were Carpenter Lu's sons surprised, but Li Heng and Perrin were also stunned. Building a toilet in the West Wing? Was Lang Jun crazy? They couldn't be blamed for being surprised. The toilets in the Tang dynasty were not like those in the future that had complete sewer pipes. They were dry toilets. Even in the countryside of the future, no one would dig a dry toilet in their house. Not to mention the issue of hygiene, just the smell alone was enough to make one feel disgusted. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and said, I have my reasons. Lu brothers, is there any problem with the water pipeline? No problem. Can be built in 2 days at most. It's not complicated. Although they didn't understand what Li Wangyu was thinking, the Lu brothers still nodded and agreed. After telling them about the water pipeline, Li Wangyu invited the masons to the backyard and asked them to dig a deep circular hole in the backyard. He also asked them to dig a ditch from the west wing to the deep hole. No one understood what he asked them to do. Although the masons were confused, they still started to work according to Li Wangyu's blueprint. After giving them the blueprint, Li Wangyu didn't care about it anymore. He just waited for the materials he ordered to be delivered 2 days later. 2 days later, several ox carts came to Dingzhou village. They were all delivering things to Li Wangyu's house. The strange things on the ox carts made the villagers talk about it. They were all guessing what Li Jiaxiaoling was doing. Li Wangyu checked the things delivered, especially the bake tiles and the toilet bowl. Needless to say, the craftsmanship of the Tang dynasty craftsmen was really good. It was no worse than the furniture sold in the future. He picked up a tile with a beautiful pattern and flicked it with his finger. The tile made a crisp and pleasant sound. Chongqing, what do you think of the tiles? It will be beautiful in the bathroom. Su Chongqing didn't speak for a long time. He frowned and thought for a long time before he asked uncertainly, Wangyu, did we forget something? What did we forget? There was no cement in the Tang dynasty. How can these tiles be pasted on the wall? Chapter 77. Su Chongqing had just thought of this problem. There was no cement in the Tang dynasty, so the tiles could not be pasted on the wall. However, Li Wangyu did not show any surprised expression as she had imagined. Instead, he smiled and did not speak. He directly went to take out a bag of pottery shard powder that Li Heng had previously ground into powder. Well, there is cement. I have already thought of this problem. Li Wangyu proudly raised his eyebrows. Isn't this the powder ground from the pottery shard? Can this be used as cement? Su Chongqing had an expression that said, Are you kidding me? Li Wangyu explained with a smile. Cement is mixed with lime. This is called artificial volcanic ash cement. It is to break and grind the bricks or pottery into fine pieces. It can also be directly calcined in a kiln with lime and clay. Yunnan's Yunnan Railway was built with this kind of cement. When cement could not be bought in the countryside of my hometown, this was used instead of cement. Really? Su Chongqing still did not believe that grinding pottery shards into powder and adding lime could be used as cement. Li Wangyu did not explain. He directly took the lime and mixed it with the pottery shard powder. Then he added water and mixed it well. After the preparation, Li Wangyu found a mason and asked him to use his own cement to paste the tiles on the wall. Xiaolingkuan, how is this possible? I have been a mason for most of my life, and I have never seen anyone use mud to paste bricks. After listening to Li Wangyu's request, the mason shook his head again and again. In his opinion, this kind of thing that Li Wangyu called tiles could not be pasted on the wall like this. Perhaps using fish bladders to make glue could be tried, but it might not stick firmly. Building walls and houses were all made by mixing lus, lime, and water. The more particular ones were just adding glutinous rice juice to the mortar. The cement that Li Jiaxiaoling asked him to use was simply unheard of. Under Li Wangyu's insistence, he tried to apply cement to the back of the tile and gently attached the tile to the wall. He gently tapped the surface of the ceramic tile with the small hammer in his hand to make it more closely fit to the wall. After making sure that the tiles were completely stuck to the wall, the mason tried to loosen his grip. In his imagination, as soon as he took his hand away, the tile would fall and shatter into pieces. After he released his hand, the tile did not move at all. It was firmly glued to the wall. How is this possible? The bricklayer had been doing brick building for half his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a thing. It was beyond his imagination. Li Wangyu smirked at Su Chongqing. What did that mean? Is this cement good? Su Chongqing rolled his eyes at him, but his eyes were full of joy as he stared at the mason pasting the bright and clean tiles on the wall. What surprised the masons even more was that the cement could not only bond tiles but also lay bricks. Among the things that Li Wangyu ordered, there was also a truck of bricks which were used to build a biogas pool. Yes, the circular pit that he asked people to dig in the backyard was a biogas pool. However, the biogas pool still needed to be surrounded by bricks, so that the sewage would not penetrate into the soil. The bricks were naturally the artificial volcanic ash cement that Li Wangyu had made. Seeing that this thing called cement could really bind bricks, and it was obviously much more sticky than the yellow soil, lime, and water they used to bind bricks, the masons were dumbfounded. How could this Li Jiaxiaoling know everything? What a monster! What surprised them even more was that when they came to work the next day, several masons found that the cement from yesterday had solidified and dried. Not only was it firm, but it was also waterproof, as if it had turned into stone. How is this possible? Li family is really a literary star in the sky. This is simply the means of immortals. Yes, he can turn mud into stone. Isn't he an immortal? Several craftsmen whispered to each other around the cement wall. All of this was beyond their imagination. The Li family's modern bathroom renovation plan was still in progress. First, there was the water supply problem. This was the easiest to solve. Carpenter Lu's two sons were good craftsmen. In 2 days they used bamboo to build pipes and wood to make brackets to bring the spring water from the back mountain to Li Wangyou's house. Next was the sewage system. With the help of Li Wangyou's cement, the craftsmen built the biogas pool in 2 days, laid the sewage pipe with ceramic pipes, and sealed the seams with cement. Next was the construction of the modern bathroom in the west wing. The floor and walls were covered with ceramic tiles, and after installing the ceramic toilet, a modern bathroom appeared more than 1,000 years ago in the Tang dynasty. Finally, there was the part of the biogas pool that connected to the gas pipeline. The biogas pipeline was Li Wangyou's biggest headache. There was no PVC pipeline in the Tang dynasty. In the end, he found a shop in Huxin County that specialized in making bronzeware. The craftsmen were so skilled that they actually made a batch of copper pipes for him using copper. However, the high price also made Li Wangyou's heart ache. It could be said that he had spent a lot of money. It was normal when he thought about it. Copper was the currency in the Tang dynasty. Making copper pipes with copper was no different from stringing copper coins together. Just making this batch of copper pipes cost Li Wangyu more than 10 strings of copper coins. If Yang Quan hadn't given him 100 strings of copper coins, he wouldn't have been so extravagant. These days, Li Wangyou's renovation project was the biggest topic in the village. Whether it was the villagers or the women, they gathered together to discuss the Li family. Although they didn't know what Li Wangyu wanted to do, in the villagers' minds, it was something extraordinary. A few days later, the Li family's interior had completely changed. There wasn't much change in the front yard except for an extra washroom. However, once you entered the backyard, everything changed. The spring water from the back mountain flowed continuously into the house through the bamboo pipes. Li Wangyu had someone dig a canal in the backyard for a portion of the water. The water flowed endlessly, adding a bit of life to the small courtyard. There was also a tall wooden frame in the courtyard. A bamboo pipe kept the spring water flowing into a huge clay pot on top of the frame. After the pot was filled with spring water, the spring water poured down like a small waterfall. This clay pot was custom-made by Li Wangyu at the kiln factory. Its purpose was to store water. Underneath the clay pot was a pipe made of bamboo that extended to the Lai Hot's kitchen and the washroom in the west wing. The reason why this clay pot was set up to store water was to install a water valve on the bamboo pipe. The Lu brothers' craftsmanship was pretty good. They used wood and bamboo to make a wooden water valve that could control the flow of water out of the bamboo pipe. Just this water valve was enough to make Perrin extremely happy. She continuously opened and closed the water valve on the bamboo pipe in the kitchen. Seeing the water flowing out of the bamboo pipe, she happily called out. Li Wangyu looked at Su Chongqing proudly, like a child eager to be praised. Su Chongqing proudly raised her beautiful swan-like neck. Humph, not bad. Lead the way. This consort wants to see the washroom. Scum, Your Highness, this way please. Li Wangyu flung his robe and helped Su Chongqing to the west wing like a servant. Chapter 78. The area of the west wing was very large. Naturally, it was not only remodeled into a modern bathroom. In the west wing there was not only a bathroom covered with beautiful tiles and a ceramic toilet, but also a large bathtub and a sauna room. The walls of the sauna room were covered with smooth and bright firwood planks, which were the craftsmanship of the Liu brothers. The thick planks on the walls were used for insulation. Li Wangyu took Su Chongqing to the back of the west wing, where there was also a huge clay pot on a high place with a firewood stove below. Li Wangyu proudly introduced, after a period of time, the biogas pool will start to produce biogas, which can be used to boil water for bathing. Now we need firewood to boil water for a few days. Then he pointed to the bamboo pipe connected to the clay pot. After the water in the clay pot is heated, it can be directly transported to the shower room through the bamboo pipe. The little stars in Su Chongqing's eyes were about to pop out. Then can I take a hot bath tonight? Of course. After getting Li Wangyu's confirmation, even the proud Su Chongqing could not help but jump up like a little girl. It was wonderful to take a hot bath. For a fair, rich, and beautiful girl with mysophobia, it was terrible to let her not take a bath for a few days. As for the modern bathroom, it saved Su Chongqing's life. The ceramic toilet had a wooden cushion on it. There was also a clay pot above the toilet to store water, which was connected to the ceramic toilet through a bamboo pipe. When the rope was pulled, water could flow out to wash the dirt, and the dirt would be directly flushed into the biogas pool through the clay sewage pipe connected to the bottom of the toilet. It could be cleaned and composted, which was very convenient. The more Li Wangyu looked at these, the more he felt that he was really a genius. He could not help but laugh to the sky. But before he finished being proud, he was directly pushed out of the door by Su Chongqing. Chongqing, what are you doing? Before Li Wangyu finished his words, the door of the bathroom behind him was closed with a bang. Li Wangyu just reacted and touched his nose a little awkwardly. He walked to the side and pretended to admire the scenery in the backyard. After a long time, the bathroom door creaked open. Li Wangyu hurried over. How is it? How is it? Is the toilet good? However, it was obvious that normal women wouldn't answer this kind of question. Su Chongqing blushed and glared at him. She lifted her skirt and ran away. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, didn't feel like he had asked a stupid question. He even foolishly chased after Su Chongqing to do a user satisfaction survey. Chongqing, don't go. What happened? Say something. Su Chongqing. After the modernization of their home was completed, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing both breathed a sigh of relief. Life in the Tang dynasty was finally not so unbearable. However, these items, which were common in the eyes of two modern people, shocked Li Heng and Perrin. Whether it was the ceramic toilet that flushed automatically or the bamboo pipe that let water flow out when it was opened, they all surprised Li Heng and Perrin. That night, Li Wangyu ordered Li Heng and Perrin to boil hot water with firewood. Then the whole family went to enjoy a hot shower. Li Heng didn't mention him. In short, the old man was full of energy after the shower. However, he also kept muttering words like, "Old Master bless, Bodhisattva has appeared," which made Li Wangyu roll his eyes. After Su Chongqing pulled the shy little girl Perrin to take a shower together, Li Wangyu was stunned. The warm spring water washed Su Chongqing's creamy skin. Her white and flawless skin revealed a faint pink. Her beautiful black hair was still wet with water droplets. She casually tied her hair into a bun and fixed it with a hairpin. Her skin was tender, her expression was relaxed, her beautiful eyes were full of hope, her peach cheeks were smiling, her breath was like an orchid, and she was indescribably gentle and lovely. Even the little girl Pei Lan appeared exceptionally adorable. She was an absolute beauty in the making. As the saying goes, when a beauty comes out of the bath, a woman is like water. When a woman meets water, how will she perform a unique style? After washing away the lead, her beauty is still as beautiful as a flower. These two beauties, one big and one small, made Li Wangyu dazed for a moment. He couldn't help but mutter, "Hibiscus from clear water, a natural carving." Li Wangyu's lecherous appearance only received a light snort from the tsundere girl. Amidst the charming laughter of the little girl Perrin, the two beauties drifted past Li Wangyu with a burst of fragrant wind. He still wanted to talk to them, but in exchange, he heard the sound of the door closing. If it wasn't for Li Wangyu's quick reaction, his face would definitely have had an intimate contact with the wooden door. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. This was definitely the legendary burning the bridge after crossing the river. He had worked so hard to build these modern bathroom facilities, but she didn't even say thank you. Li Wangyu felt as if he could hear the sound of his heart breaking. "Woman, you've successfully angered me." At this moment, Li Wangyu was possessed by a domineering CEO. Just as he was about to push the door open and teach this rude woman a lesson, Su Chongqing's voice came from inside the house. "Hey, we're a bit hungry. Can you go make some supper?" Li Wangyu, who was about to explode with his domineering CEO aura, immediately turned into a servant. After answering, he happily ran to the kitchen to help Su Chongqing prepare supper. Things like face didn't exist in front of beautiful women. 10 days passed quickly. The 20 villagers had already completely dug up the alkali soil by the riverbank. They also obeyed Li Wangyu's instructions and used the plow to break up the soil. Now they only had to wait for the soil to be washed with water. Carpenter Lu didn't go back on his word. The 5 water wheels were completed, and they were ready to start installing them by the riverbank today. When they found out that Li Jia Xiaolang was going to install things that didn't require manpower to carry water by the Gone River, the entire village came out and gathered by the Gone River to watch the fun. Of course, the people who were watching the fun were the elderly, aunts, and children in the village. The able-bodied men were the main force in installing the water wheels. By the Gone River, Carpenter Lu had already led the villagers to build a wooden base every 100 meters in the water. The base made of logs as thick as a bowl was firmly hammered into the riverbank and fixed. Now they just had to wait for the large wheels of the 5 water wheels to be installed. 30 people in a group slowly walked out of the village, carrying the heavy wheel of the water wheel. Children were cheering and jumping around, running around with the adults. The wheels of the water wheels each weighed close to 2 tons. A few days ago, when Li Wangyu went to Carpenter Lu's house to check on the progress of the water wheels, he thought of an important problem. How could such a heavy wheel be installed on a wooden base in the river? Damn, there were no cranes in the Tang dynasty. It didn't seem realistic to rely on manpower. There was also no place in the Gone River for people to stand on. Wouldn't it be a joke if the water wheels couldn't be installed after they were built? Li Wangyu threw this question to Carpenter Lu with a pained expression. Unexpectedly, Carpenter Lu laughed and said, "Xiaolang, there's finally something you don't understand." Chapter 79. Li Wangyu was thick-skinned enough to not care about Carpenter Lu's teasing at all. After some explanation, Li Wangyu finally understood that the ancient people also had cranes. It was just a matter of manpower. Tangerine, also known as a crane. In fact, it was very simple. It used the principle of leverage to create a tool that was specially used to lift heavy objects. It was a thick, long piece of wood with a base in the middle that acted as a fulcrum and a heavy object hanging at the end. During the lifting process, the front part of the tangerine would be tied to the heavy object that needed to be moved. After that, the object would be lifted by manpower and the heavy object at the end. Although the principle of the crane was simple, according to Carpenter Lu, it could lift an object that weighed 40 to 50 stones without any problem. The wheels of the 5 water wheels were all moved to the riverbank, and the suspenders were ready. Hundreds of men were shouting slogans, and under the command of Carpenter Lu, they slowly lifted the wheels with a diameter of 6 meters and moved them to the base of the water wheel. After a few twists and turns, the wheel of the first water wheel was finally installed. Carpenter Lu and his 3 sons quickly climbed onto the water wheel and began the final installation. When Carpenter Lu inserted the last wooden wedge into the water wheel, the first water wheel of the Tang dynasty was finally installed. "Li Jia Xiaolang, the water wheel is installed. Do you want to start it now?" Carpenter Lu stood at the base of the water wheel and shouted at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu led Su Chongqing, Perrin, and Li Heng to the embankment and watched the installation of the water wheel with smiles on their faces. Hearing Carpenter Lu's shout, Li Wangyu gave him an okay hand sign. Carpenter Lu, let's start the test run. Carpenter Lu did not understand what Li Wangyo's hand sign meant, but after hearing it, he and his sons removed the plate blocking the wheel of the water wheel. Su Chongqing elbowed Li Wangyu angrily and said, "Are you stupid? Do you want to give an okay hand sign to the people of the Tang dynasty?" Sorry, I forgot. Haha, these details are not important. Look, the water wheel is starting to turn. Start spinning. Li Wangyu shouted excitedly as he pointed at the water wheel that was slowly starting to move. The water level of the Gone River was calm, but the speed of the water flow was not too slow. Under the push of the water current, the water wheel made a squeaking sound. Then, the baffle on the water wheel started to rotate slowly under the push of the water current. When a bamboo tube filled with water was slowly rotated to a high point and tilted, the water in the bamboo tube would flow out and into the water bucket below. Then the water would flow all the way down along the bucket, under everyone's gaze. The river continued to flow. The water wheel kept turning, lifting the river water up and pouring it into the ground. The villagers of Dingzhou village began to cheer as if they had gone mad. The old villager was so excited that his beard was trembling. Just as Li Xiaoling said, there was no need for human or animal labor. The river water could water the fields. Miracle, this is a miracle. This thing is a work of art. Li Xiaoling, you are doing something that will make Buddha appear in 10,000 homes. Great merit, great merit. The old villager was about to kneel down and kowtow to Li Wang. This really scared Li Wangyu. He quickly stepped forward and supported the old villager. Old villager, you can't do this. Don't make me feel bad. This is what I should do. Besides, am I not the first person to benefit? Without this water, my 300 mu of saline alkali soil would not be able to manage. Haha. The old villager knelt down and countless other villagers followed suit. Li Xiaoling, you are merciful and compassionate, making Buddha appear in 10,000 homes. Thank you, Li Xiaoling. Mr. Xiaolang, you are indeed a literary star that has descended to the mortal world. You have saved all living beings from suffering and distress. Many women pressed their children's heads and asked them to kneel down and kowtow to Li Wangyu. When the villagers of Dingzhou village knelt down, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing were at a loss of what to do. Everyone, please get up. This cannot be done, this cannot be done. Li Wangyu did not expect that he would cause such a commotion by just building a water wheel. He did not expect that having an endless supply of water to irrigate the farmland would be so important to these villagers. Although Dingzhou village did not lack water, but to irrigate and soak the 2,000 mu of land in the village, who knows how much manpower would be needed to step on and overturn carts to fetch water. Originally, because of the lack of cattle, the work in the fields was already very difficult. Adding on the labor of fetching water, it was even more difficult. Now Li Xiaoling had actually built this miraculous water wheel that could automatically fetch water without manpower. How could the villagers not be grateful? Carpenter Lu's family was so excited that they straightened their backs, as if they were afraid that other people would not know that these 5 water wheels were built by their family. It was not easy to persuade the villagers. Li Wangyu was already sweating profusely. Carpenter Lu, let's hurry up and install the other water wheels. Li Wangyu did not dare to say much. He hurriedly asked Carpenter Lu to continue with the work. All right, Mr. Xiaolang, watch carefully. I guarantee that these water wheels will be installed today. Under the instructions of the old village chief and Carpenter Lu, the 110 excited men once again lifted the wheel of the water wheel and began the installation of the next water wheel. In a day, 5 water wheels were erected on the banks of the Gone River. The water of the Gone River flowed endlessly, causing the water wheels to rotate continuously. The water made a gurgling sound as it was lifted by the bamboo tubes and poured into the fields. Li Wangyo's 300 mu of saline alkali soil had been divided into 5 parts. The surrounding areas were all piled high with soil and drainage channels were dug around the fields. Each water wheel corresponded to a field and led the water into the fields to soak the soil. Xiaolang, how long does the soil need to be soaked? Beside Li Wangyu, there was a green-clothed Su Li. He was holding a brush and paper in his hand and writing something seriously. This was Su Li, who was arranged by Yang Quan to come to Dingzhou village to record how Li Wangyu managed the saline alkali soil. However, although Su Li was writing, His eyes unconsciously looked at the water wheel that was constantly rotating. Soak it for 2 days. Then drain the water in the fields. Drain the water and store it again. After doing this 3 times, we can proceed to the next step. Li Wangyu said very carefully. Oh, that's right. Remember, the drainage and the inflow have to be separated. The drainage must be far away from the inflow source. After Su Li memorized Li Wangyu's words without missing a word, he immediately bid farewell and left. As the 5 water wheels were set up, the villagers of Dingzhou village were all watching by the Gan River. Whether it was the elderly, the farmers, the ants, or the children, it seemed like they were not tired of watching the water wheels rotate. The 400 to 500 people were like audiences in the cinemas of the future who were watching commercial blockbusters. They were mesmerized by the rotating water wheels and were unwilling to leave for a long time. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that the villagers brought the old and the young back to the village. Their expressions were full of excitement and excitement. Early the next morning, Li Wangyu had not yet climbed out of his comfortable bed when he heard a familiar voice coming from the outer courtyard. Ziyu, you bastard, come out quickly. Chapter 80. When Li Wangyu heard the voice, he knew it was Yang Quan. He did not understand why Yang Quan would come to Dingzhou village from the county office so early in the morning. Were all the civil servants in the Tang dynasty so casual about their working hours? They were not professional at all. Li Wangyu complained in his heart as he quickly got up and changed his clothes. The old housekeeper Li Heng also quickly came to the backyard to report. Lang Jun Yang Mingfu is here. I know. I heard his loud voice from the backyard. Did Ming House say anything? Li Heng shook his head. They did not say anything. They seemed to be in a hurry, but it did not seem to be anything bad. Li Wangyu thought that he had not done anything recently. Could it be that Yang Quan was in a hurry to improve the alkali soil? He had told him that it would take at least a month to see results. It had only been 10 days. What was the hurry? He walked slowly to the central room in the front yard. Before he could greet Yang Quan, he was dragged out by Yang Quan. Ming House, what are you doing? Li Wangyu was speechless. What was wrong with a man pulling and pulling? Do you dare to change it to a soft girl? Zio, you bastard. Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was a water wheel? Quick, take me to see how magical the water wheel is. Yang Quan lectured him as he pulled him out. Li Wangyu was confused. What did he mean? He came to Dingzhou village from the county early in the morning just to see the water wheel? Yang Zhuo wasn't the only one who had come. All of the big shots from the Hu County Yamen had appeared at Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu was just about to greet the deputy, and Registrar Lu Xiao when Yang Quan pulled him out. Let's go. Let's go see the water wheel. Don't be so polite. Li Wangyu could only lead Yang Quan and the others to the Gan River outside the village. Li Wangyu did not expect that the usually quiet riverside would be so lively today. Not only did the villagers of Dingzhou village come to see the water wheel, but the villagers from the surrounding villages also rushed over after hearing the news. The banks of the Gan River were as lively as a market. What made Li Wangyu even more speechless was that he saw many people actually lighting incense sticks and praying to the 5 water wheels on the banks of the Gan River. After a night of continuous watering by the water wheel, Wangyu's land, the 300 mu of alkali soil was soaked in water. It looked like a big lake beside the Gan River. 300 mu of land was nearly 200,000 square meters of land. The 5 water wheels watered the land day and night. This scene was very magical in the eyes of the people of the Tang dynasty. Yang Quan and the other county officials were shocked when they heard Su Li's report yesterday. After repeated questioning, they confirmed that Li Wangyu had really created a tool that could automatically carry water without manual labor. The water wheel looked ordinary in Li Wangyu's eyes, but it made the other county officials unable to sleep well. They rushed to Dingzhou village at dawn to see it with their own eyes. When Yang Quan and the other county officials arrived, the villagers on the embankment immediately made way for them. They did not care about official etiquette. They lifted their robes and ran all the way to the water wheel. Hiss! It really doesn't need manual labor. It automatically rotates non-stop. Lu Xiao could not help but gasp when he saw how the water wheel worked. Yang Quan and the others also saw the structure of the water wheel and how it moved to carry water. They were all very excited. The county magistrate of Hu County shook his head and commented, Ziyu, the water wheel is not a fake person. A wise man's creation is really a great coincidence. Lone wheel carries cold water. No one is responsible for farming. Ziyu, you actually have such knowledge of how to apply it to the world. It's really rare. But since you have the ability to create something like this, why didn't you show it earlier? Do you know that you almost messed up our plan? Yangzhou praised Water Wheel but turned around and lectured Li Wangyu. His words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked out of anger. I created the water wheel to benefit the village. Why am I in the wrong? Yang Quan glared at him and said, Spring plowing is just around the corner. How can I have the time to promote this water wheel? Ziyu, do you know how much energy this water wheel can save for the people of Hu County? How much food can it increase? If it is promoted to the entire Tang dynasty, how grand will it be? Ziyu, where is the blueprint for this water wheel? Quickly hand it over to me. Li Wangyu listened and nodded. The promotion of the water wheel would indeed increase the food production. The reason was simple. The primitive agriculture of the Tang dynasty mainly relied on manpower. Since ancient times, Huaxia belonged to intensive farming, which was more labor-intensive. If you could save more manpower, you could get more food. As a village boy, Li Wangyu naturally understood this. However, he soon realized that no matter how he looked at it, it seemed wrong. Damn it, he was the one who invented the water wheel. Why was he being lectured by Yang Quan? Also, did I say that I would give you the water wheel? Do you still have any intellectual property rights? Even Carpenter Lu was willing to help him build 5 water wheels for free in exchange for the water wheel blueprint. Yang Quan's words meant that he wanted to take away the blueprint without paying a single copper coin? I despise him. There's no point in talking to this kind of person. Close the door and let the beautiful woman in. Li Wangyu had already seen Su Chongqing accompanied by Pei Lan to the riverbank. He hurriedly gestured to her, indicating for her to come over. He directly explained the matter to Su Chongqing in English in front of Yang Quan and the rest. Although Li Wangyu's English was average, it was not a big problem to explain it clearly. Yang Quan and the rest were confused. They did not understand what the two were talking about. Ziyu, what are you talking about? Nothing. It's just my hometown dialect, Li Wangyu said with a smile. Yang Quan and Lu Xiao were confused. This Li Ziyu was born in Hu County. What kind of hometown dialect was this? Su Chongqing understood Li Wangyu's words. She smiled sweetly and bowed slightly to Yang Quan and the rest. Greetings to Yang Mingfu. Does the Ming house want to promote this water wheel in the Tang dynasty? Yang Quan knew Su Chongqing. He knew that she was the so-called distant cousin, that the secretary Lu Xiao helped to settle in Li Wangyu's family. Naturally, he did not believe this statement. Before the Li family in Hu County was removed from the family, they were relatives of the royal family. How could there be a distant cousin for no reason? However, he would not expose this matter. Although Su Chongqing's background was unknown, Yang Quan would not interfere if the people did not report it. Moreover, Yang Quan could clearly see the vague feelings between Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing. He also knew that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Yang Quan and Chou Kuan were the same. They could not figure out why Li Wangyu would like such an old woman. Yang Quan and the rest now valued Li Wangyu very much. Naturally, they would not show their authority to Su Chongqing. Lady Su, I do have such a plan. Then how much is Yang Mingfu prepared to pay for the water wheel blueprint from my family? Su Chongqing chuckled. Li Wangyu clearly felt the foxtail behind his beautiful boss was constantly wagging. Chapter 81. Su Chongqing's words stunned Yang Quan and the other officials of the county government. How much money? What did he mean? I've never asked about the price of a restaurant in the city, let alone a few rotten watermelons. No, I got the wrong script. This was a big deal that benefited the country and the people. How could he talk about money? Yang Quan didn't react at all. In his opinion, the water wheel was built for the people. How could Li Wangyu take money? Pay. That's right. Don't tell me that the Ming residence doesn't intend to pay and just take the things from my family? Su Chongqing had a look of disbelief as he stared at Yang Zhou with his beautiful big eyes. That pitiful look made Yang Zhou suddenly feel a deep sense of guilt. This isn't taking something from your house. This water wheel is a great merit that can benefit the people. How can you call it taking something from your house? Yang Quan quickly waved his hand. The water wheel was created by my family. Yang Quan explained patiently. This water wheel can help the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Zio will be appreciated by all the people. Madam Su, you can't treat it like this. The water wheel was created by my family. The water wheel was created by my family. Yang Quan's face couldn't help but twitch. After a long time he sighed. Hey, it's yours. Madam Su, tell me, what do you want in exchange? Su Chongqing smiled and stated her conditions. Give us another 20 cattle and reduce the rent of Dingzhou village this year. Even though Yang Quan was shrewd, he couldn't help but curse. This Madam Su was too ruthless. She had just asked for 10 cattle from the county government a few days ago, and now she asked for another 20? Did she think that the county government was a livestock market? 10 at most, and the rent will be reduced by half. Yang Quan didn't want to waste any more time and directly cut Su Chongqing's conditions in half. He originally thought that he would need to spend more effort to convince this woman, but instead, he saw Su Chongqing stick out her tongue and make a funny face at him. Then I'll have to thank the Ming residents. I originally thought that you would only give me 5 cattle, he. When Yang Quan heard this, he felt his blood boil. He had actually been played by a woman. It turned out that Su Chongqing's conditions were just an exorbitant demand. He was just waiting for him to return the money. When it came to negotiations, Su Chongqing, a top business administration student from the University of Pennsylvania, could easily beat the officials of the Tang dynasty. The reason why he said those words just now was just to disturb Yang Quan's state of mind. When Yang Quan became impatient, he would then throw out his conditions and directly achieve his goal. Yang Quan shook his head. Since he had already said it, there was absolutely no reason to go back on his words. In this era of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyo's favorite thing was that people kept their promises. He attached great importance to integrity. According to Zhang Guan, integrity, if the superior doesn't believe, he can't make the subordinate do anything. If the subordinate doesn't believe, he can't make the superior do anything. In the 6th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi ordered 390 prisoners on death row to be released home for the new year. After the new year, he would be returned to prison to receive the death penalty. The result was shocking. None of the 390 prisoners on death row escaped. They all returned to prison on time. In the end, Pai Lupi was moved by these prisoners on death row who kept their promises and were honest. He relaxed the death penalty for the prisoners on death row. So no matter what, since Yang Quan had promised, he would definitely do it. Li Wangyu immediately smiled and took out the water wheel blueprint that he had already prepared. He held it with both hands and handed it to Yang Quan. In fact, he already knew that after the water wheel was built, it would definitely attract the attention of Yang Quan and the others. So he had already prepared the water wheel blueprint in advance. Yang Quan grabbed the blueprint and fiercely glared at him. As shrewd as Yang Quan was, he naturally saw that Su Chongqing was negotiating with him under Li Wangyo's instructions. Li Wangyu touched his nose a little embarrassedly. Why did you glare at me when your beautiful superior killed you? I originally thought that it would be good enough if I could cheat a few cattle. I didn't expect Su Chongqing to be so awesome. When the old villagers heard Yang Quan personally say that the rent of Dingzhou village would be reduced by half this year, they immediately knelt down to Yang Quan and the other county officials. Thank you, Ming House. Thank you, Ming House. I kowtow to you on behalf of the 127 villagers of Dingzhou village. Yang Quan laughed and reached out to help the old villagers up. Mr. Qian, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Li Jiao Xiaolang and Su Xiaonyang. This county does not dare to claim the credit. This was exchanged with the water wheel blueprint by the Li family's young man. The old villagers naturally understood his words. They looked at Li Wangyu gratefully again, as if they were going to kneel down. Li Wangyu hurriedly stepped forward to support the old man. Everything about the Tang dynasty was good, but there were always people kneeling down to him from time to time. Li Wangyu really couldn't get used to it. Yuqi's old villagers kneeling down to him, it really shortened his life. Yang Quan left with satisfaction. Not only did he take away the water wheel blueprint, but he also took Carpenter Lu's eldest son with him. To make a water wheel, the blueprint alone was not enough. The father and son of the Lu family had made 5 water wheels with their own hands. Naturally, They were the most professional water wheel makers in the Tang dynasty. Carpenter Lu was not like Li Wangyu. As soon as he heard that the county magistrate wanted to recruit his eldest son to teach him how to make a water wheel in the county, he hurriedly agreed. Not only did he agree, but he also wanted to recommend himself to help in the county with a smile. Carpenter Lu's attitude finally made Yang Quan feel that he was still the county magistrate. He nodded with satisfaction and squinted at Li Wangyu. The meaning in his eyes was very obvious. He wanted Li Wangyu to learn from others. Li Wangyu just pretended that he didn't see it. He touched his nose and didn't say anything. Yang Quan was irritated by his attitude. Thinking that he had to give his family another 10 cattle, Yang Quan felt distressed. In fact, Yang Quan didn't care that much about waiving half of Dingzhou village's rent. There was no other reason. Dingzhou village was too poor and couldn't collect enough rent every year. It would be good enough if they could get half of it. It was better to generously waive the rent. But 10 cattle were different. That was a huge expense. Even though Yang Quan was the county magistrate, he couldn't ignore this expense. In short, Yang Quan was now happy. He took the water wheel blueprint and Lu's eldest son back to the county magistrate's office in Hu County. After Li Wangyu sent Yang Quan and the others away, he and Su Chongqing stayed at home to take inventory of their property. It had only been half a month since they transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Now, he and Su Chongqing had been forced to leave the mansion in Hu County without any property. Now they unknowingly owned 20 cattle, 2 horses, a plot of land that could be improved, and more than 100 strings of copper coins and gold at home. If he didn't consider the debt of more than 1.6 million yuan, Li Wangyu would have entered the well-off society of the Tang dynasty ahead of time, and become a great and glorious small landlord. Sure enough, knowledge was power. This was the so-called, "There is a house of gold in a book." Li Wangyu only exchanged the method of improving saline alkali soil, and the blueprint of making a water wheel for these things. Of course, strictly speaking, the 2 techniques he handed over were far more than what he exchanged from Yang Quan. But Li Wangyu was very clear. First, he didn't have the ability to protect these intellectual property rights. Second, as Yang Quan said, whether it was the saline alkali soil improvement or the water wheel, they were very useful to the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu didn't intend to keep them to himself. Li Wangyu picked up the bowl of water with satisfaction and drank a mouthful. After putting down the bowl, he felt that at this time, he should have a cup of fragrant tea and take a nap under the sun. Thinking of the tea leaves, Li Wangyu suddenly stood up and patted his head with his hand. How could he forget the treasure in the Qinling Mountains? Chapter 82. Li Wangyu remembered that in his previous life, he had tasted a type of tea produced in the Qinling Mountains, Medicine King tea. This type of magical tea from the depths of the Qinling Mountains could only be found in the wild. It was said that the Medicine King tea was discovered by Sun Simiao, the Medicine King of the Tang dynasty, when he was cultivating in the Taibai Mountains of the Qinling Mountains. It was said that when he lived in seclusion in the Taibai Mountains, he often picked a type of tea leaves to make tea. He also introduced it to the mountain people and herbal medicine doctors. Later generations called it the Medicine King tea. According to the Taibai Materia Medica, the Medicine King tea was mild in nature and slightly sweet in taste. It could clear summer heat, nourish the brain, clear the heart, strengthen the stomach, remove dampness, clear the eyes, and regulate the menstrual cycle. Li Wangyu knew that although it was called the Medicine King tea, it was actually not a type of tea. It was a type of plant called Huashi Silver Wintersweet. The Medicine King tea still had a lingering fragrance after being brewed 7 times. It was a rare type of tea. Li Wangyu almost drooled when he thought of this. Drinking tea, he really wanted to drink tea. Not the damn tea of the Tang dynasty. After pondering for a while, Li Wangyu immediately ran out to find the Niu brothers to help him pick the tea. Li Wangyu did not have the ability to go deep into the Qinling Mountains. However, the Niu brothers often went into the Qinling Mountains to hunt. If he asked them to help him pick the tea, there would be no problem. If he could pick the Medicine King tea, he and Su Chongqing would have good tea to drink. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu quickened his pace. The Niu brothers were indeed at home. When they heard that Li Wangyu wanted them to help him pick the leaves of a type of plant in the Taibai Mountains, they immediately nodded and agreed without hesitation. Xiaolang, don't worry. Big brother and I are planning to go hunting in the mountains tomorrow. We can help you pick that leaf from Taibai Mountain while we're at it. Niu Wu patted his chest and agreed without a care. Thank you, brothers. When I come back, I will invite you two to eat at home. Li Wangyu said happily. Pig slaughter rice? Niu Wu could not forget the pig slaughter rice he had eaten that day. Niu Yong glared at his younger brother. Only he could think of such a thing. Li Wangyu was speechless. He had to kill a pig just to treat him to a meal? Even the landlord didn't have any extra food. He hurriedly explained, pig slaughter rice is not something that can be made often, but it is still a delicacy made from pork. Li Wangyu described the appearance of the Medicine King tea again. After confirming that the Niu brothers had remembered it, he left. When the Niu brothers went hunting in the Qinling Mountains, they would usually be gone for about a week. Thinking that he would be able to drink tea after a week, Li Wangyu was filled with anticipation. The next day, as expected, Yang Quan kept his word. Early in the morning, he had people rush over and hand over 10 cattle to Li Wangyu. This once again caused a sensation in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu was very straightforward. He directly handed the 10 cattle to the old villager. Including the previous one, a total of 20 cattle were all lent to the village for spring plowing free of charge. He only needed the village to send people to help him manage the saline alkali soil. Now, everyone in the village, through the old villager's publicity, knew that because of Su Chongqing's request, Li Wangyu used the blueprint of the water wheel in exchange for the village's rent to be reduced by half this year. In addition to the cattle lent to the village for free, as well as Li Wangyu's pig slaughter rice that was still unforgettable. In short, now Li Wangyu's prestige in the village was catching up to the old villager, or even surpassing him. If it wasn't for the old villager stopping them, it was likely that many of the villagers would have gone up to Li Wangyu and kowtowed to thank him. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing were now walking in the village. At any time there would be villagers enthusiastically greeting them. From time to time, there would be villagers sending fresh mountain goods and river seafood to express their gratitude. The Ox brothers went into the mountains to hunt. Li Wangyu also went to the Gan River and began to guide the villagers who helped him to dig a canal to release water. After being soaked in the river for 2 days, they dug a canal to release water. After the water in the saline alkali soil dried up, they plugged the gap again and released water again. This operation had to be repeated 3 or 4 times to wash out the alkali contained in the soil. Li Wangyu stood on the riverbank and watched everyone work. From the lower reaches of the Gan River, a riverboat slowly came up. This was very rare. Because Chang'an City was downstream of the Gan River, generally riverboats came to the Chang, an Eastway bridge pier. In addition to fishing boats, there were very few riverboats carrying goods on the Gan River. Li Wangyu curiously looked and saw a person standing at the bow of the boat waving at him. At a glance, Li Wangyu knew that the fatty Cho Kuan had returned. Brother Cho, why did you come by boat? Li Wangyu curiously asked. From Chang'an City to Dingzhou village, it took less than 2 hours on horseback, but by boat it took 2 days. Haha, Xiaolang, thank you so much for the news. My family's Darren asked me to bring you another 100 dan of grain as thanks. Please accept it. Cho Kuan stood at the bow of the boat and shouted, 100 dan of grain? This was a pleasant surprise. Li Wangyu now felt that the more grain the better. Of course he would not refuse. With a face full of smiles, he looked at the riverboat docking and thought to himself that this time Cho Kuan would not charge him for the meal. Yes, I am indeed a good person. I am too generous. Li Wangyu shamelessly praised himself in his heart. If Cho Kuan could hear his inner thoughts, he wondered if he would have the impulse to beat him to death. Li Wangyu was still praising himself when he heard the fatty let out a soft cry. Xiaolang, what are these things that can move on their own? A water wheel. It is used to carry water for irrigation. Li Wangyu explained. Cho Kuan did not have time to talk to Li Wangyu. After jumping ashore, he ran to the water wheel and carefully looked it up and down. This water wheel is amazing. It actually uses water to move it and automatically moves it to carry water. Xiaolang, I'm afraid you didn't create this, right? Cho Kuan, this fatty, was actually able to see the key to the water wheel's movement. This made Li Wangyu somewhat surprised. Li Wangyu nodded. Brother Cho has good eyesight. Haha, actually my family also farms. I wonder if Brother Cho can teach this water wheel to my Cho family? Don't worry, I will use grain to exchange for it. Cho Kuan's small eyes blinked a few times and immediately put forward his request. You want a water wheel? What exchange? I will give you the water wheel blueprint later. After taking 400 dan of grain from the Cho family for free, Li Wangyu did not have the nerve to accept money. If Yang Quan knew that Li Wangyu gave the water wheel blueprint to the Cho family for free, perhaps he would have the heart to kill him with a knife. After all, he was extorted by Li Wangyu for 10 cattle in exchange for the blueprint. After a conversation, Li Wangyu finally understood that the Cho family was not only a big grain merchant in Chang'an, but also a big landowner. Their family owned a large amount of land in Hebei and Jiannan provinces. They had built a plantation specifically for growing grain. North China Plain and Sichuan Plain were the main grain-producing areas of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu did not expect the Cho family to have such a big layout. With so much land, the water consumption was naturally huge. Cho Kuan could see the value of this water wheel at a glance, so he proposed to buy the method of making it from Li Wangyu. If the Cho family's plantation was equipped with a water wheel, Cho Kuan estimated that the grain production would increase by at least 10%. Seeing that Li Wangyu was willing to give away the water wheel blueprint, Cho Kuan was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Li Wangyu for his generosity. Cho Kuan asked someone to help him transport the grain back home. With so much grain, the old housekeeper Li Heng's face was full of smiles. He began to ponder whether or not he should build another granary. Inviting Cho Kuan to sit in the central room, Li Wangyu planned to ask Cho Kuan how his family was going to deal with the locusts that were coming. Chapter 83. Brother Cho, what have you and Mr. Cho prepared these days? Haha. It's all thanks to Xiao Lang's reminder this time, Cho Kuan said proudly. Cho Kuan took a sip of water and continued. My father has sent letters to Jiannan and Hebei provinces to ship all the stored food to Chang'an. In addition, he has transferred funds to buy a lot of food everywhere. My family's treasury has basically been emptied. Li Wangyu didn't expect Cho Yuanliang to be so bold. After learning that the locust plague might break out, he put all his money on it. Looking at the complacent fat man, Li Wangyu thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Cho, did you hoard food and plan to use the locust plague too? Before he finished speaking, Li Wangyu didn't know how to continue. In business, it was understandable that Cho Yuanliang hoarded food to make a fortune, but he felt that it was too low. If that was the case, it was fine if he didn't make friends with the Cho family. Cho Kuan suddenly stood up and glared at Li Wangyu. What do you mean, Xiao Lang? My family has been doing business for generations, but they are upright and never do business against their will. Seeing Cho Kuan so agitated, Li Wangyu was a little embarrassed. He smiled and touched his nose. Brother Cho, don't blame me. What is Mr. Cho's plan? Humph. Cho Kuan glared at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction and sat back down. My family is not hoarding food for profiteering. My father's intention is that when the plague of locusts arrives, all the food stores in my family will continue to operate as usual. No matter how much food you want, as long as we still have it in our warehouse, we will definitely sell it. His words made Li Wangyu's eyes light up. He raised his bowl to Cho Kuan and said, Mr. Cho, you are a righteous man. I toast you with water instead of wine. After that, he drank the water in the bowl. Although the locust plague would reduce the production of food, the Tang dynasty had so much land that not all places would be affected by the locust plague. One of the main reasons for the famine was that unscrupulous grain merchants deliberately hoarded grain and did not sell it in order to make huge profits. This caused panic among the people and made grain even more precious. In fact, the Tang dynasty did not lack food at all, especially during the second year of Zhengguan. In the previous dynasty, when Emperor Yang of Sui ascended the throne, the population of the country had already reached 8.9 million households. With each household having 6 people, the population of the country was no less than 50 million. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos and there were countless casualties. After the Tang dynasty was pacified, the Ministry of Civil Affairs of Wuda estimated that there were only 2.19 million households in the Tang dynasty, with a population of less than 20 million. Not to mention the grain produced by the Tang dynasty every year, just the Huiluotsang, which was inherited by the Tang dynasty at the end of the Sui dynasty, had a total grain storage of more than 300 million caddies, which was enough for the people of the Tang dynasty to eat for 50 years. In the 11th year of Zhengguan, imperial censor Ma Zhou told Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, "The Sui family's treasury is in Luokou, and Li Mi is in it. The treasury of Xijing is also used by the country, and has not been used to this day." At this time, the Sui dynasty had already been destroyed for 20 years, but at that time the grain and cloth had not been used up. Li Wangyu did not quite believe this. After all, how could something like grain be stored for decades? Could it be that the Sui and Tang dynasties already had the technology to store grain? However, this was the second year of Zhengguan, and the Sui dynasty had only been destroyed for 11 years. If the old grain was properly stored, there should be no problem. From this, it could be seen that the Tang dynasty absolutely did not lack grain. The famine caused by the plague of locusts was, in fact, the result of the aristocratic families and big grain merchants sitting by and watching the people starve to death for their own benefit. In response to Li Wangyou's praise, Chou Kuan was a little embarrassed. "Xiao Lang, don't misunderstand my lord's meaning. Although it will cause grain to be sold, the price will still follow the market. We will not deliberately lower the price." "Of course, haha, I naturally understand what Brother Chou is saying." Li Wangyu laughed. Of course he understood Chou Kuan's meaning. The price will follow the market. First, Chou Kuan will make a lot of money as the price of grain rises. Second, he will not attract the hostility of his peers. Third, he will not be noticed by the government. Otherwise, if you, a grain merchant, purposely sell grain at a low price, what are you trying to do? Who would be able to bear the label of trying to buy people's hearts? After understanding Chou Kuan's thoughts, Li Wangyou's grudge completely disappeared. He asked Li Heng to prepare dinner and wine. Tonight he wanted to drink a few cups of wine with Chou Kuan. The Li family's current rule was that there was no distinction between master and servant during meal time. Everyone ate at the table. Chou Kuan had lived with the Li family for a few days before, so he naturally knew this family rule. However, he did not feel uncomfortable. Just as the sky turned dark, the Li family gave Chou Kuan a shock. In the main room of the front yard, the old housekeeper Li Heng saw that the sky had darkened, so he took out a match and lit a lamp. At first, Chou Kuan did not pay much attention to it. When the lamp was lit, he was surprised to find that it was not an ordinary candle or oil lamp, but a lamp that he had never seen before. The lamp that Li Heng lit was much brighter than an ordinary oil lamp or candle, and there was no black smoke coming out. This made Chou Kuan very curious. "Housekeeper Li, what kind of lamp is this? It's very strange." "Haha, this is a biogas lamp made by my Lang Jun. It does not use lamp oil, nor does it emit black smoke. Old me does not know what kind of biogas Lang Jun uses. In short, this lamp can be lit all night. It is very magical." When Li Heng talked about the biogas lamp, he was full of praise. In his opinion, the biogas lamp was simply the work of the immortals. It was the Li family's heirloom. Therefore, lighting the biogas lamp at home every night was Li Heng's favorite thing to do. Even the little girl Perrin was not allowed to interfere. In fact, the biogas lamp that Li Wangyu made was very simple. Due to the limited materials, he could only make do with what was available. In the past, there were many places in the countryside that had biogas ponds. Because Li Wangyu was mischievous and curious, he disassembled the biogas lamp at home into parts, wanting to study its principle. Although later his grandfather beat him up because of this, Li Wangyu remembered the exact structure of the biogas lamp because of this beating. A normal biogas lamp was mainly composed of a nozzle, an ejector, a mud head, a gauze cover, a glass lampshade, and a reflector. However, it was obvious that Li Wangyu could not make these things in the Tang dynasty. The glass lampshade and reflector were just a dream. In addition, the biogas pond at home was the most simple one, and there was not even a pressurizing device. Therefore, Li Wangyu could only try to simplify it as much as possible. After a lot of effort, he finally made the nozzle and mud head of the biogas lamp. The most important copper wire mesh was made by an old copper craftsman in the county with copper wire. Of course, the glass lampshade outside was not possible. It was replaced by an ordinary gauze lampshade. Even so, such a simple biogas lamp was an amazing thing in the Tang dynasty. At this moment, Chou Kuan seemed to have discovered a new world. He did not even wait for the Li family's delicacies that he was looking forward to the most. Like a curious baby, he followed behind the old butler Li Heng and watched him light up the biogas lamps at home one by one. Every time a biogas lamp was lit up, Cho Kuan would shout, "Good," and then move closer to observe carefully. However, the old butler Li Heng looked proud and disdainful, thinking that Cho Kuan was simply a farmer who had seen too little. Li Heng's look made Li Wangyu laugh secretly. He clearly remembered that a few days after the biogas pond was built, the cow and horse dung piled up in the biogas pond began to ferment and produce biogas. When Li Wangyu lit the biogas lamp for the first time, Li Heng looked as if he had seen a ghost. It seemed that he was even more unbearable than Cho Kuan. Chapter 84. The old housekeeper Li Heng led the fatty Cho Kuan to show off the biogas lamps in the house. Satisfied, he went to the kitchen to see if the food was ready. Cho Kuan also ran to the kitchen. Now, the Li family's kitchen had been taken over by the little girl Perrin. It must be said that this little girl was very talented in cooking. In just half a month, she learned most of Su Chongqing's cooking skills. Especially when it came to the dishes that Su Chongqing had made once, she could perfectly replicate them. Therefore, Su Chongqing didn't go to the kitchen much now. He would occasionally make a few new dishes. After teaching Perrin, he would wash his hands of it. Speaking of which, the Li family was very small now. With only 4 people, it was indeed a bit difficult to make ends meet. They couldn't even take care of the 20 cattle sent by the county. It was Su Chongqing who came up with a solution. After discussing with the old village chief, he placed the 20 cattle in the care of all the families in the village. He made it clear to the old village chief that the cattle could be lent to the village for spring plowing free of charge, but the cattle had to be raised by the Li family. Moreover, once the Li family needed them, they could take the cattle for use at any time. In Li Wangyu's eyes, these conditions were very harsh, but the old village chief was overjoyed. Moreover, there was an endless stream of families in the village who were willing to adopt the cattle. The 20 cattle almost broke the old village chief's doorstep. Li Wangyu could only look up and sigh. They were still too poor. As for the 2 horses, neither Li Heng nor Li Wangyu was willing to send them to the village to be raised. Li Wangyu now also liked riding horses. When he was free, he would take the horses out and ride them around the village. He received all kinds of envious and jealous gazes from the villagers. What Li Wangyu didn't expect was that his beautiful boss also knew how to ride a horse. Moreover, she was much better at it than him. From time to time, the 2 would ride horses together to relax. While chatting, Li Wangyu found out that Su Chongqing was actually a member of an equestrian club in Chengdu. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but gnash his teeth. He had heard of the equestrian club. The annual membership fee was 100,000 renminbi. It was simply a scam. And Su Chongqing was actually a member of that club. He was too rich. As a department manager, Su Chongqing's annual salary was in the 7 digits. Of course, he could afford the equestrian club. It was a pity that he worked himself to death, and his annual income was only 6 figures. It was not easy for him to get a mortgage to buy a house, but before the day of delivery, his beautiful boss stepped on the accelerator and sent him to the Tang dynasty. It was really unreasonable. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao was good at reincarnation. If you don't believe it, just look up and see who the heavens will spare. His beautiful boss stepped on the accelerator and not only sent Li Wangyu, the pride of the whole village, to the Tang dynasty, but she also inexplicably brought him along. Every time he thought of Su Chongqing's stupefied appearance after falling into his bathtub, Li Wangyu couldn't help but want to laugh. The 2 horses at home were both docile mares. One was red and the other was white. The white horse was unreasonably occupied by Su Chongqing, which made Li Wangyu full of melancholy and worry. Li Wangyu's little grievance was clearly seen by his beautiful boss. She proudly raised her beautiful neck and said, "Humph, don't think that you are a prince just because you have a white horse. Be careful not to become a monk." Her words were so reasonable that Li Wangyu was speechless. In short, Lai Hot was now a family of 4, so he had to do a lot of things by himself. Cho Kuan, who was used to being served by others, was still not used to this. However, the delicious dishes of the Li family made it difficult for him to give up. If Cho Kuan was in modern times, the most suitable occupation for him would definitely be a gourmet, commonly known as a foodie. For a mouthful of food, He actually disregarded his reputation as the young master of the Cho family and shamelessly followed behind the little girl Perrin, just to see what delicious food would be served tonight. Today, the villagers sent freshly caught river fish to the Li family. The little girl directly made fish with pickled cabbage and pickled cabbage. The fragrance that assailed his nostrils made Cho Kuan almost drool. Cho Kuan was very satisfied with the dinner at the Li family. He felt that it was a wise decision to come to Dingzhou village from Chang'an. Of course, this was not only because the fat man was a foodie, but also because Li Wangyu gave Cho Kuan too many surprises and shocks, which made Cho Kuan feel that his father really had a sharp eye. After not seeing each other for just over 10 days, Cho Kuan found that the Li family suddenly had a lot of differences. Not to mention the magical methane lamp. Even in the kitchen, Perrin fiddled with the bamboo pipe that could produce water by itself, which also amazed him. Ignoring the little girl's supercilious eyes, the fat man excitedly fiddled with the valve on the bamboo pipe for a long time, watching the water flow out and disconnect. He was having a lot of fun. In her heart, Perrin directly labeled Cho Kuan as a fool, but she completely forgot that a few days ago, she seemed to be doing the same thing as the fat man, and the Li family's newly renovated toilet made Cho Kuan completely crazy. At that time, he wanted to relieve himself, so he walked around the Li family's front yard and backyard 3 times, but still couldn't find the toilet. The Li family's backyard originally had a dirty and simple toilet, but Li Wangyu had already had people demolish it. That kind of toilet, not to mention his beautiful boss who was a clean freak, even he couldn't stand it. Considering the convenience of Li Heng, the servants, and the guests in the house in the future, Li Wangyu had the masons change a side room in the front yard into a toilet and shower room. It was also tiled, the same ceramic toilet, and the same hot shower room. Cho Kuan really couldn't find the toilet in the Li family, so he could only ask the old housekeeper Li Heng for help. When Li Heng brought him to a side room in the front yard with a look of disdain, Cho Kuan thought the old man had gone crazy. "Why did you bring me into the room if you wanted to relieve yourself?" "Old housekeeper, I want to relieve myself." Cho Kuan thought the old man's ears were bad and didn't hear him clearly. "This is the toilet." The old housekeeper's face was calm, but his eyes revealed a disdainful smile. The fat man dared to swear that he knew this look, because every time he saw a fuss in Chang'an's West City, he showed this look when he saw the foreign merchants who came to Chang'an for the first time. Cho Kuan didn't understand what a toilet was, but when Li Heng introduced him to the toilet and how to use the ceramic toilet, Cho Kuan almost thought he was hallucinating. This unbelievably beautiful room. "You're telling me it's a toilet? What are these things stuck in this room?" If Cho Kuan's eyes weren't blind, he could be sure that they were all ceramic, but he didn't know how to make them like this. It was really hard to imagine that they were stuck to the wall and the floor. And the ceramic toilet made him ponder for a long time before he realized that it was actually a toilet. Li Heng calmly explained to Cho Kuan how to use the toilet and how to pull the rope above to flush. Cho Kuan could only nod his head blankly. When the old butler was satisfied with the lecture and walked out of the bathroom, Cho Kuan finally sat down cautiously. The fat man now began to seriously consider whether he was still a rich man in Chang'an City. Why did he come to the Li family in Dingzhou village, and instead he was more like a farmer, a country bumpkin? Reflecting on his shameful performance today, for the sake of the Cho family in Chang'an City, the fat man felt that he had to remain calm no matter what incredible things he encountered. Well, the Cho family in Chang'an City couldn't lose face in front of him. Just now, the old housekeeper Li Heng's disdainful look made his face burn. But Cho Kuan's calmness didn't last long. When the old housekeeper invited him to take a bath and change his clothes at night, this guy became a country bumpkin again. Chapter 85. Cho Kuan took a riverboat for 2 days to come to Dingzhou village, so he naturally had to treat him to a bath. Li Wangyu didn't want to let the fatty use the pool and sauna that he built himself. It wasn't that he was misophobic, but he felt that it was awkward to have a bath and sauna with a fatty. It would be more appropriate if it was a beautiful woman. Li Heng politely invited Cho Kuan into a side room and pushed open another door. Cho Kuan was once again a country bumpkin. He looked left and right at the empty room covered in tiles, not knowing how to take a bath. "Where's the bathtub?" But after what happened before, Cho Kuan didn't say anything. He kept a straight face and waited for the old butler to explain further. Li Heng wanted to continue watching Cho Kuan make a fuss about nothing, But he saw that the fatty was smart and didn't say anything. The old man sighed silently. He missed a good show. He led Cho Kuan under a bamboo pipe and pointed to the wooden valve. Young Master Cho, this is the hot water valve. Once you open it, hot water will flow out. Okay, I know. Thank you, old butler. The fatty nodded calmly. After sending Li Hung out of the bathroom, the fatty hurried over to study the shower system. After taking a hot shower, which he had never enjoyed before, the fatty felt that his bones were lighter and his whole body was more comfortable. This Li Jia Shaoling is really a talent. This kind of practical knowledge is really amazing. Cho Kuan said to himself. He really liked the new things that Li Wangyu came up with. He began to wonder if he could ask Li Wangyu to help him install one in his house in Chang'an City. The next morning, Cho Kuan took the water wheel blueprint that Li Wangyu had drawn for him and borrowed a horse from the Li family to return to Chang'an City. He said that he would disturb Li Wangyu in a few days. Li Wangyu looked at the date red horse in the distance and his heart ached. This damn fatty, don't crush my horse. A few days after the fatty Cho Kuan left, Li Wangyu's days were peaceful. Every day, if he didn't go to the alkali soil to check on the situation, then he would stroll around the village. He became more familiar with the situation in the village. He now had 400 dawn of grain in his hands, which should be enough for the whole village to survive the locust plague, so he didn't have much of a sense of crisis. These days, the number of locusts in the fields had increased. Even the village head had started to organize the villagers to burn incense and worship the locust god. Li Wangyu could only let out a long sigh and shake his head. For the past few days, he had been discussing with his beautiful boss about what other businesses he could do to make money other than brewing wine, so that he could pay off the huge debt of more than 1.6 million yuan. However, no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't come up with any good ideas for the time being. On this day, Li Wangyu was strolling around the village, thinking about how to get rich. When he arrived at the village entrance, he suddenly saw two figures coming from the direction of Mount Shouyang in the distance. Li Wangyu squinted his eyes and looked at them. One of them looked familiar. He took a closer look. It was the second son of the Niu family, Niu Wu. Behind him was a skinny old Taoist. Strange, why don't I see Niu Dalong? Li Wangyu mumbled. As the two got closer, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that Niu Wu's body was stained with blood, and he seemed to be carrying someone on his back. It looked like the eldest son of the Niu family. Li Wangyu hurriedly ran 2 steps forward to greet him. Erlang, what's going on? What happened to Dalong? The person on Niu Wu's back was his brother, Niu Yong. However, Niu Yong had already fainted. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was also stained with blood. My brother was scratched by a black bear in order to save this damned old Taoist. Now his life is hanging by a thread. Niu Wu's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and spat out these words one by one from his throat. Niu Wu's appearance of choosing a person to devour made Li Wangyu somewhat apprehensive. He didn't have time to look at the old Taoist, and quickly went forward to check on Niu Yong's condition. Niu Yong's injury was on his back. It looked like it had already been bandaged, but the cloth wrapped around the wound was still bleeding. Second son, Dalong's injury isn't fatal. Why is he unconscious? Li Wangyu asked, puzzled. How could an injury on the back make Niu Yong, who was as strong as an ox, faint? Could it be that his internal organs were injured? I don't know. After my brother was injured, it was this old Taoist who bandaged him. He was fine at that time, but that night, his body became feverish and he fainted. This damned old Taoist actually told me that my brother was probably doomed, so I carried him down the mountain. I had to take him to the county to find a doctor to save his life. Xiaolang, quickly lend me your horse. Niu Wu's words made Li Wangyu understand Niu Yong's injury. If there was no accident, it was most likely that the wound wasn't disinfected, and the infection caused a high fever and other complications. This wasn't because Li Wangyu knew any medical skills, but because most people in the future more or less knew medical common sense. Wild beasts like black bears had countless bacteria in their claws. If they weren't disinfected with alcohol or iodine immediately after being scratched, it was easy to be infected by bacteria. In Li Wangyu's opinion, there shouldn't be any common sense in this area of first aid in the Tang dynasty. Second son, if you believe me, send Dalong to my house. I have a way. Li Wangyu grabbed Niu Wu. Naturally, he wasn't a miracle-working doctor. The reason why he dared to say that he could save Niu Yong was that he remembered Su Chongqing's box of cephalosporin capsules. Was there any medicine more effective than cephalosporin in the Tang dynasty to fight inflammation? If a suppurative infection wasn't immediately disinfected, he would really die. Even if Li Wangyu's heart ached for the one and only cephalosporin capsules, he wouldn't watch Niu Yong, a veteran of hundreds of battles, die in front of him. As for the current doctors in the Tang dynasty, it would be a miracle if they could save Niu Yong. Even if the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, was here, he would be helpless. Xiaolang, don't joke. Can you really save my eldest brother? Niu Wu's eyes widened again when he heard Li Wangyu's words. He stared at Li Wangyu for fear that he was joking with him. Li Wangyu nodded and said, "Yes, let's go." The words between the two fell into the ears of the old Taoist beside them. The old Taoist couldn't help but interrupt and say, "Don't make trouble, kid. Our benefactor's wound is already ulcerated. How can there be medicine to cure it? Even I can only delay it for a while, but I can't cure it." The ulcer he mentioned was the name of inflammation and suppuration in traditional Chinese medicine. "Shut up." Before the old Taoist could finish his words, Li Wangyu and Niu Wu spoke at the same time, forcing the old Taoist to swallow back his words. "You old Taoist, if my eldest brother is cured by Xiaolang, then it's fine. But if anything happens to my eldest brother, I'll make you accompany him in the underworld." Niu Wu shouted sternly. Hearing this, the old Taoist cupped his hands and said, "Immeasurable deity, if you want to take this body of mine to pay for your brother's life, I naturally won't resist." Li Wangyu didn't bother to ask who this old Taoist was. He pulled Niu Wu and ran back to his house in the village. Niu Wu carried his brother on his back and followed closely behind. The old Taoist sighed and followed. "Li Heng, tell Perrin to boil water immediately. Also tell Chongqing to come over." Li Wangyu called out loudly as soon as he entered the house. At the same time, he led Niu Wu to a side room in the front yard and had him put Niu Yong on the bed. Chapter 86. Li Wangyu's shout startled the four people in the house. Su Chongqing ran over from the backyard while lifting her dress. "Wangyu, what's wrong?" Niu Dalong was scratched by a black bear. "The wound is infected and has a high fever. Go and get your box of cephalosporins." Li Wangyu shouted at Su Chongqing while looking for scissors to cut the cloth wrapped around Niu Yong's body. Su Chongqing naturally knew the Niu brothers. After the two of them escorted Li Wangyu to Chang'an, they had a lot of contact with the Li family. Su Chongqing also heard that the two of them fought desperately against the Turks and were disabled. He admired them very much. Now hearing Li Wangyu's words, Su Chongqing was also anxious. Without saying anything, she turned around and ran to the backyard to get the cephalosporins capsule. "Xiaolang, how is it? Was my brother treated indiscriminately by this ox nose and became like this?" Niu Wu pointed at the old Taoist and cursed. Li Wangyu cut the cloth and shook his head. "It shouldn't be this Taoist's fault. This kind of external injury needs to be cleaned and disinfected, and the wound also needs to be sutured. This Taoist probably doesn't understand these." He was stunned before he finished his words. After cutting the cloth wrapped around Niu Yong's back, the wound on his back was exposed, but it was not what he had imagined at all. Li Wangyu only had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He was King cheated by the unscrupulous directors and screenwriters of the later generations. What happened to the careless application of herbs and even plant ash as wound medicine? What happened to the suturing technique? Li Wangyu wanted to rely on the suturing and debridement techniques he knew to show off in the Tang dynasty, but now looking at Niu Yong's back, the wound had obviously been sutured. What was this? He looked up at the old Taoist in a daze. "Taoist, this is the wound you sutured?" "Boundless Lord, the wound of our benefactor was indeed sutured by me. You also know suturing techniques? When did you transmigrate to the Tang dynasty?" Li Wangyu asked stupidly. When Su Chongqing heard this, she carefully moved her feet and came over to take a look at the wound on Niu Yong's back. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry and quickly covered her little mouth with her hand. "What is transmigration? I naturally know how to suture wounds. What's so difficult about that?" There is a detailed record in the theory on the origin of diseases that using mulberry thread to stitch up the skin is not a secret. Naturally, Li Wangyu did not understand what the old Taoist was talking about. He just nodded his head dumbly. He thought of something and asked, "Is there any disinfectant?" "Disinfect? Sterilize?" The old Taoist priest pondered over Li Wangyu's words and asked uncertainly, "Are you talking about killing insects and maggots?" At that time I had already used skullcap and pig fat to wash your wounds. What was the old Taoist saying? Li Wangyu did not understand at all. Could the decoction of scutularia and lard kill bacteria? Could it be pseudoscience? Just as he was about to say that he should use salt water to wash it, he heard the old Taoist priest speak again. "By the way, I also use salt water to wash your wounds. Logically speaking, there should not be any ulcers." Sigh, immeasurable deity. Li Wangyu's breath was stuck in his throat, and he almost choked to death. What kind of old Taoist priest was this from the Tang dynasty? How did he know everything? Was Chinese medicine so advanced? In fact, Li Wangyu did not know that debridement and suturing had long existed in China. Generations of doctors had invented it. The decoction of scutularia and pig fat that the old Taoist priest said could effectively inhibit the growth of bacteria and protect the wound. In the prescription for 52 diseases, there was a record of using wine to clean wounds. In the Jin dynasty, Gu Hong pioneered the use of salt water to clean wounds and apply snake ointment externally before performing surgery. In the theory on the origin of diseases, there was a record of how to debridement, suture and bandage a broken intestine. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, in addition to the relatively complete debridement and suturing technique, the most important invention was the use of mulberry thread to suture the intestines and skin. The old Taoist priest had used the mulberry thread to suture the wound on Niu Yang's back. Li Wangyu was speechless. Did this count as failing to act cool and getting exposed instead? This old Taoist priest from the Tang dynasty actually knew everything. Now, he could only pray that the cephalosporin capsule would work and save Niu Yang's life. "Bullnose, don't talk nonsense. My eldest brother was treated like this by a quack like you." Niu Wu pointed at the old Taoist priest and said angrily. The old Taoist priest lowered his eyes and said, "You may not know, but I have indeed given my benefactor the best medicine for muscle regeneration and hemostasis." "What bullshit medicine for muscle regeneration and hemostasis? Then why don't you tell me why my eldest brother is unconscious now?" Niu Wu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest was speechless. Li Wangyu guessed that the disinfection might not have been thorough enough. The black bear's claws had been hunting in the forest all year round, so who knew how much bacteria it had gotten? However, this could not be blamed on the old Taoist priest. He had indeed tried his best. However, Li Wangyu looked at the black mulberry leather thread used to sew up the wound on Niu Yang's back. He felt that the mulberry leather thread was not suitable. Li Wangyu looked at the bloody wounds on Niu Yang's back and said to Niu Wu, "Erlang, immediately ride my family's horse to the county. Find a stall that slaughters cows and sheep and ask them for some lamb intestines." "What do I need those for?" Niu Wu was puzzled. Lamb intestines could save his brother's life? "If I tell you to go, then go quickly." "That's right, go to the medicine shop in the county and buy some saltpeter. Go quickly and return quickly." Li Wangyu did not have the time to explain to him. He sent Niu Wu out and asked Li Heng to lead his horse. Although the old Taoist priest's treatment method was correct, the wound on Niu Yang's back was still inflamed. It was red and swollen with pus flowing out. Clearly it needed to be cleaned again. Li Wangyu subconsciously turned his head and took a deep breath. He was a small white-collar worker in a modern city. He had never seen such a bloody wound. He was at a loss for a moment. After a long time, Li Wangyu muttered, "Now first of all I have to scrape off the rotten flesh on Dalong's back. I don't know how to do this." The old Taoist priest suddenly said, "If that's the case, why don't I take care of it?" "That's good. I'll have to trouble you." Seeing that the old Taoist priest was willing to take over, Li Wangyu quickly retreated to the side. "Immeasurable deity, I'll do my best." After the old Taoist priest finished speaking, he took out many things from the medicine box on his back. The old Taoist priest did not rush to scrape off the rotten flesh on Niu Yang's back. Instead, he took out silver needles, identified the acupuncture points on Niu Yang's back, and began to prick them. Taoist priest, what are you doing? Li Wangyu asked curiously. The old Taoist priest's face was calm. It's too late to decoct the anesthetic powder now. I'll prick the acupuncture points with silver needles to reduce the pain. Acupuncture anesthesia? Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard the old Taoist priest's words. Could it be that the legendary acupuncture anesthesia in traditional Chinese medicine was real? This old Taoist priest actually had such a unique skill? It was said that acupuncture anesthesia was to use the needle to stimulate a certain acupuncture point, or certain acupuncture points to achieve the purpose of analgesia. It could be performed without anesthesia. However, these were just legends in later generations. No one had ever seen a hospital that could perform surgery without anesthesia. Li Wangyu looked at Niu Yong curiously. Although Niu Yong was in a coma, his body would twitch unconsciously from time to time because of the pain from the wound. After the old Taoist priest pricked several silver needles on his back, Niu Yong gradually calmed down, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. It was amazing. The old Taoist priest took out an iron lancet and prepared to clean the wound on Niu Yong's back. Stop! Li Wangyu quickly shouted. Chapter 87. This old Taoist priest did not even disinfect his knife and directly cut the wound. Are you king curing diseases or spreading germs? Why did Xiao Lang stop me? The old Taoist priest asked, puzzled. Your knife, it is not disinfected. Li Wangyu pointed at the lancet in the old Taoist priest's hand. The old Taoist priest was confused. Disinfecting again? What is disinfecting? Your knife is not clean, it has germs. Li Wangyu could only explain like this. The old Taoist priest picked up his clean and shiny lancet. How is this knife not clean? There was not even a speck of dust? What were germs? Li Wangyu could not explain to the old Taoist priest what germs were, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly asked Li Heng if the water was ready. Now that there was no alcohol, not even a high concentration of white wine, disinfection could only be done by boiling water. Li Wangyu asked the old Taoist priest for the lancet and gave it to Li Heng. He asked him to go to the kitchen and let Perrin boil it for a few minutes before taking it out. He looked at the cloth that he had bandaged Niu Yong and curled his lips in disdain. He ordered Li Heng to find a clean white cloth and cut it into long strips. He also asked Perrin to throw it into boiling water to disinfect it. With the speed of Niu Wu's horse, it would only take an hour to travel 20 miles from Zidingzu village to Huxian County. When Niu Wu came back on his sweaty white horse, Li Wangyu had just finished preparing everything. Li Wangyu did not care about his horse and immediately asked Perrin to take the lamb intestines that Niu Wu had asked for to the kitchen. He scraped off the fat, took the innermost mucous membrane, soaked it in alkaline water, and then divided it into small strands. Pei Lan's hands and feet were very nimble, and she quickly got everything ready. After the little girl brought the old Taoist priest's scalpel that had been boiled and disinfected, Li Wangyu immediately asked the old Taoist priest to start cleaning the rotten flesh on Niu Yong's back. The old Taoist priest was indeed skilled in surgery. He held the lancet and moved nimbly. He did not mind the pus and stench flowing out of the wound at all. In a few moves, he removed the inflamed and pus around the wound. His technique was very professional. Perrin, is the warm water ready? Lang Jun, it's ready. Should I bring it in now? Okay, remember to add more salt. Since there was nothing else that could disinfect the wound, Li Wangyu could only make do with what he had. He used high-concentration saline to disinfect the wound. When the high-concentration salt water was poured on the wound on Niu Yong's back, even though Niu Yong had fallen into a coma due to a high fever, even though he had the old Taoist silver needle on his back that was used to anesthetize him, he was still in so much pain that he unconsciously let out a low groan and his body kept trembling. Xiao Lang, is my eldest brother all right? Niu Wu's heart ached as he watched from the side. He could not help but ask. He's fine. The high-concentration salt water disinfected the wound. It must be very painful. There's nothing we can do about it. After cutting off the rotten flesh on the wound and cleaning and disinfecting the wound, the next step should be to suture it. When the old Taoist priest was treating Niu Yong's wound again, he had already cut open the mulberry skin thread used to suture it. At this moment, he took out the mulberry skin thread and prepared to suture it again. Taoist priest, wait. Use this catgut to suture the wound. Catgut? The old Taoist priest took the catgut from Li Wangyo's hand in confusion and sized it up. Is this what you asked Niu Erlang to go to the county city to find the lamb intestines to make? That's right. What's the benefit? There's no need to remove the stitches after the wound heals. The human body can absorb it. Li Wangyu showed off a little. Finally, there was something that was better than this old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest thought for a moment and nodded. He picked up the catgut that Li Wangyu had provided and began to suture Niu Yang's wound again. After suturing the wound, the old Taoist priest applied the medicine to stop the bleeding on the wound again. He took the cloth that Li Wangyu had instructed Perrin to boil in boiling water and disinfect it. He then bandaged Niu Yang again. "Sai, this is all I can do. My benefactor's internal injuries are feverish because of the wound ulcers. This penniless priest has no better way. I'll write a prescription now and ask the little kid to get someone to decoct the medicine for my benefactor. I hope it's useful, immeasurable, heavenly, venerable." Chinese medicine did not have any special medicine or method for wounds with suppurative infections. It was not until the invention of penicillin in modern times that it saved the lives of countless war wounded. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu dared to say that he could save Niu Yang was because he had the cephalosporin capsule in his hand. Cephalosporin was a second-generation antibiotic. Its effect was good and its side effects were small. Su Chongqing had already taken the cephalosporin capsule. Li Wangyu took a capsule and fed it to Niu Yang. He then forced it down with clear water. The strange appearance of the capsule made the old Taoist priest stare at it for a long time. "Alright, Dalong has taken the medicine. The fever will definitely go down tomorrow." Li Wangyu was sure that the cephalosporin would be useful. The people of the Tang dynasty had never taken any antibiotics. They were not like the people of the future, who had been flooded with antibiotics for a long time and were about to develop resistance. After eating cephalosporin for 3 days, Li Wangyu believed that he would be able to save Niu Yang's life. But what if eldest brother's fever doesn't go down? Niu Wu was still very anxious. The old Taoist priest had told him before that this fever was very deadly. Li Wangyu reached out and touched Niu Yang's forehead. It was burning hot. Even without a thermometer, Li Wangyu was sure that Niu Yang's body temperature was between 39 and 40 degrees Celsius. Such a high fever really needed to be cooled down immediately. If the fever didn't go down, it would cause dehydration and acid-base balance disorder. In serious cases, it could even cause cerebral edema. "It's okay. I'll use ice to lower Dalong's temperature in a while. Don't worry," Li Wangyu said confidently. He had already considered this problem. "Ice? It's early February now. Where would there be ice?" "Xiaolang, did you dig an ice cellar in your house?" Niu Wu asked in surprise. Naturally, there was no such thing as a refrigerator in ancient times. However, the nobles had a way to store ice for a long time, and that was to dig an ice cellar. In the Book of Songs, there was a record of chiseling ice in winter for the nobles to use in summer. When the weather was cold and the ground was frozen, a large piece of ice was chiseled from a clean water source. Then it was placed in a specially dug ice cellar and sealed for preservation. This way it could be stored until the midsummer of the next year. This method of storing ice was very expensive. Unless one was very rich, they would never be able to afford it. Li Wangyu's house in Huxian had an ice cellar. But now there was no ice cellar in the old house in Dingzhou village. There's no need to store it. Did you buy the saltpeter I asked you to buy?" "Naturally, I bought it. What's the use of saltpeter?" Niu Wu took out a bag of saltpeter and handed it to Li Wangyu. "It's used to make ice to lower the temperature of Dalong's body." Li Wangyu's words made Niu Wu and the old Taoist stunned. Saltpeter could be used to make ice? The old Taoist stroked his beard and said, "Saltpeter is salty, bitter, and cold. It goes to the stomach and large intestine. It expels heat and laxative, moistens dryness, softens and clears heat. It can be used for stagnation, dryness, swollen throat, red eyes, mastitis, and hemorrhoids." But this is the first time this poor Taoist heard that saltpeter can be used to make ice. Kid, don't make trouble. Chapter 88. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had transmigrated to the first year of the Tang dynasty, so he could show off his ability to make ice with saltpeter. If he had transmigrated a few years later, everyone would have known about it. During the Tang and Song dynasties, people had already discovered that saltpeter would freeze water if it was put into water. However, in the second year of Zhengguan, Li Wangyu said that saltpeter could make ice, but no one believed him. Not only did Niu Wu and the old Taoist not believe him, even Li Heng and Perrin shook their heads in disbelief. Only the beautiful boss covered her mouth and snickered. Although Su Chongqing was a liberal arts student, he had learned basic chemistry. Saltpeter's scientific name was potassium nitrate. When it dissolved in water, it absorbed heat, and when the temperature dropped, the water would freeze. Li Wangyu saw that they didn't believe him, so he didn't say much. He asked Perrin to fetch a large wooden basin and a small cylindrical basin. He poured the water into the wooden basin, poured the saltpeter into the wooden basin, and then poured the water from the copper basin into the wooden basin. Soon, under the astonished gaze of the old Taoist, the water in the wooden basin began to slowly freeze. Then the water in the copper basin also began to slowly freeze. What kind of magic is this? Niu Wu's eyes widened as he looked at the ice in the basin in disbelief. The old butler's knees almost went soft again. Fortunately, Li Wangyu held him up. Li Heng, what are you doing? Lang Langjun, have you become an immortal? Turning water into ice with a touch, this is an immortal magic. The little girl Perrin was no better than Li Heng. She covered her mouth and widened her black eyes. She also couldn't believe her eyes. Only the old Taoist, after being astonished for a while, began to think about the reason behind it. He even reached out to touch the ice in the wooden basin to test the temperature. Immeasurable deity, so saltpeter can make water freeze. This poor Taoist understands now. The old Taoist bowed and whispered a Taoist name. Li Wangyu looked at the old Taoist priest in surprise and then understood. These Chinese Taoists could be said to be the earliest batch of chemists in China. Even gunpowder was created by these Taoists when they were refining pills. It was not surprising that they had some basic knowledge of chemistry. However, in Li Wangyu's opinion, these Taoist priests were not so much chemists, but a group of terrorists. All day long, they would randomly refine some messy things and trick others to eat them. They were simply immoral. Li Wangyu dared to swear that if anyone dared to feed him a pill made of mercury, lead, sulfur, cinnabar, he would definitely raise his blade and kill them. This group of terrorists simply had amazing imagination. They had no choice but to admit defeat. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the two basins of water turned into ice cubes under everyone's gaze. Li Wangyu took out the copper basin and had Niu Wu use a knife to cut open the ice in the wooden basin. He wrapped the basin in a towel and stuffed it under Niu Yong's armpits, inner thighs, and forehead to lower the temperature. After Niu Yong ate the cephalosporin and had the ice cubes to lower his temperature, his originally rapid breathing quickly calmed down. The old Taoist priest pulled his hand over and felt his pulse. He was very surprised. His pulse is stable and strong. Benefactor has actually taken a turn for the better. It seems like his life is no longer in danger. Little child, what medicine did you give Benefactor? It actually has such a miraculous effect? What medicine did he take? Cephachlor capsules. There was only one box in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu naturally could not answer like this. He could only smile mysteriously. Miraculous medicine, antibiotics. It's a pity that there's only these. There won't be a second box in 1,000 years. He shook the box of cephalosporin capsules at the old Taoist priest and Niu Wu. There were only 27 cephalosporin capsules in a box. One capsule needed to be taken 3 times a day for 3 consecutive days. In other words, this box of cephalosporin could only be taken for 3 courses of treatment. It would be gone forever. Li Wangyu did not feel any heartache when he took out 9 cephalosporin capsules to save Niu Yong's life. He felt that it was worth it. Compared to Niu Yong's life, his sacrifice was not worth mentioning. His words shocked Niu Wu. Niu Wu did not expect that Li Wangyu would take out such a precious medicine to save his elder brother. Xiaolang Ayu. Niu Wu, who was 8 feet tall, did not know what to say at this time. He simply knelt down in front of Li Wangyu and kowtowed a few times. His reaction shocked Li Wangyu. He quickly reached out to pull Niu Wu back. However, Li Wangyu's small body could not pull Niu Wu back. He could only reluctantly accept Niu Wu's heavy kowtow. Erlang, what are you doing? Did I, Li Wangyu, save Dalong because of this? Li Wangyu was speechless and rolled his eyes. Why did the people of the Tang dynasty like to kowtow so much? I can't stand it. Xiaolang, this is what I should do. If I don't kowtow a few times to you, Big Brother will beat me to death when he wakes up. Niu Wu replied in a muffled voice. Niu Yang's crisis was resolved. Everyone was in a good mood. The originally heavy atmosphere in the side room eased a lot. However, Su Chongqing looked at the small copper basin in Li Wangyu's hand. Wangyu, one basin is enough to make ice. Why did you get another one? Hehe, the ice in the wooden basin contains saltpeter. It can't be eaten. It can only be used to cool down Dalong's body. However, the ice in the copper basin can be eaten. Do you want to eat ice cream? Li Wangyu held the copper basin and smiled. Su Chongqing heard this and his eyes lit up. Ice cream? Can you make it? Hehe, try it. The taste should not be bad. Li Wangyu did not have any ice cream when he was young in the countryside. However, they had a way to make ice cream. In fact, it was a smoothie. They used a plane to grind the ice into a smoothie. Then they added sugar water, milk and fruits to make a delicious smoothie. There was no shortage of fruits at home. Many villagers would send some to them when they picked fruits in the mountains. With Shouyang Mountain behind them, there were different wild fruits to pick all year round. As for milk, it was even easier. There was a lot in their kitchen. This milk was produced by the cows that were raised in the farmer's house. Su Chongqing had already told the farmers that the milk they squeezed out every day would be sent to their house. Don't think that only the black and white cows produced milk. In fact, cattle also produced milk. It was just that the output was not as much. Moreover, drinking milk was already very popular in the Tang dynasty. In the murals of the Mogeo grottos, there were many scenes of peasant women milking cows. During the Tang and Song dynasties, there were also many famous people who liked to drink milk. Bai Juyi was also a milk lover. After grinding the smoothie, mixing the milk, fruit, and sugar water, the first smoothie in the Tang dynasty was ready. Li Wangyu asked Perrin to prepare a small bowl for everyone. Although it was early spring and the weather was still a little cold, no one refused such a delicious and tempting bowl of smoothie. Even Niu Wu temporarily put down his worries about his elder brother and drank the bowl of smoothie in one gulp. Delicious. Xiaolang, this smoothie of yours is really delicious. The old Taoist was also very interested in the smoothie and nodded repeatedly as he ate. After everyone finished eating, the little girl Perrin took away the bowls and chopsticks. Li Wangyu then bowed to the old Taoist. May I ask for your name? I am Sun Simiao. Chapter 89. The old Taoist priest's words were like a clap of thunder, exploding in Li Wangyu's ears. Sun Simiao? Medicine King Sun Simiao? The ruddy old Taoist priest in front of him was Sun Simiao? Wait, Li Wangyu remembered that Sun Simiao was born in the 7th year of Western Wei's Emperor Yuan Baoju's reign, which was 541 AD. Now it was the 2nd year of Zhengguan 628 AD. Then wouldn't this old Taoist priest be 87 years old? However, the history books also recorded that Sun Simiao lived for 141 years, so it seemed that this old man was still very young. Li Wangyu suddenly had the urge to kowtow. When he visited Taoist temples in the future, there was often a Medicine King Hall, where the Medicine King Sun Simiao was worshipped. And now, he actually saw the real person. Su Chongqing's reaction was not much better than Li Wangyu's. He was also stunned and looked at the old Taoist priest. Son, Taoist priest's son, how old are you this year? Li Wangyu wanted to confirm whether this old Taoist priest was the legendary Medicine King Sun Simiao. The old Taoist priest twirled his beard and laughed. This year is already the year of the Staff dynasty, and it's almost the year of the hunchback. As expected, this was the Medicine King Sun Simiao himself. The year of the Staff dynasty 80 years old. The year of the hunchback 90 years old. This was simply a person's fortune. Old immortal son, please forgive my rudeness. Li Wangyu immediately bowed. This Taoist priest is not worthy of being called an immortal. This Taoist priest is still searching for the way of immortality. Little kid, don't call me that. The conversation between the two made Niu Wu stare. Xiaolang, why are you calling this Taoist priest old immortal? He's just a quack. My elder brother was almost killed by him. Li Wangyu was speechless. This idiot. Erlang, don't speak nonsense. Old immortal son is a divine doctor. You can't be rude. Niu Wu's neck stiffened. What divine doctor? A fame-fishing Taoist priest. If he's so good, why didn't he cure my elder brother? It was Xiao Lang who used the divine medicine to save Big Brother's life. His words made Li Wangyu roll his eyes silently. No matter how good Sun Simiao was, he really didn't know anything about bacterial infections, let alone antibiotics to save lives. Li Wangyu wanted to defend Sun Simiao, but Sun Simiao said, Niu Erlang is right. I'm still not good at medicine. Little doll, what is the bacteria you were talking about? What was the meaning of disinfection? What kind of medicine was the antibiotic? Can you explain it to me, little girl? Sun Simiao's series of questions confused Li Wangyu. How was he going to explain this to the old Taoist? Bacteria. Bacteria are tiny creatures that can't be seen with the naked eye. Old Immortal is a Taoist, but you should also know that there is a saying in Buddhism, a drop of water in Buddhism, 84,000 lives. That's the bacteria. Li Wangyu's nonsense caused Sun Simiao to fall into deep thought. After a long while, the old Taoist raised his head. How did you know about this bacteria? I saw it with a microscope. Li Wangyu said it out of habit. After saying it, he felt that it was inappropriate. Was he going to explain what a microscope was again? Sure enough, when Sun Simiao heard this, he immediately asked, What is a microscope? Little doll, can I take a look? No, I don't have a microscope. It needs to be made of glass. Oh no, it's made of crystal. It can be used to see microscopic creatures. Li Wangyu felt like he was going crazy. Then this bacteria is the main cause of ulcers? Sun Simiao asked again. Bacteria do cause inflammation in the wound, which is the ulcers that old Immortal mentioned. It also makes people sick. Then disinfection is to kill the bacteria. Li Wangyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. That's right, that's it. What are antibiotics? It's a drug that can kill the bacteria in the body. Li Wangyu didn't know anything about this, so he could only bluff. Then little doll, do you know how to make antibiotics? Sun Simiao continued to ask. This. Li Wangyu's face had already turned bitter. When the beautiful superior saw that Sun Simiao kept asking him questions, she couldn't help but snicker. Serves you right for being so talkative. Li Wangyu didn't dare to say anything more. He quickly changed the topic and turned to ask Niu Wu. Erlang, how did your big brother get injured? Just a black bear. It shouldn't be a problem for you two brothers, right? It would have been better if he didn't mention it. Once he mentioned Niu Yang's injury, Niu Wu glared at Sun Simiao. It's all this Taoist's fault. Big brother was scratched by the black bear because he was trying to save him. Niu Wu began to tell Li Wangyu about Niu Yang's injury. It turned out that Li Wangyu asked the two brothers to help him pick tea leaves in the Qinling Mountains. After entering the Qinling Mountains, the two brothers went straight to Taibai Mountain. They found the plant that Li Wangyu described. Just as they were picking the tea leaves, the old Taoist appeared. Sun Simiao also went to pick the tea leaves. When he saw the two brothers picking tea leaves, he curiously asked them a few questions. Seeing that it was an old Taoist, the two brothers were very polite. They even asked the old Taoist how to pick the tea leaves. Just as the three of them were talking, an accident happened. A black bear rushed out of the forest and pounced on the old Taoist. The black bears in the Qinling Mountains usually didn't take the initiative to attack humans. However, the black bear suddenly attacked the old Taoist today. As the Niu brothers weren't hunting, they carried their weapons on their backs when they were picking tea leaves. The black bear suddenly rushed out. Sun Simiao's back was facing the black bear, so he didn't notice it. In order to save the old Taoist, Niu Yong didn't have time to pull out his weapon. He pulled Sun Simiao with one arm and took a slap from the black bear on his back. The sharp bear paw scratched several deep wounds on his back. After Niu Wu pulled out his weapon, he fought and killed the black bear. Then, he quickly treated his brother with the old Taoist. Niu Yong was only scratched on the back by the black bear. Although he was bleeding, it was only an external injury. To Niu Wu and Sun Simiao, it wasn't serious and wasn't fatal. Originally, Niu Wu saw that the old Taoist skills were much better than those of the doctors in the army. He thought that his brother was lucky that there was a doctor to treat him immediately when he was injured. However, who knew that Niu Yong would have a high fever that night and even become delirious? Niu Wu started to panic. Ignoring the old Taoist's advice, He carried his brother down the mountain and prepared to go to the county to seek medical treatment. Sun Simiao naturally couldn't leave him alone like this. He could only follow them down the mountain. Moreover, he had confirmed Niu Yang's injury. The wound was already ulcerated. It was incurable. Sun Simiao was also puzzled. The wound had already been treated. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. After listening to Li Wangyou's explanation today, the old Taoist seemed to understand something. He twirled his beard and looked at Li Wangyou. No one knew what he was thinking. Now that Niu Yang's life was finally out of danger after eating the cephalosporin capsule, Niu Wu was also energetic. He handed the basket of tea leaves they picked from the mountain to Li Wangyou. Xiao Lang, take a look. Are these the tea leaves you want? Chapter 90. Li Wangyou looked at it and was overjoyed. Haha, that's right. This is the Medicine King tea. Thank you so much. You don't have to thank me. You saved my brother's life. While the two of them were talking, Sun Simiao suddenly said, Kid, why did you call this old lady Tea King tea? Haha, old immortal, you don't know. This tea is. Li Wangyou couldn't finish his words. Damn, the tea was called Medicine King tea because the Medicine King Sun Simiao found it when he lived in seclusion in Taibai Mountain. How could he answer this question in front of Sun Simiao? How could he answer this question? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Sun Simiao was called the Medicine King in the Ming and Qing dynasties. How could he answer this damn question? This tea, well, it's good for the body. Maybe it was given by the Medicine King. That's why I called it Medicine King tea. Sun Simiao didn't care about Li Wangyou's messy explanation. He picked up a leaf of Medicine King tea and said, I also found this tea woman in Taibai Mountain. It can relieve summer heat, improve the brain and heart, strengthen the stomach, remove dampness, improve eyesight, and regulate menstruation. It's both a tea and a medicine. I didn't expect you to know it. Well, I found it by accident. So I asked the Niu brothers to pick some for me to try. The tea woman's fresh leaves can't be drunk directly. Since you like this tea, I have some tea leaves here. I'll give them to you. Sun Simiao took out a small bag of tea leaves from his medicine box and handed it to Li Wangyou. The Medicine King tea made by Sun Simiao himself. How much would it be sold in the future? Li Wangyou was overjoyed. He thanked Sun Simiao and took it with both hands. Pare and boil the water. Before Li Wangyou said anything, the beautiful boss had asked the little girl to boil the water. She had been longing for this tea for a long time. Li Wangyou instructed the old housekeeper to help Niu Wu take care of the sickly Niu Yong, and invited Sun Simiao to take a seat in the central room. After the water was boiled, a few cups of Medicine King tea were brewed. Li Wangyou took a deep breath of the tea and felt that it was more mellow and fragrant than the Medicine King tea he had drunk in his previous life. The tea was golden yellow in color. It tasted slightly sweet and bitter in the mouth, but it also had a refreshing fragrance. His lips and teeth were filled with the fragrance of tea. The beautiful female boss also took a sip. Her eyes were curved into crescents full of joy. She likes tea and coffee, but she hasn't had tea for a long time since she came to the Tang dynasty. Old immortal son, are you still planning to return to Mount Taibai? Li Wangyou politely poured tea for Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao nodded. That's right. Since I'm pursuing the way of immortality, I naturally have to cultivate in the mountains. When the eldest son of the Niu family recovers, I'll return to Mount Taibai. Li Wangyou knew that although Sun Simiao's medical skills were superb, he was wholeheartedly pursuing the way of immortality. The reason why Sun Simiao's medical skills were superb was mainly because he believed that in order for a cultivator to ascend and become an immortal, they had to cultivate virtue and accumulate kindness. The more kindness they accumulated, the higher their immortal rank would be. Sun Simiao had chosen the way of immortality to help the world and the people. Li Wangyou looked at the old Taoist with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and his heart began to beat faster. The medical conditions in the Tang dynasty were so poor. If either he or his beautiful female boss had a headache or fever, who would they go to for treatment? The Luoyuan medical workers in the county? Li Wangyou didn't trust their medical skills. Although the cephalosporin capsule was good, it could only be taken for 2 courses at most. Moreover, it wasn't a medicine that could cure all diseases. If he could trick Sun Simiao into staying in Dingzhou village, It would be like adding insurance to his life. Li Wangyo's eyes darted around, wondering how he could trick Sun Simiao into staying. This wasn't easy to do. Not to mention him, Pai Lupi had sent out many imperial edicts to invite Sun Simiao to come out of retirement and be conferred a title, but Sun Simiao, who was wholeheartedly pursuing the way of immortality, refused. When Li Ji ascended the throne, he invited Sun Simiao into the world. The old Taoist couldn't refuse and could only recommend his disciple, Lu Shanwei, to take up a post in the imperial hospital. The two emperors of the Tang dynasty hadn't been able to invite this old Taoist, so what could he do to make him stay? Li Wangyu didn't know what to say. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Since Sun Simiao entered the way of immortality through medicine and pursued great merit, then he could give him great merit. Wouldn't that be enough to attract the old Taoist to stay? Penicillin. This was definitely attractive enough. He remembered that he had once watched a Japanese drama called Dr. Ran. In the drama, a modern Japanese doctor traveled to the Edo period of Japan and made penicillin himself. He didn't know whether the drama had a scientific basis or not, but it seemed to be the case. The reason why Li Wangyu remembered it so clearly was that he thought it was nonsense after watching the drama, so he argued with people on the internet for a long time. However, a master who studied medicine said that the method in the drama was feasible. In the master's words, simple production of penicillin is not difficult at all. It's not much more complicated than brewing wine. Well, Li Wangyu was just a liberal arts student in a second-tier university. He didn't have any professional knowledge of medicine, so he couldn't refute it. He just remembered it in his heart. Li Wangyu thought of this and coughed softly. Old immortal. I wonder if you are interested in antibiotics? Oh, kid, you know how to make it. I know a little. Although I don't know how to make the medicine I gave Niu Dalong. I know another magic medicine called penicillin with the same effect. This is a magic medicine that can't be bought with money. Are you interested in it? Li Wangyu squinted his eyes and smiled. Sun Simiao was naturally interested. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the king of medicine. He repeatedly urged Li Wangyu to tell him how to make penicillin. Li Wangyu then narrated the process of how the male lead produced penicillin in the TV series, Dr. Ren. To make penicillin, the first thing to do was to extract penicillin from moldy items such as oranges. Then the juice from boiled taro was mixed with the juice from ground rice to make a culture medium solution, and the penicillin was added. After a week, the medicinal ingredients could be extracted from the propagated penicillin. The culture medium was filtered and mixed with vegetable oil. Then the aqueous solution containing penicillin could be extracted. After that, the aqueous solution of penicillin could be filtered and poured in pure distilled water to obtain a high-purity penicillin solvent. As for whether the extracted penicillin solvent could cure diseases and save people, Li Wangyu wouldn't try it. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't want to try this kind of crude penicillin. Li Wangyu's big lie had fooled the king of medicine, Sun Simiao. What kind of effect does this penicillin have? Sun Simiao was very interested. Tuberculosis, diphtheria, anthrax, heat, poison, phlegm and blood stasis can be effectively treated. Moreover, it has a miraculous effect on ulcers like Niu Dalong. Li Wangyu's words made Sun Simiao's eyes light up. Tuberculosis was a terminal disease in ancient times. How could he not be interested in Sun Simiao, who walked the path of medicine? Seeing that Sun Simiao really began to lower his head and think, Li Wangyu immediately stopped talking. Fooling the king of medicine really gave him a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 91. Li Wangyu wanted to persuade Sun Simiao to leave the mountain and stay in Dingzhou village. Naturally, this did not escape Su Chongqing's eyes. However, the beautiful boss gave Li Wangyu a look of approval. Obviously, the beautiful boss also thought of Li Wangyu's worries and naturally hoped that the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, could stay. In the Tang dynasty, who else could be more reliable than Sun Simiao? If the old Taoist could stay in Dingzhou village, it would be a pleasant surprise. Li Wangyu and the beautiful boss kept exchanging glances and instantly understood each other's meaning. Old immortal's son, do you abstain from certain foods? Li Wangyu asked carefully. After all, Sun Simiao was a Taoist and he did not know if he was a vegetarian. I don't abstain from meat and fish, but I don't eat cows, dogs, wild geese and black fish. Sun Simiao answered casually. Li Wangyu nodded in understanding. He knew that Sun Simiao was a Taoist of the righteous sect. Not eating cows, dogs, wild geese, and black fish was a rule set by the righteous sect's Taoist ancestor, Zhang Daoling. The reason he didn't eat beef was because his mount when he left Hanga Pass was the Azure Bull. In a sense, the Azure Bull was also a holy spirit of Taoism. Dogs represented loyalty, wild geese represented chastity, and black fish represented filial piety. Therefore, although the righteous sect's Taoists did not abstain from meat and fish, they did not eat these 4 things. While Sun Simiao was still thinking about the problem of penicillin, Su Chongqing had already left and went to the kitchen. Sister Chongqing, are you going to make lunch? I'll do it. You accompany Lang Jun to drink tea. Perrin saw Su Chongqing enter the kitchen and immediately rushed to cook. Su Chongqing reached out and pinched the little girl's face. She smiled and said, "No need. I'll cook myself today." Perrin, go find the old housekeeper and ask him to help kill the rooster at home. Also, bring the bacon sausages made with pig rice last time. Perrin stuck out her tongue and said, "Sister Chongqing, you ate so much today. We have an important guest at home today." "I know. It's that old Taoist. Is he very powerful?" I think he's not as good as Lang Jun." Lang Jun was the one who saved Niu Dalong's life. The little girl snorted. In Perrin's eyes, her Lang Jun was the best. All right, now you know that your Lang Jun is awesome. Hurry up and tell the old housekeeper to kill the chicken." Su Chongqing smiled and pushed the little girl out of the door. The reason why Su Chongqing wanted to cook personally was not only to show her respect for Sun Simiao, but also because she had her own plans. Since Li Wangyu wanted to keep Sun Simiao, then he would use multiple methods. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. The Medicine King was also a man. Su Chongqing was confident that his skills would make Sun Simiao reluctant to leave. After busying himself in the kitchen for half a day, Su Chongqing finally finished preparing lunch. As Niuwu was also there, she prepared quite a lot of food today. The table was filled with delicacies that had never appeared in the Tang dynasty. Salt-baked chicken, fried bacon, kung pao chicken, grilled lamb, sweet and sour pork, sour fish soup, braised meatballs. Li Wangyu respectfully invited Sun Simiao to eat. The old Taoist was also shocked by the table of delicacies that he had never seen before. Although Sun Simiao was not a foodie, he lived alone in Taibai Mountain. To put it bluntly, his taste buds were already out of his mouth. Not to mention the taste of the delicacies on the table, just the aroma that made people swallow their saliva was amazing. Other than Niu Yong, who was still unconscious on the bed, everyone sat at the table. Fortunately, when Su Chongqing asked Carpenter Lu to build the table, it was big enough for more than 10 people to eat together. "Old Immortal Son, come try this chicken. Tastes very good." "Old Immortal Son, see if this dish is to your taste." Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing were very enthusiastic about serving food to Sun Simiao, which made the old Taoist feel a little embarrassed. However, Su Chongqing's culinary skills were indeed excellent. Not to mention Sun Simiao, who had never eaten stir-fried dishes. Even Li Wangyu was nodding his head repeatedly as he ate. He hurriedly gave his beautiful boss a thumbs up. As for Niuwu, he ate so much that he almost buried his head in the bowl. Sun Simiao had lived for more than 80 years, but this meal was the most delicious one he had ever eaten. The old Taoist could not help but secretly wonder where the Li family came from. Li Jia Xiaolang knew a lot of strange things, and even the food at home was so delicious. It was even better than the imperial cuisine in the palace. That's right, Sun Simiao had eaten the imperial cuisine more than once. He had eaten the imperial cuisine in Beizhou. Pai Lupi had also invited Sun Simiao to eat the imperial cuisine of the Tang dynasty. However, it seemed that compared to the food of the Li family, the imperial cuisine was nothing. After a sumptuous lunch, Sun Simiao temporarily stayed with the Li family. Soon, the Li family gave the old Taoist even more surprises. Whether it was the tiled bathroom or the hot shower, not to mention the bright methane lamp, they all surprised the old Taoist who lived in seclusion on Mount Taibai all year round. However, Sun Simiao was only slightly surprised. In addition, he praised Li Wangyu's clever mind and did not say anything else. No matter how Li Wangyu exaggerated the penicillin and how he beat around the bush, Sun Simiao did not show any intention of staying, which made him very depressed. Fortunately, Li Wangyu understood. If he really could not make Sun Simiao stay, then so be it. Anyway, he knew that Sun Simiao lived in seclusion on Mount Tai Bai. If he really needed the King of Medicine's help, he could go up the mountain and ask the King of Medicine to treat him. The next morning Niu Yong woke up. Not only was his fever gone, but his body was also fine. He could even get up and walk. This was not strange. Niu Yong's body was originally good, and the injury was on his back. It was not a fatal injury. The reason why he looked like he was on the verge of death was mainly due to the infection of his wound. The cephalosporin capsule obviously had a magical effect on the people of the Tang dynasty. In this era where antibiotics were still zero, cephalosporin was not cheap and its effect was very obvious. After Li Wangyu woke up early, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Niu Yong was already moving around in the front yard with the help of Niu Wu. "Dalong, you're awake? You scared me. You must be careful in the future." Li Wangyu trotted forward and looked Niu Yong up and down. Niu Yong shook off his brother's support. Ignoring the injury on his back, he was about to kneel down in front of Li Wangyu. "Erlang, quickly support your eldest brother." Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. "Dalong, what are you doing? You must not." "Erlang, let go. You also kneel down in front of me." Niu Yong stared at Niu Wu. Ignoring Li Wangyu's dissuasion, he directly knelt down. "Xiao Lang, I have no way to repay you for saving my life. If you don't mind me being useless, me and my brother want to be your troops. I hope Xiao Lang can fulfill our wish." Niu Yong's words made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. "What did you say? Be my troops?" Is Niu Dalong confused from the fever? Chapter 92. What was a troop? They were both servants and private soldiers. Not to mention that Li Wangyu had nothing to do with private soldiers. The key point was that a troop was not a good person. In the Tang dynasty, a troop was a subsidiary of the main family. Although it was not as useless as a servant, it was not much better. The only difference between a troop and a servant was that in the Tang dynasty, it was stipulated in the law of the Tang dynasty that a servant was the property of the main family, but a troop was not. A troop could marry a good girl, a guest girl, or a servant girl. In addition, a troop could not be bought or sold. Their status was equal to that of a servant. In other words, although a troop was not a servant, it was only a little better than a servant. Their social status was lower than that of a good person. As a good person, the Niu brothers were stupid. They wanted to join the Li family and become a troop? Li Wangyu could not help but look at himself up and down. Could this 16-year-old thin body emit some kind of aura? "Dalong, what nonsense are you talking about? Why do you want to be a troop? Although you and I have not known each other for a long time, I respect my two elder brothers. It is my duty to treat your illness. Dalong, get up quickly. Don't mention this again. Erlang, persuade your elder brother. He is probably sick and confused." Of course, Li Wangyu would refuse the Niu brothers' proposal. He was not the kind of villain who would take advantage of others. He also did not think that others would have to give themselves to him just because he saved Niu Yong. In fact, Li Wangyu did not know that the reason why Niu Dalong made such a decision was related to himself. Yesterday, in order to persuade Sun Simiao to stay, he bragged that the cephalosporin capsule and penicillin were the only magic medicine in the world. He bragged that it was priceless and could not be bought with money. As a result, after Niu Yong woke up, Niu Wu told him word for word. Niu Yong was a person who would rather starve himself and take the prey he hunted to help his fellow soldiers. How could he accept such a big favor for nothing? In his opinion, how could his life be exchanged for such magic medicine? Therefore, Niu Yong didn't discuss it with Niu Wu and decided on his own to be part of the Li family and protect the Li family. As for Niu Wu, he had always listened to his eldest brother since he was young. Even though he was in his 30s now, he was still the same. Of the two brothers, their parents passed away early. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Niu Wu was basically brought up by Niu Yong. Originally, only one of the two brothers could be selected as a prefectural soldier. In order to not leave his brother, Niu Wu used all kinds of methods to get someone to take him in, and he became a government soldier with his brother. And because Niu Yong had lost an arm to save him, Niu Wu felt even more guilty in his heart. Towards his elder brother's words, he was completely obedient and did not disobey in the slightest. His elder brother said that he wanted to be a member of the Li family's troop, But Niu Wu didn't feel any resentment at all. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with being part of the Li family's troop. Li Jia Xiaolang was gentle and capable. As the head of the family, he was simply perfect. Moreover, the Li family's food was simply too delicious. Niu Wu had lived for more than 30 years, but he had never eaten anything more delicious than the Li family's food. If Su Chongqing knew that his meal didn't make Sun Simiao's stomach stay, but made Niu Wu's stomach stay, he probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. So when his elder brother told him to kneel and join the Li family, Niu Wu actually grinned widely. Ignoring Li Wangyu's objections, he listened to Niu Yong's words and kowtowed several times to Li Wangyu. Xiaolang, no Langjun, I will listen to my eldest brother. From now on, us two brothers will be members of the Li family. Li Wangyu glared at Niu Wu, his heart filled with anger. I told you to persuade your elder brother. Why are you also running a fever and not thinking clearly? Why are you causing trouble here? Delong Erlang, what are you doing? Get up quickly. The three people's movements in the front yard startled all the beautiful boss and the others. After figuring out what had happened, everyone's reactions were different. The old housekeeper and Perrin looked at the Niu brothers with admiration. Their eyes were full of encouragement, thinking that the Niu brothers should be like this. Sun Simiao just stroked his beard and smiled, not expressing his opinion. He was more interested in Niu Yong's fast recovery. At first, the beautiful boss was confused. She didn't understand why the Niu brothers knelt to Li Wangyu, and what the troop meant. After she quietly asked Perrin about the meaning of the troops, she was completely stunned. As a modern person, she, like Li Wangyu, found it hard to understand that someone would be willing to become a vassal in order to repay a debt of gratitude. To put it bluntly, it was equivalent to selling oneself to their family. Li Wangyu also couldn't accept it, but no matter how he persuaded, the Niu brothers didn't get up. Li Wangyu was also speechless. He simply ignored the two idiots and went back to the backyard. Big brother Xiaolang, oh no Langjun, he left. What should we do now? Niu Wu saw Li Wangyu leave and was also a little anxious. Niu Yong looked at Li Wangyu's back and said with a determined expression, Erlang, help me up. Let's go. Big brother, your injury hasn't healed yet. Let's talk about it after you recover. There's no hurry. Niu Wu persuaded. Are you going or not? Niu Yong stared at him. Niu Wu immediately cowered and helped his brother up. Niu Yong didn't care that his back injury hadn't healed. He said goodbye to the old housekeeper Li Heng and left. Niu Wu helped his brother out of the Li family's gate. Seeing the two leave, Li Heng shook his head in disappointment. He only cared about the prosperity of the Li family. Someone offered to be his troop, but the young master refused. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. He felt sorry for his Longjuan's stubbornness. After the Niu brothers left, Sun Simiao also said his goodbyes. Alone, he carried the medicine box and returned to Taibai Mountain. This made Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing feel a wave of melancholy. It was really regrettable that they did not manage to keep the king of medicine. Suppressing his disappointment, Li Wangyu ordered Perrin to deliver medicine to the Niu brothers. The cephalosporin capsules had to be taken 3 times a day for 3 consecutive days. Niu Yong still hadn't taken his medicine today. In the end, the little girl came back quickly and said that the Niu family's door was locked. She asked the neighbors and said that the two brothers didn't come home. Niu Yong was still injured. Where could they have run to? Li Wangyu was also a little anxious. He didn't ignore their ridiculous request in the morning, so the two brothers ran off to do something stupid, right? He took out the white horse at home and rode it to search all the fields in the village. He didn't see the Niu brothers. He asked a lot of familiar villagers. Some said that they saw Niu Erlang help Dalong out of the village, but they didn't know what they were going to do. Li Wangyu felt that something was wrong. But because he couldn't find the Niu brothers, he could only give up. In the end, later that day, the Niu brothers returned to the Li family again. The old village chief also came with them. Something that made Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing flabbergasted happened. Chapter 93. The Niu brothers and the old village chief entered the door together, holding a document issued by the county government in their hands. The old village chief was asked by the Niu brothers to be a witness. Dalong Erlang, what are you holding? Li Wangyu asked, puzzled. A document issued by the county government. I, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, volunteered to become members of the Li family. We have already registered with the county government. Today, the old village chief is here to be a witness. Niu Yong's words shocked Li Wangyu. The two brothers actually went to the county government to complete the formalities because Li Wangyu did not agree. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the document in Niu Wu's hand, and looked at it carefully. It was indeed a document issued by the county government. It was written clearly in black and white that Niu Yong and Niu Wu of Dingzhou village in Hu County were attached to the Li family as members. Li Wangyu pointed at the Niu brothers. He opened his mouth for a long time but did not know what to say. Why can you apply for this document without me being present? Isn't the county government messing around? Li Wangyu did not understand how the Niu brothers got the document. Hey Lang Jun. Isn't it because you are familiar with Registrar Liu? My brother and I told him that it was you who asked us to go to the county government to apply for the document. He naturally nodded and agreed. Lang Jun didn't need to show up, so he helped us with the document. Niu Wu's words almost made Li Wangyu vomit blood. Damn, isn't this taking the back door? The Niu brothers actually used his name to take the back door, and turned themselves into members of the Li family. How can this be justified? Li Wangyu rubbed his swollen forehead and rolled his eyes. I can write a document for you. I will handle it with Registrar Liu. Before he could finish his words, Niu Yong used his only arm to pull out a dagger from his waist. He knelt down on one knee and said, Lang Jun, if you really want to do this, then my brother and I will be too ashamed to face anyone. Let's just die in front of you today. Take it as returning my life to you. Niu Yong's words gave Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing a fright. What was he trying to do? Why did they have to commit suicide if they didn't accept them as part of the troops? Li Wangyu was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He rushed to Niu Wu and roared, Erlang, what are you standing there for? Quickly take away your big brother's saber. Hearing this, Niu Wu actually grinned. Following his brother's example, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and knelt down on one knee. Lang Jun, I can't listen to you on this matter. If you don't agree to let us become part of the Li family's troops, we won't have the face to walk out of the Li family alive today. Seeing the actions of the Niu brothers, the old village Zheng did not try to persuade them. Instead he said to Li Wangyu, Xiaolang, the Niu brothers know how to repay kindness. This is what they should do. Just accept them. Otherwise, they won't be able to face anyone in this village. Li Wangyu glared speechlessly at the old village Zheng. Why were you adding to the trouble? After the old village Zheng finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He happily stood to the side to watch the show. You too. Put down the saber. I agree, okay? Li Wangyu was at his wits' end. Why did he run into these two stubborn people? He was afraid that if he really refused, the two brothers would really stab the saber into his chest. Li Wangyu had a thorough understanding of the straightforward personalities of the men from Guangzhou. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, Niu Yong and Niu Wu's eyes lit up. You mean what you say? Less nonsense. Hurry and put away the saber. Perrin, go get this bastard's medicine. He hasn't taken his medicine today. Li Wangyu was speechless. He turned and walked toward the rear courtyard. Sooner or later, I'll be angered to death by these two people. Li Heng, arrange rooms for the Niu brothers. Li Heng and Perrin smiled and agreed. They started to help the Niu brothers settle in. The old village Zheng congratulated Su Chongqing and said a few more words to the Niu brothers. He then turned and went home. In the old village Zheng's view, the Niu brothers being part of the Li family's troops was not a disgrace to them. Given the ability that Li Xiaolang had shown, the old village Zheng was old and shrewd. Although he had not read many books, he had long determined that this child's future was limitless. Although the Niu brothers were good people in Dingzhou village, their lives were poor. The two brothers were in their 30s and hadn't even found a wife. Rather than this, they might as well join the Li family's troops. The old village Zheng dared to use his head to guarantee that Li Xiaolang would not treat the two brothers unfairly. After Li Wangyu was forced to compromise and accept the Niu brothers packed their things and moved into Lai Hot that day. They didn't want the shabby house they had in the village. In any case, they didn't have any valuable belongings. Li Wangyu said that he disliked the two, but in reality, he was very happy. There were only 4 people in this family. The old were old and the young were young. He and Su Chongqing didn't have much ability to protect themselves. Although the people in the village were simple and honest, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be people from outside the village who would have bad thoughts after learning about the Li family's prosperity. The Niu brothers were strong and powerful. They were also the kings of soldiers in the army. Although they were disabled, ordinary men were not their opponents. As for the Niu brothers' character, he was not worried at all. They would rather starve themselves and send food to their dead and disabled comrades. If he didn't trust such people, who else could he trust? After the Niu brothers settled down in the front yard, Su Chongqing immediately sent them food and asked about their well-being. The two were very moved. Su Chongqing was able to become a department manager at such a young age not only because of her high education, but also because she was quite handy in dealing with people. Since the Niu brothers had become the Li family's troops, she naturally had to take out the magnanimity of the hostess and brush up the Niu brothers' loyalty. That's right, the beautiful boss had also played the Romance of the Three Kingdoms series, and had a deep understanding of how to brush up loyalty. However, it was clear that her actions were in vain. Since the Niu brothers were Guanzhong men and had recognized a master, their loyalty was definitely at the max level. In reality, the beautiful boss's current status in the Li family was a bit awkward because she appeared as Li Wangyou's cousin. However, Li Heng and Perrin, the two elders of the Li family, knew that their Mr. Xiao Lang didn't have a distant cousin. However, if they said that she was the person their Lang Jun wanted to marry, Li Heng and Perrin both felt that the age difference between the two was too big. Secondly, they didn't know where this woman came from. In short, Li Heng and Perrin were now pretending to be confused. No one would say anything about Su Chongqing's identity. To outsiders, they would only say that she was their Longjuan's distant cousin. However, this excuse also caused a lot of trouble in the future. This is a story for the future, so let's not talk about it for now. Li Wangyu ran into trouble again, and this trouble made him feel quite conflicted. Chou Kuan came back from Chang'an City. Not only did he come back, but he also brought a gift to Li Wangyu to thank him for giving the water wheel blueprint to the Chou family. However, this gift gave Li Wangyu a headache. Chapter 94. The gift that Chou Kuan brought for the Li family was something that Li Wangyu would never have expected. For pretty maids. This was the present that damn fatty gave to Li Wang. If his beautiful superior hadn't fallen into Li Wangyou's bathtub, he would have been very happy to accept this gift. He would have even quietly asked the fatty if he had blonde-haired and blue-eyed prostitutes. As a normal man in his 20s, having these pretty maids to serve him was of course a good thing. Li Wangyu wasn't a moralist, a fake scholar, or a disabled person who had been sent to the palace. Whoever dared to say that they didn't like it was absolutely hypocritical to the extreme. But right now, he didn't dare to reveal a trace of liking. Ever since the fatty Chou Kuan brought the 4 specially selected maids into the Li family's door, his beautiful superior didn't reveal a trace of a smile on her face. From time to time, her cold gaze would wander around Li Wangyou's body, making him shudder. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the damn fatty for not knowing how to speak. If he had said that they were sent to the residence to be rough maids, then it would have been fine. This guy opened his mouth and said, "These 4 maids are all virgins and are very clean. If Xiao Lang likes, they can warm your bed at night. Haha, it would also be a great joy in life. Warm your sister. Do you dare to speak any louder? Fatty, you're too wretched. I'm ashamed to be associated with you." After Su Chongqing heard the fatty's words, the frost on her face could have turned into ice. Under the influence of her aura, not to mention Perrin, even the old housekeeper wisely shut his mouth and didn't say a word. Li Wangyu was extremely annoyed by this, and his heart was constantly galloping. "Su Chongqing, you're not this father's girlfriend, nor are you my wife. What right do you have to look at me like that? If you look at me again, do you believe that I won't eat you tonight?" Of course, as a coward, these were all just Li Wangyou's psychological activities. At this moment, he sat on the chair with a serious expression and looked straight into the fatty's eyes. "Brother Chou, I appreciate your good intentions, but please take these 4 maids back." After saying this, Li Wangyu felt a stab of pain in his conscience. The 4 maidservants sent by the fatty were all around 14 to 15 years old. Their appearances were decent and could be considered delicate and pretty. According to Li Wangyo's understanding from the memory of the previous owner of this body, such a female servant in Chang and Shi City would cost at least dozens of copper coins to buy. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the fatty, thinking, "It's good that you're so kind as to give me these 4 maidservants. I'll definitely happily accept." His beautiful boss's gaze made him feel uneasy, so how could he dare to open his mouth and say yes? "Xiao Lang, that won't do. These 4 maidservants were specially chosen by my master for you. I know that you, Xiao Lang, are a sentimental person. That water wheel blueprint was taken advantage of by my enemy. If I give you copper coins, wouldn't it be tacky? In addition, I know that you don't have many people in your house, so I sent these 4 maidservants to you. Xiao Lang, please don't refuse." The fatty's words were sincere, but Li Wang, you really wanted to tell him, "We can be tacky." "Brother Cho, this is really inappropriate. Brother Cho, please take these 4 maidservants back." "No, how can I take back a gift that was sent to my door? If this matter were to spread out, where would my Cho family put their face?" "Xiao Lang, please don't mention this matter." The fatty shook his head like a rattle drum. The 2 of them were like this, one didn't want to accept, and the other insisted on giving. They had a battle of words for a long time. Li Wangyo's mouth was dry, but he still didn't dispel the fatty's idea of giving gifts. "That's enough, stop arguing. Leave them here." The beautiful superior's cold voice sounded, making Li Wangyu feel as if he had heard the sound of nature. But before Li Wangyu could speak, the beautiful superior spoke again. "Humph, but I will personally take care of these 4 maidservants. You don't have any objections, right?" On the surface, she was asking for Li Wangyo's opinion, but the coldness in her voice made even the fatty to the side couldn't help but shiver. This woman, what a strong aura! "No objections, I don't have any objections." Li Wangyo's head was the same as the fatty's, shaking it very quickly. Sometimes a man's desire to live was very strong. Su Chongqing coldly snorted and led the 4 maidservants to the rear courtyard. The little maidservant, Perrin, made a face at Li Wangyu, then lifted her skirt and ran in. The old housekeeper was also very sensible. Seeing that Li Wangyo's expression was not good, he quickly said to go to the kitchen to boil water and make tea and quickly left the central room. This made the fatty confused. What was going on? Why was the atmosphere in the Li family so strange today? Although he could see that the relationship between Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing was unusual, the fatty thought that he had given Li Wangyu a few maidservants. Why would Su Chongqing be angry? Wasn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? What's more, this was not a marriage, but just a few maidservants. In the eyes of the Tangs, maidservants were just the property of the family. No mistress would be jealous of the relationship between the master and the maidservant. Oh, of course, there was no such thing as jealousy in the Tang dynasty at this time. This word would only appear after Pai Lupi gave the vinegar to Fang Xianling. Li Wangyu was sure that his beautiful boss was jealous. He seemed to be a little happy that Su Chongqing was jealous of him. If this was known by his colleagues in the company in the future, who knew how many glasses would be broken? However, when it came to jealousy, Li Wangyu sympathized with comrade old Fang. How similar would the situation he would encounter in the future be to his current situation? The 2 of them were in the same boat. Pai Lupi rewarded Fang Xianling with beauties from the western regions, but Fang Xuanling's wife refused. Pai Lupi, who had lost face, was burning with anger. He summoned Lady Fang into the palace and asked her to choose between drinking the poisoned wine and allowing Fang Xianling to take in a concubine. In the end, Lady Fang resolutely chose to drink the poisoned wine. After drinking it, she found that it was vinegar that Pai Lupi had people prepare. The word jealous was passed down for hundreds of generations. Poor comrade old Fang was the model of a man with a rake in his ears. In Sichuan, the word rake in his ears meant a man who was afraid of his wife. After Fatty Cho Kuan gave the gifts, he shamelessly stayed in the Li family again. Last time, he left reluctantly because he had to rush back to Chang and to send the blueprint to his father for the water wheel. The Li family's delicious food, the Li family's bathroom and hot showers made Fatty very reluctant to leave. This time, after returning to Chang'an for a few days, Cho Yuanliang had found a carpenter to build a small water wheel. After confirming that the effect was very good, he hurriedly asked his son to give Li Wangyu a gift to express his gratitude. After Fatty shamelessly settled down in the Li family, the originally sparse Li family immediately became bustling with noise and excitement. Su Chongqing naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the 4 maidservants sent by the Cho family. She was just being careful. After bringing them to the backyard, she gave them a beating and assigned them their duties. Although the little last parent had long been free and was a good person, she still stubbornly wanted to take care of Li Wangyu. Su Chongqing could only helplessly agree. The 4 maidservants sent by the Cho family were sent to the Li family. There was no need to think about warming the bed. Cutting grass, feeding the horses, cleaning, washing clothes and cooking, these were the daily tasks. The family of 4 became a family of 10 plus the resident Fatty. The originally small house with 2 entrances actually felt a little crowded. Li Wangyu wondered if he should hurry up and earn money to expand the residence. Why were there suddenly so many people in the house? However, he didn't have time to think about this matter these days. The transformation of the saline alkali soil had already reached the final stage. He was busy directing the men in the village to work in the fields. He could be considered very diligent. Li Wangyu had some difficulties in choosing what to plant after the saline alkali soil was improved. Chapter 95. Li Wangyu was struggling with whether to plant rice or sorghum in the improved saline alkali soil. Sorghum was widely planted in the Tang dynasty. It was drought-resistant, water-resistant, saline alkali-resistant, and barren-resistant. It was very suitable for farming in the improved saline alkali soil. The sorghum that Li Wangyu planted was not to be used for food, but to be used for wine. Sorghum straw could also be used to feed livestock. It was a very suitable crop for his 300 mu of land, but rice also seemed to be very suitable. Low-alkaline rice was still very expensive in the future. Li Wangyu planned to use the 3-dimensional paddy farming technology of the future to plant it. Li Wangyu remembered that there was a big farmer in his village who raised catfish in the paddy fields. As a result, every catfish raised in the paddy fields weighed 2 to 3 caddies. The harvest per mu was more than 700 caddies of catfish and 1,000 caddies of rice per mu. One had to know that 1,000 caddies was equivalent to 10 dawn of grain. In the Tang dynasty, the grain yield per mu was less than 1 dan. The difference was too big. Li Wangyu was very clear about the benefits of 3-dimensional paddy farming. The fish ate the pests and weeds in the paddy fields and could also loosen the soil. The fish excrement could make the soil of the paddy fields fertile, creating a good environment for rice to grow. But sorghum could be used to make wine. That was a huge profit. Li Wangyu was reluctant to give it up. What was even more painful was that no matter what he planted, he could not avoid the locusts that were coming. Whether it was sorghum or rice, the spring sowing was in the 3rd lunar month, which happened to be the time when the locusts broke out in Guangzhou. If he planted sorghum and rice seedlings at this time, wouldn't he be giving food to the locusts? In a few days, the locusts would eat up all the crops in his 300 mu of land. But if he did not plant them, he could not prove to Yang Quan that the improved saline alkali soil had been completed. This made Li Wangyu even more difficult. His beautiful boss did not grow up in the countryside, nor did she live in the countryside. She had no suggestions in this regard. On this day, Li Wangyu squatted by the riverbank and looked at the fields without any care for his image. This saline alkali soil had already been washed and soaked 3 times, and was in the process of transplanting. In other words, good soil from other places was transported and spread over the original saline alkali soil. The 20 oxen of the Li family had already been hitched to the carts, and were continuously hauling the soil from afar, dumping it on the ground. After that, they would fertilize the soil to increase the fertility of the soil. Then, the 300 mu of land could officially be cultivated. Li Wangyu, who grew up in the countryside, was born with an unusual love for the land. A total of 300 mu of land belonged to him, so he had to come to the edge of the field every day to have a look. The more he looked at this piece of land, the more Li Wangyu liked it. In the end, he slapped his thigh and decided to plant rice. As a small landlord with aspirations, Li Wangyu wanted to show the people of the Tang dynasty what 3-dimensional farming was. By the way, not only can you raise fish in the rice field, you can also raise ducks. Duck? Duck. Li Wangyu was shocked. He felt as if he had forgotten something. He began to think carefully. What was it that had to do with the duck? Locusts. Ducks. A vague memory of his previous life came back to him. He remembered reading a report that an insect research institute in Guangdong had done an experiment, and a large number of ducks were introduced to the farmland to hunt locusts. As a result, 2,000 ducks devoured all the locusts on thousands of mu of land. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but slap his own head. This pig brain, why didn't he think of this earlier? Yes, ducks. With ducks they could fight against locusts, and at least the crops in Dingzhou village could be saved. Haha, so what if it was a plague of locusts? Let's see if there are more locusts or more ducks. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu directly jumped on the back of the horse and rushed to the county. If he wanted to buy a large number of ducks, he had to find the chicken and duck vendors in the county. If there were not enough ducks in the county, Li Wangyu was ready to go to Chang'an to buy ducks. The county market in Tianhu County was quite lively. After the news of Li Wangyu buying a large number of ducks spread out, the chicken and duck vendors in the county market all gathered around. Li Wangyu calculated the copper coins and gold at home. There were about 150 strings of coins left. He left 50 strings of coins for the family's working capital, and the rest of the money was ready to buy ducks. Li Wangyu bargained with several chicken and duck vendors in the county and agreed on the price. An adult duck was 30 copper coins, and a duckling was 5 copper coins. After calculating, Li Wangyu could buy thousands of ducks. With so many ducks, it should be enough to protect the fields in Dingzhou village. Because of the large number, these chicken and duck vendors also needed time to collect ducks. So Li Wangyu made an appointment with them. 10 days later, the vendors would send the ducks to Dingzhou village. At that time they would exchange money and goods. He came out in a hurry and forgot to bring copper coins. There was no way to pay the vendors. Li Wangyu felt a little embarrassed. When he was about to ask them to go back to Dingzhou village with him to get money, someone recognized him as Li Jiaxiaolang from Dingzhou village. What Li Wangyu didn't expect was that after someone recognized him, these vendors actually said that there was no need to pay the deposit. The ducks would be delivered in 10 days. Haha, Li Jiaxiaolang from Dingzhou village. How can we not trust him? That's right, Li Jiaxiaolang is a literary star who came down to earth. How can he deceive us? No need to pay the deposit, no need to pay the deposit. The ducks will be delivered in 10 days. Xiaolang, last time your village had a pig slaughtering feast. This time you bought so many ducks. Are you going to eat a duck slaughtering feast? Bayou foodie. Dingzhou village only has more than 100 households. How can they eat so many ducks? It must be Xiaolang who has other uses. Don't you know who Li Jiaxiaolang is? He is the person who made the water wheel. That's right, that's right. I specially went to Dingzhou village to see that water wheel. TSK, it's amazing. It doesn't need any manpower and it automatically carries water. I heard that Yang Mingfu has begun to recruit craftsmen to promote this water wheel in the county. Li Jiaxiaolang has done a good deed for us. Our village's chief also said that he wants to burn incense for you, Xiaolang. When these words were said, Li Wangyu's face turned black. Are they thanking me or cursing me? Is there anyone who would burn incense for a living person? In short, the conversation in the market was getting more and more crooked. Some people had already begun to discuss whether the Li family's ancestral grave was emitting smoke. Li Wangyu could only quickly ride his horse and run away. No matter which dynasty, no matter if it was 1,000 years ago or not, the Chinese people's ability to gossip was still so valiant. He couldn't help but admire it. However, Li Wangyu was still somewhat happy in his heart. Hearing so many people praise him, it showed that they had a good eye. The only regret was that no one praised him for being handsome. After settling the matter of purchasing the ducks, Li Wangyu rode back to the village. He still had to communicate with his beautiful boss and the village chief. Otherwise, when thousands of ducks were delivered to the village in 10 days, would he have to raise them himself? Chapter 96. Li Wangyu forgot to inform Su Chongqing that the ducks could kill the locusts. He hurried off to the county to purchase the ducks. After returning to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu hurried to report this to his beautiful boss. The family's finances were now managed by his beautiful boss. If Li Wangyu wanted to spend money, he had to inform Su Chongqing first. Regarding this, the old butler kept shaking his head. He thought Li Wangyu was too useless as the head of the family. How could he let a woman manage the family's finances? Li Wangyu, on the other hand, thought it was reasonable. Not to mention, the projects that his beautiful boss handled were all worth hundreds of millions. Li Wangyu didn't see any problem with this woman managing the family's finances. Weren't all men in his previous life like this? Furthermore, he had a business administration student from the University of Pennsylvania, helping him manage the family's finances. What was there to worry about? Su Chongqing was shocked when he heard that Li Wangyu planned to use more than 100 strings of copper coins to purchase the ducks. However, after listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, his beautiful boss nodded immediately. She agreed with him. As the saying goes, if you're poor, you should take care of yourself. If you're rich, you should help the world. Since Li family had the ability to take care of the village, naturally they had to do it. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was worried that the old villager wouldn't agree to rearing the thousands of ducks in the village's fields. Guanzhong Road was mainly used to grow wheat. It was considered a dry land. To rearing thousands of ducks in the fields, the farmers might not agree. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't tell the old villager that the ducks were reared to eat the locusts. Everyone in the Tang dynasty believed that the locusts were released by the locust god. Who would dare to kill them? Their worries were not unfounded. Li Wangyu invited the old villager into his home. As soon as he mentioned his idea, the old villager shook his head. No, Xiaolang, you can't do that. It's fine if you're rearing some ducks at home, but thousands of ducks in the fields, how can you do that? Old Muramesa, don't worry. The ducks won't eat the wheat seedlings. I can guarantee that. If the ducks eat the crops in the field, I will pay for all the costs. Li Wangyu continued to persuade the old Muramesa. Xiaolang, how are you going to feed these thousands of ducks? How can there be so much food to feed the ducks during the spring plowing season? I have my own plans. I will buy enough feed from the county. You don't have to worry about it, Li Wangyu said casually. In fact, he didn't intend to buy any food to feed the ducks. He just wanted the ducks to catch locusts to eat. When the plague of locusts came, the locusts would cover the sky and cover the earth. Even the ducks might not be able to eat all of them, so there was no need to worry about starving. That won't do either. There are thousands of ducks. Who are you going to let loose for you? During the spring plowing season, even half-grown boys had to work in the fields. Who would take care of the ducks for you? Without anyone watching over them, were they going to let thousands of ducks run amok in the fields of the village? That would be terrible. No. Xiaolang, what you are doing is ridiculous. Li Wangyu thought about it. The old Muramesa's words made sense. It was impossible for thousands of ducks to be taken care of without anyone watching over them. Besides, there must be a duck shed and someone to take care of the ducks. The spring plowing season was the most important thing. Even the emperor of the Tang dynasty had to pay attention to it. He really couldn't spare anyone to take care of the ducks for him. This wasn't transforming the saline alkali soil. He could just transfer some strong men to do it for a while. He did do it a little hastily. But if it weren't for the locusts, Li Wangyu wouldn't be so nervous. The most annoying thing was that he knew that ducks could kill locusts, but he couldn't persuade the old Muramesa with this reason. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. It wasn't easy to be a Lei Feng in the Tang dynasty. In fact, the problem of the duck shed was easy to solve. He could take an acre of land from the saline alkali soil and build a duck shed. It was enough to accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 ducks. In 10 days, the masons and carpenter Lu in the village should be enough to help him build the duck shed. The key was the problem of manpower to take care of the ducks. This was the most important thing. If he wanted to use these thousands of ducks to kill locusts, they must be free-range. They must be driven to the fields to eat during the day and driven back to the duck shed in the evening. This required a lot of manpower. During the spring plowing season, where could he find people to take care of the ducks for him? While he was worrying, Li Wangyu suddenly remembered Zhao Xiaonyang, the girl who sold the pigs to him. There were a lot of girls of her age in the village. In the village, it was the men and boys who worked during the spring plowing season. Girls like Zhao Xiaonyang didn't seem to be busy with the spring plowing. The women of the Tang dynasty didn't have the habit of going out to work. Li Wangyu felt that if he could organize the girls in the village to take care of the ducks for him, the problem would be solved. Old Muramesa, what do you think? There are a lot of unmarried girls like Zhao Xiaonyang in the village. Why don't you let them take care of the ducks for me? I'll pay them. 3 copper coins a day. How about that? What? Xiaolang, do you have a lot of money? You'll pay a girl 3 copper coins a day? Just help you look after the ducks? The old villager was shocked by Li Wangyu's words and suddenly stood up. Li Wangyu was shocked by the old man's action. What was he going to do? Old Muramasa, can you find someone to help? If it's not enough, we can negotiate. He didn't think that the villagers of the Tang dynasty worked hard all year round, but their per capita income was actually less than the usual, about 800 copper coins. Zhou village couldn't even catch up with the per capita income of the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, Yang Quan wouldn't have agreed to reduce part of the rent so easily. He proposed to ask the girls in the village to take care of the ducks for him. 3 copper coins a day, more than 1,000 copper coins a year, which was a lot of copper coins. How could the old Muramasa not be surprised? Li Wangyu didn't feel that the price was too high. Instead, he felt that it was too low. After all, breakfast in Chang'an City costs more than 10 copper coins a person. 3 copper coins a day to ask someone to take care of the ducks for him was really a little apologetic. The old Muramasa was panting and staring at Li Wangyu. After a long while, he asked, Xiaolang, how many girls are you going to find to take care of the ducks for you? Li Wangyu estimated that in 10 days, he would be able to buy at least 4,000 ducks. It shouldn't be a problem for one person to take care of 200 ducks. 20 people. It doesn't matter if it's more or less. That's 60 copper coins a day. Xiaolang, you have to think carefully. The old Muramasa still wanted to persuade him. In his opinion, it was too wasteful. No problem. Old Muramasa, help me contact them. Let them come to me in 10 days. The old Muramasa's lips trembled, but he didn't continue to object. The matter of raising ducks in the village field was settled. He couldn't object. Who wouldn't pay a girl 3 copper coins a day to take care of the ducks? Li Jia Xiaolang also said that if the ducks damaged the crops in the field, he would be responsible for the compensation. He was not afraid that the farmers in the village would disagree. Seeing that Li Wangyu insisted, the old Muramasa left and went to help him find suitable candidates to take care of the ducks. After the old Muramasa left, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The labor cost of the Tang dynasty was really low. In fact, Li Wangyu was not unwilling to pay more. However, if he gave too much, it might not be a good thing. As the saying goes, a small amount of rice owes a debt of gratitude. Li Wangyu was really worried that rashly offering high salaries to the girls in the village would cause some unnecessary trouble. Dingzhou village suddenly became lively because Li Wangyu suddenly wanted to raise ducks. Chapter 97. In the view of the farmers, only an idiot wouldn't be willing to pay their daughters 3 won a day to help with the ducks. Although Zhaonyang had earned about 8 strings of copper from selling the 2 pigs to Li Wangyu, she had raised those 2 pigs for almost 2 years. In order to raise the pigs well, she and her mother had to wake up early and work late every day to gather pigweed and feed the pigs. It was very tiring. If it wasn't to sell to Li Wangyu, but to other pork merchants, the 2 pigs would at most be sold for 5 strings of copper. Now, just by helping the Li family with the ducks, she could earn 3 won a day. Her annual income was always more than enough to support the family. This matter caused Dingzhou village to boil over. The villagers who received the news almost stepped on the threshold of the old village chief's house to make it lower. Anyone who had an unmarried daughter would come over after the farming season to chat about daily life. In a roundabout way, they brought up the idea of having their daughters help the Li family with the ducks. Even when the old village chief's wife and daughter-in-law went to the river to wash clothes, they would be harassed by many of the village's wives. The meaning behind their words was that their daughters were honest and diligent. Fortunately, the men of Guangzhou were very open-minded and did not cause any unpleasantness over this matter. Even so, it was a headache for the old village chief. In the end, the old village chief prioritized taking care of the disabled families of the old soldiers in the village. In addition, he picked out a few honest and diligent servant girls to make a total of 20 people. While the old village chief was busy helping Li Wangyu choose where to herd the ducks, Li Wangyu was not idle. Because it was confirmed that the 300 mu of wasteland was going to be used for rice farming, then the first thing to do was to plan the fields. The biggest difference in rice farming was that they had to dig fish ditches and ponds in the rice fields. For every 2 mu of rice field, they had to dig a cross-shaped fish ditch in the rice field. These fish ditches had to be 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep to store water and raise fish. Right now, there were about 40 people in the village helping Li Wangyu manage the saline alkali soil. After the 300 mu of wasteland had been washed and soaked and fertilized, it had completely changed. Any farmer could tell that the saline alkali soil had really been improved and turned into a good land for planting crops. Oh my God, this saline alkali soil has actually become a treasure. When the old village chief said that Li Jia Xiaolang wanted to manage this saline alkali soil, I thought that Xiaolang's brain was damaged, haha. TSK. Li Jia Xiaolang is really capable. I heard that this piece of land was given to Xiaolang by the county for free? Isn't it? I have to say scholars are indeed different. They even know about such things. In the future, no matter what, I have to tighten my belt and let my child go to school to learn how to read. Look at this water wheel. In my opinion, the county only gave 10 cows and took away Xiaolang's water wheel blueprint. That's not generous enough. They should at least give him 20 more cows. Several farmers squatted on the ground and looked at Li Wangyu not far away. Their eyes were full of admiration and envy. Speaking of which, since Li Wangyu came to Dingzhou village, these farmers who were illiterate had changed their catchphrase to let the children go to school. This was a small contribution from Li Wangyu. Xiaolang, what are you going to plant on this piece of land? Wheat or sorghum? It's almost time to start farming. A farmer asked Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu pointed to the field and gestured to them. I want to plant rice. I need several brothers to help me dig some ditches in the field. He pointed to the field and told the farmers how to dig ditches. What? Xiaolang, are you joking? We know about planting rice. There are also irrigated fields nearby for planting rice. But why do you want to dig such deep ditches? Isn't this a waste of land? That's right. I've been farming for most of my life, but I've never heard of digging so many ditches in a good piece of land. Xiaolang, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This is too much of a waste of land. According to the way you dig, you'll dig 10 to 20% of the land. Isn't this a sin? As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, the group of farmers exploded. One after another, they tried to persuade Li Wangyu not to mess around. Li Wangyu just smiled at everyone's persuasion. However, he stubbornly asked everyone to listen to him and dig like this. He had his own uses. Seeing Li Jia Xiaolang being so stubborn, these farmers could only shake their heads and sigh. They felt that Li Jia Xiaolang, who was smart all his life, was stupid this time. He definitely did something stupid. Li Wangyu didn't explain this. It was very difficult to let the people of the Tang dynasty understand what modern three-dimensional farming was. It was better to wait until the final results came out and then let them be shocked. In fact, Li Wangyu wanted to persuade the farmers of Dingzhou village to plant rice with him. However, after thinking about it, he decided to wait until after the autumn harvest and his harvest came out. When there was a ready-made example in front of the villagers, he didn't have to worry that they wouldn't learn from him next year. With the water wheel carrying water for irrigation, coupled with three-dimensional rice farming, Li Wangyu believed that in less than 2 years, Dingzhou village would become a land of fish and rice. At that time it would be really beautiful. After 7 or 8 days, all the ditches in the rice field were dug. These days, the people from the surrounding villages who came to see the water wheel also pointed at Li Wangyu's rice field and burst into laughter from time to time. Obviously, they all expressed their disdain for digging a good piece of land into a mess. Even the farmers of Dingzhou village felt that they couldn't raise their heads. How could there be such a prodigal son in their village? What a sin! The old villager also argued with Li Wangyu for a long time because of this, hoping that he wouldn't mess around. A good 300 mu of land, after being dug like this, became about 240 mu. Not only did the old villager not understand, but Li Heng and the Niu brothers also didn't understand. Fatty Cho Kuan even thought that Li Wangyu was sick to come up with such an idea. Fatty Cho Kuan's family mostly planted rice in Jianan Road. He had never seen someone dig a good piece of rice field like this. However, no matter how they persuaded, Li Wangyu insisted on his own opinion. Li Heng and the others couldn't persuade Li Wangyu, so they wanted to ask Su Chongqing to persuade him. After all, Su Chongqing was basically half the master of the Li family. Li Wangyu would listen to her words. However, although Su Chongqing didn't understand farming, she knew about three-dimensional rice farming in the future. Naturally, she wouldn't interfere with Li Wangyou's practice. Therefore, in a situation where everyone's persuasion was ineffective, the 300 mu of rice field was dug according to Li Wangyou's idea. After the transformation of the rice field was completed, Li Wangyou began to mobilize the 5 water wheels to fill the rice field with water, preparing to soak the field and transplant the rice seedlings. Seeing that things had come to this, the old villager and the group of farmers all sighed. However, in less than 2 days, something even more unacceptable happened. This time, the old villager directly became angry with Li Wangyou. Chapter 98. Because Dingzhou village does not grow rice, naturally there is no seedling breeding. Li Wangyou rode to the surrounding villages and bought enough rice seedlings for 300 mu of paddy fields. When it was time to transplant the rice seedlings, Li Wangyou actually asked the farmers to throw the seedlings into the paddy fields, and then straighten them with their hands. This made the old villager angry. China was founded on agriculture, and since ancient times, agriculture has been valued. Rice seedling transplants must not be treated carelessly. Although 300 mu of paddy fields now belong to the Li family, Li Wangyou's excessive request made the old villager dare to go against Li Wangyou. Li family kid, aren't you messing around? Although I have never planted rice before, I know how to plant rice seedlings. How can you mess around like this? Li Wangyou was speechless. The reason why he asked the farmers to throw the seedlings was of course because he had his reasons. Throwing seedlings to plant rice seedlings did not need to manually transplant seedlings one by one. Instead, it needed to go through the process of throwing seedlings to the ground. The seedlings were thrown with soil, and the seedlings were buried shallowly into the soil. Throwing seedlings was an advanced rice planting method in the future. It saved time and effort, and the seedling's survival rate was high. After throwing seedlings, the seedlings would basically take root in 1 or 2 days, and new leaves would begin to grow in 3 days. The most important thing was that the yield per mu of paddy fields using throwing seedlings was about 10% higher than the yield per mu of paddy fields using hand transplants. But in the Tang dynasty, in the eyes of the old villager, Li Wangyou asking the farmers to throw seedlings to plant rice seedlings was simply messing around. Old villager, I am not messing around. This way the yield of rice will be higher. Li Wangyou still wanted to persuade this stubborn old man. Xiaolang, it's fine if you do other things, but you absolutely can't do farm work like this. This old man has been farming for his entire life. If I may be so bold as to say this, you will be punished by the heavens if you act so recklessly. Li Heng and the others also tried to persuade Li Wangyou, but Su Chongqing just covered her mouth and snickered. She did not say anything to help Li Wangyou. The beautiful boss was not stupid. She knew that although Li Wangyou was right, traditional views were not so easy to change. Especially in an agricultural society like the Tang dynasty, people would be criticized for randomly changing their farming methods. Previously, Li Wangyou had forced people to dig a ditch in the field, which had already caused a lot of discussion among the villagers. At this time, if they followed his method, the old village head would probably run to the county government to complain in anger. In this regard, Li Wangyou could only look up at the sky and sigh. Sure enough, it wasn't necessarily a good thing to be the only one sober when everyone else was drunk. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the old villagers. It was just a matter of increasing the production by 10%. If the stalemate continued, the old village head would be angered to death, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Therefore, Li Wangyou sighed and nodded. He agreed to follow the old village head's suggestion, and used the traditional method of transplanting rice seedlings. Seeing that Li Wangyou accepted the old village chief's protest, everyone immediately cheered. The farmers began to take a handful of seedlings and plant them in the fields. Old village head, I'll listen to you for other things, but for these 2 mu of fields, how about you let people do what I said and use the method of throwing seedlings to plant? When he said this, the old village head was about to blow his beard and glare. However, the old man thought about it again. Forget it, this land originally belonged to the Li family. Since he had refuted Li Xiaolang's face today, the young man felt that he had lost face and wanted to use these 2 mu of fields to regain a little bit of face. Then let him be happy. Thinking about this, the old village head nodded and agreed with a smile. In his view, this was just a young man throwing a small tantrum. On the contrary, the old man felt that although Li Wangyou was smart in the end, he still had the heart of a young man. Not only did the old village head think this way, but Li Hong, the Niu brothers, Cho Kuan, and even the farmers who helped to plant the seedlings also thought this way. A few of the farmers laughed and threw the seedlings toward the 2 mu of paddy field to make the little Lang Jun happy. The seedlings of the 2 mu of rice fields were planted using the method of throwing seedlings. The rice fields next to the 2 mu of rice fields were planted with the traditional method of transplanting seedlings. Li Wangyu secretly shook his head. This method of plucking and transplanting seedlings with one's face to the yellow soil and back to the sky was really time-consuming and laborious. Forget it, let's wait until the autumn harvest. When the rice fields began to be transplanted, Li Wangyu began to think about the matter of raising fish in the rice fields. Since ancient times, people in China had the habit of eating fish. The so-called fresh character was half fish and half sheep, which was called fresh. However, because of the limitations of fishing technology, it was not easy to eat fish in ancient times. In the 24 Filial Piety, there was even a story about lying on ice to find a carp. It could be seen that eating fish was not easy. The illusion of fish and bear paws in the Mencius Annals showed how high the status of fish was in the lives of ancient people in China at that time, on par with bear paws. Moreover, the Tang people loved to eat fish, especially raw fish slices. The sashimi of later generations in Japan was actually learned from the Tang dynasty. Slices referred to the practice of sashimi. Large-scale artificial fish farming started after the Tang and Song dynasties. In the Song dynasty, the 4 major fish farming systems formed a scale-and system. At that time, artificial fish farming was called planting fish technique. However, it was very troublesome for Li Wangyu to plant fish, because there were no seedlings for sale in the Tang dynasty. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only buy all kinds of small fish from the fishermen fishing on the river at a high price, as well as fish with eggs, and put them in the rice fields. He was not picky about the species of fish. He wanted whatever fish the fishermen caught. Catfish, spotted silver carp, white carp, crucian carp, carp and eel were all acceptable. When Li Wangyu was collecting the fish, the old villager finally understood why there were so many ditches in the rice fields. Xiaolang, you want to plant fish in the rice fields? Yes, that's right. The old villager shook his head. How can you plant fish in the rice fields? Aren't you afraid that the fish will eat the rice seedlings? No, they won't. Don't worry, the old villager. Planting fish in the rice fields can also increase the yield. Li Wangyu replied confidently. Artificial fish farming was not popular among the people in the Tang dynasty at this time. The old villager did not know much about it, so he did not pursue it further. However, the old villager still felt that Li Wangyu was fooling around. Raising fish in the rice fields was unheard of. Raising fish was fine, but Li Wangyu raising carp made the old villager unhappy. But you can plant other fish, but why are you planting this red mantis fish? You can't sell this fish. If the authorities catch you, you will be punished. Red mantis fish was carp. Carp and Li had the same pronunciation. In order to avoid taboo, carp was called red mantis fish in the Tang dynasty. Hearing the old villager's words, Li Wangyu just smiled. It was said that in the Tang dynasty, if the authorities caught selling carp, they would be severely punished. This was simply a rumor. There was no such law in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, Wang Wei's Journey of a Daughter in Luoyang wrote, "The husband rode on the horse and the maid ate the carp." It could be seen that eating carp was not illegal in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu just smiled at the old villager's words. It was inconvenient to explain this kind of thing. When the carp was sold in the future, they would know. After finishing the work in the rice fields, the chicken and duck vendors in the county town also drove the ox carriages and sent the ducks that Li Wangyu ordered. Chapter 99. Thousands of ducks were delivered, making Dingzhou village lively again. The men, women, elderly and children who had finished their farm work all gathered around the duck shed to watch the excitement. Li Wangyu asked the Niu brothers to move the 2 boxes of copper coins directly to the duck shed and settle the accounts with the chicken and duck vendors on the spot. These chicken and duck vendors transported a few hundred ducks at most, and a few dozen at least. Su Chongqing helped to count and pay the money. The 20 duck girls selected by the old village chief were busy herding the ducks into the duck shed. The 2 boxes of shiny copper coins attracted the attention of the villagers who were watching the excitement. A total of 100 strings of copper coins. All the copper coins in Dingzhou village added together might not be that much. Everyone was a little dizzy. TSK, so many copper coins. Li Jia Xiaolang is so capable. Spending so much money to buy ducks, what does Li Jia Xiaolang want to do? I'm afraid that all the ducks in the surrounding villages were bought by the Li family. Zhao Xiaonyang, who sold pigs to Li Wangyu, was also selected by the old village chief to help herding ducks. Several women in the village surrounded Zhao Xiaonyang with envy in their eyes. Mrs. Zhao, your Xiaonyang was also selected to help Li Jia Xiaolang herd ducks? What good fortune, isn't it? Previously, Zhao Xiaonyang sold pigs to the Li family and got a lot of copper coins. Now she can help the Li family herd ducks. Zhao Delong must be blessing you and your mother from the underworld. Zhao Xiaonyang should also find a husband. Mrs. Zhao, you have to check carefully. You can't just randomly betroth Zhao Xiaonyang to someone. If you ask me, it's better to marry into the village. He can take care of you, your mother. This was the idea of marrying into the Zhao family with a son who had not yet been engaged. Mrs. Zhao just smiled happily at this. She looked at her daughter busily herding ducks with a face full of satisfaction and pride. More and more cattle carriages came, and the riverbank suddenly became very lively. Thousands of ducks quacked, and from time to time, some would scurry around, causing the female duck herders to sweat profusely. They used bamboo poles to chase away the disobedient ducks. From time to time, the disobedient ducks would cause the maidservants to be in a sorry state, causing the crowd in the village to burst into laughter from time to time, causing the maidservants to blush. After working for half a day, they finally gathered all the ducks into the duck shed and paid for the goods. There were a total of 2,300 adult ducks, 3,500 ducklings, and a total of 86 copper coins. The goods and the money were cleared, and both parties were happy. After sending off the peddlers, Li Wangyu began to instruct the duckling girls on how to tend the ducks. There were a total of 40 duck sheds, and each girl was responsible for 2 of them. These ducks were first raised in the 300 mu rice paddy field. Once they were familiar with the duck shed, the 20 female ducks would drive them to the field to eat their own food. The village had more than 2,000 mu of land, which was enough for the ducks to eat their fill. Not to mention, although the locust plague had not yet reached a large scale, the fields were full of jumping locusts, so there was no need to worry about the ducks not having enough food to eat. Li Wangyu's plan was good, but a few days later, when the duckling girls drove the ducks out to hunt in the fields of the village, it immediately attracted trouble. The Li family's duck army was released into the fields of the village. Before noon, Li Wangyu's house was surrounded by a group of villagers led by the old village chief. Outside the Li family's old house, there were hundreds of villagers gathered. Many of them were cursing and swearing, and their emotions were agitated. When the old housekeeper Li Heng saw this situation, he was shocked and hurriedly invited the old village chief and several leading villagers into the central room. At this time, Li Wangyu was playing chess with the fatty Cho Kuan in the study. The fatty was having so much fun that he forgot about home. He had been with the Li family for more than 10 days, but he did not seem to have any plans to return to Chang'an. In the fatty's opinion, the Li family ate well and lived comfortably, not at all worse than Chang'an. The only thing he was not used to was that he could not go to Ping Kong Lane to drink wine with prostitutes. But in front of delicious food, these were all tolerable. As the two of them were playing chess, they heard a commotion outside. Li Heng hurriedly ran in. Lang Jun, we've been surrounded by villagers outside. They say our ducks have caused trouble. I've invited the village chief to the central room in the front yard. Quickly go and take a look. The ducks have caused trouble? Li Wangyu thought for a moment and understood what was going on. It seemed that the old village chief and villagers had already noticed the ducks eating the locusts. They were here to denounce him. In this regard, Li Wangyu was not worried at all. He leisurely followed the old housekeeper to the central room in the front yard. Old village chief, what's the matter today? Xiaolang, let me ask you, did you buy so many ducks to eat the locusts? Now many of the locusts in the fields have been eaten by your ducks. How can this be? The old village chief's face was as dark as water. He interrogated as soon as they met. If these words were heard by a modern person, they would be baffled. Was it not a good thing that the ducks had eaten the locusts in the fields? Wrong. In the eyes of the simple citizens of the Tang dynasty, The appearance of locusts was a punishment sent by the locust god. How could they be hunted down and killed? If that was not the case, why would the bigwigs in the imperial court and the Confucian bigwigs say that the only way to kill the locusts was by virtue? My ducks ate the locusts in the fields? Don't mention it, don't mention it. This is what I should do. Li Wangyu replied with a cheeky smile. His words stunned the old village chief and the villagers. We're here to thank you? Did you not understand? Xiaolang, you can't do this. Those locusts are sent by the locust god. How can they be hunted? That's right, your ducks ate the locusts. If the heavens send down a greater punishment, who will be responsible? Xiaolang, hurry up and chase your ducks away. Don't let them feed on the locusts anymore. I think you're just messing around. I was wondering why the Li family suddenly bought so many ducks. You're using the locusts to feed your ducks. Such audacity, Xiaolang. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Xiaolang, don't mess around. Don't bring trouble to our Dingzhou village. The old village chief and the villagers were all scolding the Li family's ducks and Li Wangyu's misdeeds. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu had gained some reputation in Dingzhou village, they would not have been so polite. His beautiful superior heard the news and immediately rushed to the front yard. When she heard that the old village chief and the villagers not only did not appreciate the Li family's kindness, but also blamed Li Wangyu, she was so angry that her face turned white and her expression froze. What an ungrateful dog, biting Lu Dongbin. Did the Li family have nothing better to do? They spent so much money to buy so many ducks. Li Wang even went to Chang'an to gather so much food. Wasn't it all for the sake of the 100 villagers of Dingzhou village? The locusts that destroyed the crops did not blame them. Instead, they kowtowed and burned incense. Li Wangyu wanted to save them but was humiliated by them. As expected, a pitiful person must have a detestable side. Chapter 100. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to explain himself. He waited for the villagers to finish. When they finally quieted down, he said slowly, "What does the ducks eating the locusts have to do with me? I am not the one eating the locusts. The locusts are a gift from the locust god. So why can't the ducks eat the locusts because of the duck god's order?" His words stunned the villagers. What did he mean by that? What the hell was the duck god? It was not my order for the ducks to eat the locusts, right? It was their own doing. Since the locusts were eaten by the ducks, it means that the duck god is more powerful than the locust god. What are you afraid of? What duck god? How can there be such a god? The old villager mumbled. Old villager, how do you know there is no duck god? As the saying goes, there are gods everywhere. Since there is a locust god, there is naturally a duck god. Li Wangyu was trying to change the topic. Since they said the locusts were released by the locust god, then why did they say there was no duck god above the ducks? However, his words left the villagers speechless. Indeed, who dared to say there was no duck god? But, old villager, there are no buts. Since the ducks are the ones who eat the locusts, then it is a matter between the locust god and the duck god. We are mere mortals, we should not interfere. Li Wangyu's words left the agitated villagers speechless. They started to think about what Li Wangyu had just said. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Wangyu continued, "Actually, I'm sure all of you are aware of the locusts coming this year. Since my family's ducks can eat the locusts in the fields, then they can reduce the damage to the crops in the village, right? As for this locust god, let the duck god reason with him." Of course, the villagers understood what he meant. If the locusts were to spread, then their whole family would have nothing to eat. However, due to their deep-rooted beliefs, ignorance and fear, they did not dare to attack the locusts. They could only pray and pray that the locusts would show mercy. Li Wangyu's words seemed to be quibbling, but in reality, it hit the bottom of everyone's heart. The old villager and the leaders of the village looked at each other and didn't say anything. It seemed that they had tacitly agreed with Li Wangyu's duck god. If any family in the village is unwilling to do so because they are afraid of being blamed by the locust god, feel free to tell me. Tomorrow, I will instruct them not to drive the ducks to his family's fields. Is that okay? Li Wangyu added another stab. Li Wangyu wouldn't insist on being a good person if he didn't want to, and used this opportunity to criticize the Li family. The old village head and the other farmers were not stupid. If they really didn't allow the Li family's ducks to enter their fields to hunt for locusts, Then other people's fields would be preserved while their own family would be left without a single harvest, and they could only go out to beg for food. No one would say anything about this, right? After the villagers tacitly agreed with Li Wangyu about the duck god, they said their goodbyes and left. At the same time, there were still several hundred farmers gathered outside the Li family's home. Many of them were agitated, and they were loudly criticizing Li Wangyu. The Niu brothers stood guard at the door with awkward expressions. On one hand, they agreed that Li Wangyu's decision was ill-considered, but on the other hand, they didn't want to hear the complaints of these farmers. No matter what, they were now part of the Li family. No matter what decision Li Wangyu made, the brothers would support him unconditionally. When the old village head and the other farmers came out, the farmers gathered around them. "Villager, how is it? What did Li Jia Xiaoling say?" "This is big news. The Li family's ducks have consumed the locusts. What if the locust god blames them for this?" "Villager, we can't allow the Li family to do as they please. The Li family has to give us an explanation for this, or we will complain to the county government. They will suffer retribution for offending the locust god." Seeing the clamor, the old village head raised his hand to signal for silence. When the crowd finally quieted down, he coughed lightly and repeated what Li Wangyu had said. That is what Li Jia Xiaoling meant. Since he didn't order the ducks to eat the locusts, then naturally the duck god will be responsible. If any family is unwilling, please explain to the Li family that tomorrow, the Li family's ducks will not go to their fields. When the old village head mentioned the duck god, he couldn't help but cough. It was a little awkward to say duck god out loud, but he couldn't care less about that now. After all, as Li Jia Xiaoling said, since everyone believed in the locust god, then the duck god was not unreasonable. As soon as the old villager finished speaking, all the villagers were stunned. Duck god? Locust god? This duck-eating locust had something to do with the gods? Soon, some of the smarter farmers understood the crux of the matter. Since they didn't dare to kill the locusts, then the ducks catching the locusts and eating them didn't seem to have anything to do with them. If that was the case, then it should be a good thing that they could protect their crops from the locusts, right? Ahem, since this is a matter between the duck god and the locust god, then we shall not interfere. Village head, how about this? The Li family's ducks are free to come and go as they please. Many of the people who understood these principles silently stood out and bowed towards the Li clan's gate. Then they silently turned around and left. Soon, most of the farmers who gathered in front of the Li family's gate had left. However, there was still a stubborn woman who yelled, "Where did this duck god come from? This is Li Jia Xiaolong's nonsense. No, we can't let the ducks enter our fields." Before she could finish her words, the man beside her slapped her in the face. "You wastrel! What are you yelling about? Do you think you can make the whole family beg for food? Shut up and go home to cook." After slapping his wife, the man turned to the village head and chuckled. Village head, don't listen to this crazy woman. Our fields will remain the same. The Li family's ducks are free to go." These Guanzhong farmers were not idiots. They were afraid of the locust god's wrath and came to the Li family to cause trouble. However, after Li Wangyu fabricated this duck god for them, it gave them a way out. The Chinese farmers had their own cleverness and survival philosophy since ancient times. Faced with the choice of self-deception or protecting the crops in the fields, everyone chose to self-deception. This was the result that Li Wangyu had predicted. When the crowd at the door dispersed, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing both let out a long sigh and silently shook their heads. On the other hand, Cho Kuan, who was standing at the side, was stunned by Li Wangyu's words. After a long time, he muttered to himself, "So this works too?" He whipped his head around to look at Li Wangyu. "Xiaolang, if I start a fire in the field and the locusts die from the fire, wouldn't that be considered a battle between the fire god and the locust god?" The fatty's words stunned Li Wangyu. He turned to look at the fatty with a strange expression. What a genius! This ability to draw inferences from one case was amazing. Chapter 101. That day, Cho Kuan returned to Chang. Many of his family's properties were also threatened by the locusts. Originally, he did not dare to destroy the locusts because of the locust god. Once the locusts were formed, his Cho clan would suffer heavy losses. Now, with Li Wangyu's inspiration, since no one dared to oppose the locust god, then he would invite other gods to do it. On horseback, Cho Kuan told Li Wangyu, "I will repay you generously in the future." Then he galloped back to Chang'an City. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was slightly worried. Cho Kuan's thanks wouldn't be sending him a few Hu girls, would it? That would really be a premature end. While Li Wangyu was lost in his thoughts, he did not know that someone was plotting against him. Hu County Li Clan. A group of elders and clan leaders of the Li clan were gathered together to discuss Li Wangyu. The name Li Wangyu had recently become famous in Hu County. But in the ears of the elders of the Li clan, it had a different meaning. Whether it was Li Wangyu's pig slaughtering feast, his miraculous water wheel, or his method of treating saline alkali soil, every time the Li clan heard Li Wangyu's name, they would feel suffocated. Especially when they went to the county government to sue Li Wangyu, and Yang Quan's doggerel judgment slowly spread through Hu County through the mouths of the bailiffs. It made the Li clan even angrier. And the young man they had chased out of the clan had used such a method to make a name for himself. Now, in Hu County, many of the noble families were privately laughing at the Li clan for being blind. They had chased such a Qilin out of the clan. They must have been blinded by lard. Every time Li Wangyu's fame grew, the elders of the Li clan felt as if their faces had been slapped, making them hate Li Wangyu even more. This group of elders from the Li clan of Hu County hated Li Wangyu to the bone. They wanted nothing more than to break Li Wangyu's bones, suck out his marrow, pull out his tendons, and peel off his skin to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Clan leader, that little child from the Li family has already grown up. In the future, if he were to become an official and half a nobility, then our Hushin Li clan won't be able to survive. Isn't that so? This kid is not easy to deal with. We have to be careful. Li Zhou, that bastard, is quite capable of giving birth to a son. I heard that the county gave him 300 mu of saline alkali soil for free, and all of it was transformed into fertile land. Tiskate 300 mu of paddy fields. Isn't that so? That little bastard even built some water wheel. The county also gave him 20 oxen for plowing. I also heard that the little bastard went to Chang'an and brought back several hundred dan of grain. His house is almost full. If it were up to me, we shouldn't have been so merciful. We should have just killed him for disobedience. There are no outsiders in his house, so who would dare to cause trouble for us? Don't forget that our Li clan is a relative of the imperial clan. This was a vicious and merciless elder who directly wanted to take Li Wangyu's life. The old clan leader of the Li clan slapped the table. Enough! What's the point of saying this now? Who among you has a way to deal with this kid? This. Everyone was speechless for a moment. This Li Wangyu had already been removed from the clan. If they wanted to use the clan's name to suppress him, then it would be impossible. While the group was frowning, one of the elders suddenly rolled his eyes and revealed a cunning smile. This old man has an idea. I wonder if it will work? Let's hear it. The elder lowered his voice and whispered the idea he had just come up with to the others. Hiss, is this plan going to go against the heavens? Some of the elders hesitated. The other elders were also somewhat hesitant. They felt that this method was not appropriate. If word of it got out, they would lose face. The old clan leader's expression was also uncertain. In the end, he slammed the crutch in his hand. A man is harmless to the heart of a tiger, but a tiger is harmful to the heart of a man. If we don't act decisively, we will be met with disaster. We can't wait for that little bastard to grow up. Otherwise, he will become a disaster for our Li family in the future. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know that he had become the target of a group of gluttons. He didn't have any feelings for the Li clan of Hu County and had long since put it to the back of his mind. Today, he had just brewed himself a pot of king medicine tea, and was chatting with his beautiful superior when he saw the old steward Li Heng walk in with an angry expression. Li Heng, what happened? Lang Jun, the Li clan of Hu County sent people here. They want Lang Jun to move the old master's grave. Li Heng's face was full of anger. What? Move the grave? Based on what? Li Wangyu jumped to his feet when he heard this. The ancients attached great importance to the dead. As the saying goes, the dead are the most important and should be buried in peace. Rashly digging up a grave and moving it was a great taboo. If Li Wangyu did this, he would be reprimanded for being unfilial and would be cursed behind his back. The Li clan of Hu County, they wanted to slap Li Wangyu's face. Li Heng's old face swelled red. The Li clan said that Lang Jun and the old master's names have already been removed from the clan. You shouldn't bury the old master in the Li clan's ancestral grave and ruin their feng shui. They dare. Li Wangyu slammed the table and said angrily, "Tell Niu Yong and Niu Wu to throw out the Li clan's people. If they dare to come again, just throw them out." Li Heng agreed and prepared to tell the Niu brothers to kick them out. However, he was stopped by Su Chongqing. "Wangyu, let's ask the old village chief first," Su Chongqing advised. "The matter of the clan's graveyard is not small. The Li clan's ancestral grave is in Dingzhou village. The old village chief should know the key to this. It's not too late to make a decision after asking." Li Wangyu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He turned to Li Heng and said, "Help me ask the old village chief to come here." Not long after, Li Heng brought the old village chief back. Li Wangyu greeted the old village chief and didn't say anything. The old village chief spoke first. "Xiao Lang, do you have a grudge against the Li clan of Hu County?" Li Wangyu was stunned. He thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, there is no grudge. It's just that they wanted to expel me from the clan, so there was a small conflict." The old village chief shook his head and said to Li Wangyu, "Xiao Lang, Li Gong's grave must not be moved. This is not only a matter of your Li family's face, but also a matter of feng shui. As the saying goes, the poor don't change the door, the rich don't move the grave. Little Lang, you've made the Li family prosper with each passing day. How can you casually move eunuch Li's grave?" Feng shui? Li Wangyu was a little stunned. He didn't believe in feng shui. Moreover, what did the Li family have to do with feng shui? Was it because Li Zhou's grave was well buried that Li Wangyu traveled 1,000 years and came to the Tang dynasty? His beautiful boss asked, "Old village chief, the Li clan forced us to move the grave. What's their explanation?" "Well, if you want to be serious, the Li clan does have the right to make you move the grave. After all, Li Gong was buried in the Li clan's ancestral grave. Now Xiao Lang and Li Gong have been expelled from the clan. If they want to force you to move the grave, you can't stop them." The old village chief's words made Li Wangyu's heart cold. Was there no other way for the Li clan to force him to move the grave? The old housekeeper, Li Heng, had a look of despair on his face as he knelt down before Li Wangyu. "Lang Jun, why don't you go and beg Madam Li? The old master's grave cannot be moved." Chapter 102. Li Heng's words made Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing look at each other in silence. "Forget it. I'll go see the Li clan's people and see what they want." Li Wangyu walked towards the front courtyard. In the main room of the Li clan's front courtyard, a young man with an arrogant expression was waiting impatiently. When he saw Li Wangyu appear, he let out a cold snort. "Humph, Li Wang, you're quite arrogant. You made me wait for so long." Li Wangyu thought for a moment and remembered that this person was the eldest grandson of the Li clan's head, Li Gui. This Li Gui relied on his status as the eldest grandson of the Li clan to be arrogant and despotic. He was considered a tyrant in Hu County. What made Li Wangyu's teeth itch when he saw this guy was that his previous owner was too weak. Even when Li Zhou was still alive, his previous owner didn't dare to provoke this Li Gui. The two of them had studied together in the clan school. This bastard relied on the fact that he was older than Li Wangyu, and was the eldest grandson of the clan to bully Li Wangyu's previous owner. What was even worse was that this Li Gui relied on his status as the eldest grandson of the Li clan to do many disgusting things in Hu County. It couldn't be said that he kicked out widows' doors or dug up graves, but it wasn't far off. After all, the Li clan was a relative of the imperial family. Although they didn't have any official positions, even Yang Quan, the boss of Hu County, didn't want to offend them. Last time, if it weren't for Yu Shernan's support in the lawsuit against Li Wangyu, Yang Quan might not have stood on Li Wangyu's side so easily. "Li Gui, what exactly is your Li clan trying to do? Just say it." Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with this hedonistic son of a rich family. It was only the beginning of March, but Li Gui pretentiously opened his folding fan with a swish and waved the fan in his hand in a self-confident manner. "Of course, I want you to move your dead father's grave away. Your Li family is no longer a member of our Li clan. There is no reason to bury him in our Li clan's ancestral grave." "Li Gui, shut up. Even if my family's Darren isn't a member of the Li clan, He's still a Guanglu Daran who was conferred the title of Guanglu Daran by His Majesty. How could someone like you humiliate him? Do you believe that I will send you to the authorities immediately? Li Wangyu angrily rebuked. Li Gui knew that he had said something wrong and immediately shut his mouth. Li Zhou had offended Pai Lupi and was removed from his position. However, after Li Zhou's death, Pai Lupi was very kind and conferred him a posthumous title. Originally, Li Zhou was a secondary class, rank 3 supervisor of Huxian. After his death, Pai Lupi directly conferred him a secondary class, rank 2 Guanglu Daran. Of course, this was only a posthumous title. Li Wangyu was still a nobody and wouldn't receive any benefits. Perhaps the only benefit of a posthumous title was that the standard of Li Zhou's grave would be raised a little. A rank 3 tomb had a height of 12 feet for 50 steps. A rank 2 tomb had a height of 12 feet for 60 steps. In front of the grave one could erect a stone tablet, a glass head, a tortoise, a stone beast, and so on. That was all. These were all written laws in the Tang dynasty. No one could casually violate these laws. Otherwise, they would be beaten 100 times. Li Zhou's standard as a rank 2 official's grave had tormented the already empty Li family greatly. Most of the family's remaining property had been used to build a rank 2 official's grave. This was also one of the reasons why Li Wangyou's family was so poor after transmigrating. However, no matter what, Li Zhou was a rank 2 official of the Tang dynasty. Even if it was a posthumous title, it wasn't something that Li clan's eldest grandson could humiliate. If Li Wangyu went to the county government to sue Li Gui, it would be quite troublesome. Seeing that Li Wangyu wasn't speaking, Li Wangyu coldly snorted and sat down. It's impossible for my family to move the grave. Your Li clan should give up on this idea. Speak, what conditions does your Li clan have? You don't want to move the grave? That's fine too. Hand over your Li family's 300 mu paddy field, 20 cattle, the blueprint for the water wheel, and the few hundred dan of grain in your family. In addition, promise to give the Li family 500 strings of copper coins every year. Then you don't have to move Li Zhou's grave. Li Gui wasn't polite at all and directly demanded an exorbitant price. His words almost made Li Wangyu laugh out of anger. Li Gui was treating him as a soft persimmon that he could do whatever he wanted. Scram. Li Wangyu replied with this one word. For a glutton like the Li family, there was nothing to talk about. Li Wangyu was scolded by Li Wangyu. Then he suddenly stood up and gloomily said, Li Wang, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you don't move the grave in 3 days, our Li family will forcibly send people to dig it up. You dare? Li Wangyu angrily said. Then let's wait and see. Li Gui threw down these words and turned to leave. Li Wangyu clenched his fists. He wanted nothing more than to order the Niu brothers to beat him up. Niu Wu was so angry that he wanted to roll up his sleeves and beat him up. Fortunately, Niu Yong still had some calmness. He held on to his younger brother tightly and didn't let him do anything rash. Forcing the Li family to move the grave was the vicious plan that the Li clan's elders came up with. In the eyes of the Li clan's elders, the reason why Li Wangyu could suddenly make a name for himself as a Noda was completely because Li Zhou's grave was well buried. It might even have robbed the Li clan's feng shui. In the old saying, it was because Li Zhou's grave was smoking green smoke that a young man like Li Wangyu could come up with so many things in just half a month. In the eyes of these elders, if Li Zhou's grave hadn't robbed the Li clan's feng shui, then the water wheel and the saline alkali soil should have all belonged to the Li clan. Even that bastard Li Gui felt that this should be the case. If he moved Li Zhou's grave and moved the remains of his family's elders, then it would be his turn to become famous in Hu County. He didn't even need to think about it. With his ignorant and incompetent brain, he was older than Li Wangyu by several years and was still studying in the clan school. Even if his ancestors' graves were smoking green smoke, he still wouldn't be able to invent a water wheel. The Li clan didn't expect Li Wangyu to agree to this condition. They were determined to force Li Wangyu to move the grave. This way, not only would they vent their anger, but they would also be able to steal a piece of good feng shui land. Why not? As for whether or not forcing someone to move the grave would violate the laws of heaven, the Li clan leader and elders didn't even consider it. This group of people had already been provoked by Li Wangyu to the point that their eyes were red. They couldn't control their jealousy. As long as Li Wangyu didn't agree to their conditions, They would immediately send people to dig up the grave and move the coffin in 3 days. Even if Li Wangyu gritted his teeth and agreed to all of their conditions, the Li clan would put forth new and more demanding conditions. In the end, they would still force Li Wangyu into a corner. After Li Gui left, Su Chongqing and the old village chief, who had been listening to the two's conversation from the back of the central room, walked out. They all had worried expressions. After the Li family's name was removed from the clan, asking the Li family to move the grave away from the Li clan's ancestral grave was indeed a difficult matter to deal with. Even if they went to the county government to file a lawsuit, even if Yang Quan wanted to side with Li Wangyu, he wouldn't be able to say no to this matter. The Li clan had made an extremely sinister move. Chapter 103. Su Chongqing looked worried. Wangyu, what should we do now? Although to her and Li Wangyu, feng shui was nonsense. However, the Li family from Hu County had come out to provoke them. If they obediently moved the graveyard away, then the Li family would really lose all of their face. Moreover, the prestige that Li Wangyu had painstakingly built up in Dingzhou village would go down the drain because of this. More importantly, Li Wangyu would bear the name of being unfilial. Li Wangyu dared to bet that if he didn't agree to the Li clan's conditions, the Li clan would immediately spread rumors to everyone that he was an unfilial son for abandoning his father's corpse for a bit of family property, causing his deceased father to not be able to rest in peace. Although Li Wangyu had no intention of pursuing an official career, in the current Tang dynasty, filial piety ruled the world. If he bore the name of being unfilial, then it would really be difficult for him to move forward. It had to be said that the Li clan's plan was really vicious. If he agreed, then the Li family would never have a day of peace. Li Wangyu would even work for the Li clan and desperately earn money to give to the Li clan in order to keep Li Zhou's graveyard safe. If he didn't agree, then not only would Li Zhou's graveyard be moved away, but he would also be splashed with a basin of dirty water. I don't know. Let me think about it. There must be a way. Li Wangyu scratched his head. The Li clan's move was really too disgusting. The Li clan's ancestral graves were all buried outside Dingzhou village, on a hillside facing south at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. On the hillside of Noda, only the Li clan's ancestral graves were buried here. This belonged to the Li clan's family graveyard. Li Wangyu didn't know when the hillside facing the sun became the Li clan's ancestral grave. But the Li clan of Huxian was also a branch of the Longxi Li clan. They migrated from Longxi to Dingzhou village 100 years ago. But when he thought about the location of the Li clan's ancestral grave, Li Wangyu felt a little strange. Although he didn't understand feng shui, he knew that the feng shui of the hillside facing the sun should be good. It wasn't far from Dingzhou village, so why didn't other people's ancestral graves there? Old village chief, when did the Li clan's ancestral graves belong to the Li clan? The Li clan was originally a small clan in Dingzhou village. Because of the good feng shui of the hillside facing the sun, many people in the village had ancestral graves there. Later, when the retired emperor seized the country and established the Tang dynasty, the Li clan suddenly became a relative of the imperial family. The Li clan came forward and forced other people to move their ancestral graves away. They forcibly occupied the hillside, and then it became the ancestral grave of the Li clan. Speaking of this, the old village chief shook his head. His ancestral graves were originally buried on the hillside, but they were forcibly moved away by the Li clan. The villagers of Dingzhou village had no power or influence. How could they dare to say no to the Li clan, a relative of the imperial family? Li Wangyu keenly caught the two words in the old village chief's words. Forcibly occupied. Forcibly occupied? Don't tell me that hillside doesn't belong to the Li clan? Li Wangyu immediately asked. It belongs to the Li clan? Of course not. That hillside belongs to the county. But that hillside is where the Li clan's ancestral graves are. This is known by everyone. The county also tacitly agrees. The old village chief was puzzled why Li Wangyu asked this question. The Li clan didn't buy that hillside? Of course not. The old village chief had never heard that a graveyard needed to be bought. Which family didn't carry it to the hillside and find a good place to bury it? There was no need to buy any land. But the Li clan was powerful, and the villagers of Dingzhou village couldn't compete with them. They even went to the county to file a lawsuit for the relocation of the graveyard. But the previous county magistrate of Hu County stood on the Li clan's side. So the villagers of Dingzhou village could only grit their teeth and bear with it. Li Wangyu immediately stood up. I have an idea. Wangyu, what idea do you have? The beautiful boss asked curiously. Can't we just buy that hillside? Buy it. Su Chongqing was speechless. Not to mention whether or not the hillside was for sale, buying land would cost money, right? Ever since they bought the duck, they only had a few dozen strings of copper coins at home. She didn't think that land in the Tang dynasty could be so cheap. Li Wangyu didn't explain much and ran out after saying, I'll go to the county yamen and find Yang Mingfu to buy land. He ran to the backyard to get the horse, and Niu Wu quickly followed. Usually when Li Wangyu went out, Niu Wu would follow behind him as a bodyguard, and Niu Yong would stay at home to guard. The two rode straight to the county yamen. The yamen runner at the entrance naturally recognized Li Wangyu and quickly helped him to report. Zio, how come you have time to come to my place today? Ming House. I'm here to ask for help. Li Wangyu didn't care about being courteous, and he repeated what Li Gui had said in detail, causing Yang's brows to knit together tightly. The Li clan is so vicious. Yang Quan sighed. But it's hard for me to help you. After all, Zio and Eunuch Li have been removed from the Li clan. They insist on moving your family's grave. I can't do anything about it. Li Wangyu shook his head. No, Ming House has a way. Oh, let's hear it. What's the way? If it's possible, I'll definitely help you. Li Wangyu said. The Li clan didn't buy the hillside where the Li clan's ancestral grave is. It still belongs to the county. Yang Quan was confused. That's true. So what? That's the Li clan's ancestral grave. There's no need to buy it. Then what if I buy that hillside? Li Wangyu looked into Yang Quan's eyes and asked word by word. Hiss, Yang Quan sucked in a cold breath. Zio, you mean? Li Wangyu nodded. That's what I mean. If that hillside belongs to the Li family, I'm afraid it won't be the Li clan forcing me to move my family's grave. I'll be the one forcing them to move their family's grave. This. Yang Quan pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. Logically speaking, this was true. Although the Li clan occupied the hillside outside Dingzhou village as their ancestral grave, according to the law, that piece of land didn't belong to the Li clan. However, the Li clan was a relative of the imperial family. No one would take them seriously, and no one would offend the Li clan because of this. Zio, have you thought it through? If you do that, you'll have completely fallen out with the Li clan. What's the difference now? I've never thought of going against the Li clan. They're the ones who are forcing me. Ever since they expelled me and my father from the clan, they no longer treat me as a member of the Li clan. Yang Quan understood the situation and could only sigh. This Li clan was truly a disgrace to the imperial family. They weren't worthy of being a part of the family. I can sell the land on the hillside to you. The county has records that you can buy and sell it for a price of 1,000 strings of coins. Yang Quan didn't even need to look up the information to know the value of that land. As a diligent official who was close to the people, he had memorized all the large and small land data in his mind. Li Wangyu knew that the price wasn't expensive. The price of a hillside was usually 1 mu. That hillside was at least 1 mu. 1,000 strings of coins was a very fair price. It was fair, but Li Wangyu didn't have any money right now. He still owed the county government more than 1,600 strings of coins. Li Wangyu smiled at Yang Quan. Ming House, lend me some more money. Chapter 104. What Li Wangyu said made Yang Quan want to slap him. You still owe the county more than 1,600 strings of copper coins, and now you want to borrow more money? Yangzhou didn't need to think to know that Li Wang, you couldn't take out 1,000 strings of copper coins. He wanted to continue borrowing money from the county. Yang Quan shook his head. Zio, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't lend you any more money. Ming House, just borrow 1,000 strings of copper coins for a year. I will return the 1,600 strings of copper coins, and you can calculate the interest. Is that okay? Li Wangyu started to coax. Borrowing money from Yang Quan was the only way he could think of. Originally, he wanted to borrow money from the Chou family, but because of the locust plague, the Chou family used all their funds to stockpile food. Li Wangyu estimated that the Chou family might not be able to take out 1,000 strings of copper coins now. No, Zio, your family's debt has not been repaid. How can I lend you such a large amount of money? Even if I agree, the county magistrate will not agree. No matter how Li Wangyu promised that he would repay the debt within a year, Yang Quan did not agree. He was not deliberately making things difficult for Li Wangyu, but he really could not do it. In the Tang dynasty, loans needed collateral. Back then, because Li Zhou was still in office, he and the secretary Liu Xiao provided a guarantee for Li Zhou to borrow money. The county magistrate would naturally do them a favor. But now Li Wangyu still owed so much money to the county. If he wanted to continue borrowing money, this was not something Yang Quan could decide. Li Wangyu saw that Yang Quan really did not agree to lend him money to buy the land, and he could not help but feel a little dumbfounded. If he could not buy the land on the hillside, then he really did not know what to do. Could it be that he would bring the Niu brothers to risk their lives against the Li clan? Seeing Li Wangyu's distressed expression, Yang Quan suddenly twirled his beard and smiled. Actually, I can point you in the right direction. Ming House, hurry up and say it. Li Wangyu immediately perked up. Hehe, it's true that I don't have the money to lend you, but someone can lend you money. Who? Yang Quan said. My division commander. Yu Shernan? Li Wangyu immediately realized that Yu Shernan was indeed rich. Last time, in order to seduce him into continuing his studies, Yu Shernan even offered to help him pay off his debt. However, Li Wangyu really didn't want to borrow money from the old man. He was afraid that he would be forced to walk on the right path. Li Wangyu was really afraid of Yu Shernan. Although he knew that Yu Shernan was doing this for his own good, he really didn't want to be an official. As an unambitious white-collar worker, he just wanted to eat his fill and wait for death to come. He just wanted to be a rich landlord. Yang Quan didn't say anything. He just looked at Li Wangyu with a smile and let him make his own choice. After a long time, Li Wangyu finally resigned himself to his fate and stood up. Well, there was no other way. If he died, then so be it. He could only thicken his skin and go to Chang and to borrow money from Yu Shernan. Ming House, may I ask where Master Yu lives in Chang'an? Buzheng Fang. 2 hours later, Li Wangyu and Niu Wu had already appeared outside Chang and city's Buzheng Fang. They politely informed the Yu Mansion's gatekeeper of their names and asked to see Yu Shernan. Yu Shernan was a lower third-rank official. Although he was not very prominent, he was still a high official of the Tang dynasty. However, the Yu Mansion's gatekeeper didn't put on the airs of a high official. Although Li Wangyu was dressed in white, the gatekeeper politely asked him to wait for a while and went to inform the Yu Mansion's gatekeeper. Not long after, the Yu Mansion's old servant, Yu Tang, came out with a smile and invited Li Wangyu into the mansion. Yu Shernan didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider and received him in his own study. Zio, it's rare that you would take the initiative to come to my door, Yu Shernan said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Although Yu Shernan was already in his 70s, he was still full of energy and his face was glowing. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi didn't allow him to resign and return to his hometown. Li Wangyu respectfully bowed to Yu Shernan, then took off his boots and sat down on the table with his legs crossed. Master Yu, I've missed you since we parted at Crooked River Pool, so I came to visit you today. Li Wangyu was too embarrassed to directly say that he was here to borrow money, so he could only change the topic. Yu Shernan was old and shrewd. He looked at Li Wangyu with a smile and seemed to see through his thoughts. Haha, what a nice visit. You little bastard, you didn't show your face after Crooked River Pool. Are you hiding from me? Why did you come here today? Li Wangyu was indeed hiding from Yu Shernan. This old man was too eager to get him to become an official. However, this wasn't what he wanted, so he could only hide from Yu Shernan for now. When he saw Yu Shernan that day at Crooked River Pond, he understood 70 to 80% of the situation. This poetry gathering was most likely something that Yang Zhua and Yu Shernan had discussed. They wanted him to use this opportunity to make a name for himself. Li Wangyu naturally appreciated the old man's good intentions, but he was afraid that Yu Shernan would force him to become an official, so he didn't dare to visit. If he hadn't been forced into a corner today, Li Wangyu wouldn't have walked right into the trap. Master Yu, what are you talking about? I really missed your earnest teachings. This tea is personally made by the old immortal Sun Simiao. It's good for the mind and heart. It's both medicine and tea. It's very hard to come by. I'm here to deliver this tea to you, Master Yu, as a gift. Li Wangyu hurriedly handed over the Medicine King tea that Sun Simiao had made. This was something he had specially asked Niu Wu to fetch for him after he had borrowed some money from Yu Shernan. It was to be a gift to Yu Shernan. Is that so? Then many thanks, Ziyu. I'll accept this tea. Ziyu, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, you can go back. I still have work to do. Seeing that Li Wangyu wasn't telling the truth, Yu Shernan smiled and chased him away after receiving the tea. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. This old man didn't play by the rules. After receiving his Medicine King tea, he wanted to chase him away. Where was the old man who had encouraged him to study? Shouldn't he have encouraged him, then offered to help him pay off his debt, then persuaded him to study? After that, he would explain his predicament to Yu Shernan. Only then would he be able to borrow money? Now he was chasing him away after just a few words? Master Yu, you're not being kind. Li Wangyu stammered for a long time, then awkwardly said, Master Yu, I came here today to ask for a favor. I knew you wouldn't come here for no reason. Speak, what is it? I want to borrow money. How much? 1,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyu's words made Yu Shernan freeze. 1,000 strings of cash wasn't a small amount. What's the matter? To buy land. Since he had already spoken, Li Wangyu didn't hide anything from the old man. He honestly told him about the Li clan's visit today. He also explained that the only way he could get his hands on the land was to buy the mountain slope. When Yu Shernan heard this, he was so angry that he slammed his hand on the table. Despicable and shameless. Utterly shameless. I'll definitely report this to His Majesty, and have him discipline these scum of the imperial clan. Li Wangyu was afraid that the old man would be angered to death, so he hurriedly tried to comfort him. After Yu Shernan finally calmed down, he suddenly looked at Li Wangyu with a smile. Ziyu, I can lend you money, but you have to agree to one condition. Chapter 105. When Li Wangyu heard this, he became alert. This old man wouldn't be digging a hole for him again, would he? He carefully asked, Master Yu, what's the condition? It's simple. This year's spring imperial examinations, you can participate in the imperial examinations. You just need to pass the imperial examinations. Yu Shernan mischievously winked at Li Wangyu. What the hell? Participate in the spring imperial examinations? Pass the imperial examinations? Old man, are you crazy? Li Wangyu was shocked by Yu Shernan's ridiculous condition. What did Yu Shernan mean by this? Not to mention whether or not he was willing to participate in the spring imperial examinations, he didn't even have the qualifications. Since he wasn't a student from the capital or the county academies, nor was he a high scholar who passed the county examinations, what kind of imperial examination would he be participating in? Master Yu, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm neither a high scholar nor a high scholar. Haha, it's fine. As long as Zio is willing to participate, I can still help you get a spot as a high scholar. Yu Shernan smiled. Li Wangyu said, but I didn't submit. Yu Shernan said, with my recommendation, why would you need to submit? Those few poems of yours will be considered as submitted. Li Wangyu struggled. Master Yu, I'm still in the cutting off of decline. The Tang dynasty believed in filial piety. Children were not allowed to participate in the imperial examinations within 3 years of their parents' death. I will plead for you. Yu Shernan was unmoved. Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. What did this old man mean? Did he really want to force him to participate in the imperial examinations? He began to weigh whether or not he should borrow the money. Before Li Wangyu could understand the meaning behind Yu Shernan's words, Yu Shernan suddenly stopped smiling and looked at Li Wangyu sternly. Zio, I know you don't want to be an official. Originally, I didn't want you to waste your time like this. However, when Su Qing told this old man about your actions in the past half a month, this old man had a whole new level of respect for you. Yu Shernan stood up and took a scroll from the bookshelf. He opened it and saw the blueprint of the water wheel. Zio, it's not easy for you to create such an item that benefits both the country and the people. Since you have no intention of pursuing an official career, this old man will not force you. This old man will lend you the money, and I don't need you to return it. In the future, you can use this 1,000 strings of coins to study the study of practical application. If you can create more of these items that are beneficial to the people, it will be a great merit. Yu Shernan's words moved Li Wangyu. It turned out that he was just joking when he said that he wanted him to participate in the imperial examination. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Yu Shernan. Master Yu, I will definitely return the money within a year. As for Master Yu's instructions, I will do my best to fulfill them. Master Yu, please rest assured. Yu Shernan laughed and waved his hand. Haha. This old man is already 70 years old this year. How many years do I have left to live? Why would he need so much money? Ziyu, don't say anything more. Yuda, go get some gold for Ziyu. More than 30 gold ingots weighing 5 taels were placed on the table. Li Wangyu was once again moved by Yu Shernan's generosity. When he first met Yu Shernan, this old man was still riding in a shabby carriage. The clothes he wore were also very thrifty. They weren't silk or satin, nor were they inlaid with gold or jade. Now, just because he created a water wheel, he was giving him 1,000 strings of coins without blinking an eye. Li Wangyu bowed deeply again. I will definitely remember Master Yu's teachings. After bidding farewell to Yu Shernan, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu back to the Hu County Yamen. On the spot, Yang Quan and Registrar Lu Xiao helped Li Wangyu with the transfer of the land. The land deed was issued, and from now on, the land belonged to the Li family. Many thanks to Ming House. Many thanks to Registrar Lu. However, the matter of me buying this land, please keep it a secret for me for the time being. After Li Wangyu received the land deed, he smiled and cupped his hands towards the two of them. How could Yang Quan and Lu Xiao not understand Li Wangyu's intentions? This kid was holding back his evil intentions to teach the Li clan a lesson. Ziyu, the Li clan is still a relative of the imperial family. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. It's best not to go too far. Yang Quan advised. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Of course I won't provoke the Ming house. However, if the Li clan is arrogant and despotic, then don't blame me for being impulsive. Yang Quan and Lu Xiao looked at each other, but didn't say anything. This Hu County Li clan truly disgusted the two of them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, the Li clan once again appeared in Dingzhou village. Not only did the Li clan's clan leader and elders appear, Li Gui and the other members of the Li clan also came. They even brought nearly 100 Li clan servants with them. They were prepared to forcefully excavate Li Zhou's grave today. Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers to block the entrance of the village. Li Jia Xiaolang, have you thought it through? Do you agree to our conditions? The Li clan leader asked with a mocking expression. In their opinion, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to escape this calamity no matter what. Regardless of whether he agreed to their harsh conditions or refused, they would be able to play this disobedient brat to death in the palm of their hands. Li Wangyu, what do you think? Are you unwilling to part with the money? That's fine. Dig out your dead father's coffin and bury him somewhere else. Haha. Li Gui laughed loudly in the crowd. TSK, this Li Zhou is really pitiful. He gave birth to an unfilial son, and even in death he can't rest in peace. Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of the Li clan? You actually want to bury Li Zhou in our Li clan's ancestral grave. The old clan leader is kind and benevolent. He only asked for a small amount of money from your family. It's really too cheap for your family. Why aren't you thanking him? It's fine if you don't want to part with the money. Then let your dead father's corpse be exposed in the wilderness. Haha. Before Li Wangyu could say anything, a group of Li clan members impatiently opened their mouths and began to humiliate Li Wangyu and the long-dead Li Zhou. Their words made Li Wangyu's face even more ashen. Even the Niu brothers behind him were so angry that they clenched their fists and the veins on their necks were bulging. As expected of a group of blood-sucking Taotais with no sense of shame, Li Zhou had done his best for the clan when he was alive, but after his death he was treated like this. This Li clan of Hu County really deserved to die. Li Wangyu coldly snorted. Let's see who dares to touch my clan's lord's grave. Haha, this is the biggest joke in the world. You and Li Zhou have already been expelled from our Li clan. How can Li Zhou still be buried in our Li clan's ancestral grave? Naturally, we need to move the grave. Even if the heavens are broken, our Li clan is still in the right. How can a little child like you stop us? The Li clan elder immediately retorted. That's right. If you don't agree to our Li clan's conditions, then today, Li Zhou's grave must be moved away from our Li clan's ancestral grave. Ignorant brat, who do you think you are? Do you think we won't move it just because you say so? If you don't agree to our Li clan's conditions today, we will definitely dig up this grave. The Li clan leader raised his hand to stop the clansman's clamor. Li Jia Xiaolang, this old man will ask you one more time. Those conditions, do you agree or not? Niu Wu, tell me it's broad daylight. How can there be someone who hasn't woken up yet? Li Wangyu ignored him and smiled at Niu Wu. Haha, perhaps it's because his daydream is too beautiful, and he doesn't want to wake up. Niu Wu immediately agreed. The two's words caused the Li clan to become furious. The Li clan leader's eyes flashed with a cold light. He prepared to order his clansmen to force their way into the village and dig up the grave on the hillside behind the village. The Niu brothers naturally wouldn't give way. It looked like a conflict was about to break out. However, they saw that Dingzhou village was suddenly in a hubbub of voices. The old village head was leading a group of villagers and rushing out, blocking the Li clan's path. Chapter 106. Behind the old village leader, there were no less than 100 farmers. They were all holding hoes, shovels, and other farming tools. They blocked the entrance of the village and glared at the Li clan people. Whoever dares to touch Li Gong's tomb, we, Dingzhou village, will fight with him. Get out. Dingzhou village does not welcome you. The Li clan has already moved out of the village. What are you doing back here? Whoever dares to touch Li Gong's tomb, I will crush his balls. The sudden appearance of the farmers surprised Li Wangyu. He did not expect that the villagers of Dingzhou village would stand behind him and support him. Although the Li clan was originally from Dingzhou village, ever since the establishment of the Li Tang dynasty, the Li clan moved out and became a big clan in Hu County. How could the villagers of Dingzhou village dare to go against the Li clan? Even the ancestral tomb of the villagers of Dingzhou village was forced by the Li clan to move away from the hillside facing the sun. Now they were willing to stand up for their father? Just because Li Zhou helped them when he was alive? Li Wangyu's nose suddenly felt a little sour. This group of simple and honest countrymen was really beyond his expectations. Seeing the crowd gather around, the Li clan leader glared. Old Qian, are you looking for trouble? Are you trying to gather people to rebel? The old village leader walked to Li Wangyu's side and said to the Li clan leader in a clear voice. Li Gong helped Dingzhou village when he was alive. If you want to humiliate the Li family, you have to ask if we agree first. You're going against the heavens. You farmers, are you trying to rebel? The Li clan leader slammed the crutch in his hand on the ground. The clan elders also spoke out. How dare you? Our Li clan is a relative of the imperial family. What do you farmers want? There are still people in the Tang dynasty who dare to brandish swords and guns at the Li clan. Do you want to be caught and beheaded? Li Zhou and his son have already been expelled from the Li clan. Moving the graves is a matter of course. No matter what, the Li clan is in the right. What are you trying to do? Although the Li clan had brought more than 100 servants, the Li clan leader and clan elders knew that they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits if they were to fight. Thus, they didn't plan on fighting. Instead, they wanted the servants to back off. Their words made the old village chief and the others speechless for a while. Indeed, as the Li clan said, Li Zhou's tomb was in the ancestral tomb of the Li clan. They had no reason to stop the Li clan. Don't talk so much nonsense. In short, don't even think about digging up Li Gong's tomb today. Otherwise, we'll fight with you. The old village chief didn't plan on being reasonable. Good. I want to see if this world is still the world of the Li clan. Li Gui, have someone ride to the county government immediately. Have Yang Mingfu bring the bailiffs here to deal with these unruly people. The Li clan leader roared at Li Gui. After receiving the order, two of the Li clan servants immediately split into groups and rode their horses towards the county town. Seeing that the Li clan had gone to report to the government, the villagers of Dingzhou village, including the old village chief, were all hesitant. However, no one retreated. They all blocked the entrance of the village and were in a deadlock with the Li clan. Knowing that there was a rebellion in Dingzhou village, Yang Quan didn't dare to be negligent. He led the county magistrate and 3 groups of bailiffs to Dingzhou village. What surprised Li Wangyu was that there was a middle-aged man wearing a light red official robe accompanying Yang Quan. This meant that he was a 5th-rank official. Li Wangyu didn't know who this fifth-rank official was, so he wasn't in a hurry to speak. Yang Quan actually knew what was going on today. However, since Li Wangyu didn't use his trump card, he pretended that he didn't know anything. In any case, he was sick of the Li clan in Hu County. However, he couldn't do anything because of the Li clan's status as a clan relative. The only thing that made him feel uneasy today was the fifth-rank official beside him, Chang'an County Magistrate Chui. The capital of the Tang dynasty, Chang'an, was divided into two counties, East and West Chang'an and Wanyan. The county magistrates of these two counties were all fifth-rank officials. This was like the mayor of the imperial capital of China. Although he was still a mayor, his rank was equal to that of a provincial governor. The county that Yang Quan worked in, Hu County, was under the jurisdiction of Chang'an County. In other words, County Magistrate Chui was the boss of Yang Quan, a seventh-rank county magistrate. Today, County Magistrate Chui happened to be patrolling Hu County. When he was talking to Yang Quan, he heard that the Li clan had reported that there were troublemakers, so he hurried over. This is the Chui Ming house in Chang'an County. Li Jia Xiaolang Li Gong, quickly come and greet him. Yang Quan first introduced County Magistrate Chui to Li Wangyu and the Li clan elder. He then introduced Li Wangyu and the others to County Magistrate Chui. Chui Ming house, this is the leader of the Li clan. That Xiaolang is Li Jia Xiaolang, the son of Li Zhou's Li Gong. After hearing Yang Quan's explanation, County Magistrate Chui's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands towards the Li clan leader and said, "Are you the old leader of the Li clan in Hu County?" "That's me. Greetings to the Chui Ming house." Seeing the friendly attitude of this rank 5 official, the Li clan leader also smiled and greeted him. "Li Gong, there's no need to be so polite. The Li clan in Hu County is a relative of the Tang dynasty. There's no need to be so polite, haha." County Magistrate Chui clearly knew the background of this Li clan in Hu County, so he directly expressed his attitude. As for Li Wangyu, County Magistrate Chui didn't even bat an eyelid. He naturally knew about Li Zhou, but Li Zhou had already passed away. As the saying goes, the tea cools down when the person is gone. He had no interest in making friends with this young man Li Wangyu. County Magistrate Chui's attitude made Li Wangyu and Yang Quan's faces darken. It seems that this County Magistrate Chui is going to ruin things. This County Magistrate Chui is a collateral member of the Chui clan in Qinghe, one of the 5 clans and 7 watches of the Tang dynasty. His name is Chui Zhua. This person's reputation as an official was average, but because he was a collateral member of the Chui clan, he was able to ride on the Chui clan's glory and become the county magistrate of Chang'an County. Yang Quan and Chui Zhua's relationship was average. Although Chui Zhua was his superior, Yang Quan wasn't afraid of him. After all, his teacher was Yu Shernan. The reason why Yang Quan was now the county magistrate of Hu County was actually a kind of political gilding. After a year, when his term was up, Yang Quan would have a meteoric rise and enter the imperial court. Yang Quan silently glanced at Chui Zhua, who was talking cheerfully with the Li clan leader. He thought to himself that if Chui Zhua wanted to take sides today, he would have to fight with this person. After all, Li Wangyu was a friend that his teacher Yu Shernan valued. How could he allow this county magistrate Chui to bully him? "Li Gong, what's the matter today? Why has it gotten to this point?" Yang Quan first asked the Li clan leader about the cause of the matter. "Today, I've troubled Yang Mingfu to come here because the unruly people of Dingzhou village are causing trouble." The Li clan leader directly complained. Before Yang Quan could speak, Chui Zhua spoke first. "Sure enough, unruly people come from barren hills and turbulent waters. Yang Mingfu, you have such unruly people under your rule. You should discipline them properly." His words made Yang Quan and Li Wangyu curse in their hearts. They hadn't even asked what the cause was, and he had already labeled the villagers of Dingzhou village as unruly. Could you be any more biased? Chapter 107. Yang Quan cupped his hands towards Chui Zhua. "Chui Ming house, will you wait for me to finish asking about the case?" His words didn't give Chui Zhua any face, but Chui Zhua couldn't do anything. He just snorted and didn't say anything else. Yang Quan's actions weren't wrong at all. After all, he was the county magistrate of Hu County, and Dingzhou village was under Hu County's jurisdiction. Although Chui Zhua was an official, he shouldn't interfere with Hu County's internal affairs. Li Gong, please tell us what is the matter today. The Li clan leader looked at Cui Zhua, then pointed at Li Wangyu and said, Yang Mingfu clearly knows that the Li family has already been removed from the Li clan by our Hu County. Naturally, Li Zhou can't be buried in our Li clan's ancestral grave. However, I saw that the Li family was pitiful, so I kindly suggested that Li Jia Xiaolang give us some money as compensation for our Li clan, and we won't pursue the matter of Li Zhou's grave anymore. The Li clan leader had a compassionate expression. However, this Li Jia Xiaolang abandoned his father, Li Zhou, and flatly refused our Li clan's good intentions for some money. Since this is the case, our Li clan naturally has to move Li Zhou's grave away. This matter is reasonable. I hope that the Tu Ming house can uphold justice for our Li clan. The Li clan leader's words were righteous, but Yang Quan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Despicable and shameless. Do you only take a small amount of money? You want to pull out Li Wangyou's tendons, pull out his bones and swallow him whole. After hearing the Li clan leader's words, Cui Zhua didn't wait for Yang Quan to speak and continued. Li Gong is righteous. This matter is completely reasonable. Li Jia Xiaolang, how can you treat your parents like this? For the sake of some money, you actually did such a disobedient and unfilial thing. You're really unbearably stubborn. Li Wangyu raised his eyes and glanced at Cui Zhua. He did not answer. He finally understood that this guy was here to cause trouble. Yang Quan ignored Cui Zhua's words and asked Li Wangyu, Li Jia Xiaolang, is what Mr. Li said true? Li Wangyu respectfully saluted Yang Quan. I've returned to the Ming house, but there's this matter. Since that's where the Li clan's ancestral grave is, why aren't you willing to move it? Yang Quan also played along with Li Wangyou's act. The Ming house may not know this, but the place where my master was buried is not the ancestral grave of the Li clan in Hu County. Naturally, I cannot agree to their request. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone in Hu County knows that the hillside is where my Li clan's ancestral grave is. How dare a brat like you talk nonsense? As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, the Li clan's clan leader and elders immediately jumped up in anger. The world is clear, how can a brat like you talk nonsense? Li Wangyu, you're lying through your teeth. Aren't you afraid that the heavens will send down lightning to strike you to death? Cui Ming house, did you hear what this brat said? Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to defend himself. He waited for them to stop causing a ruckus. Then he calmly asked, what, did I say something wrong? Since you keep saying that the hillside facing the sun is where your Li clan's ancestral grave is, what proof do you have? Li Gui rushed out and pointed at Li Wangyou's nose. He scolded. Everyone in Hu County knows about this. Why do we need proof? Li Wangyu, do you think you can escape by pestering me endlessly like this? Bah! If I don't dig up your damn father's grave today, I'll crawl back to Hu County. Aha, then you can crawl back now. 20 li isn't a short distance. Li Gui, take your time. If you don't crawl, then you're a bastard. I'll say it here today. Don't you dare touch a single blade of grass or tree in my master's grave. Li Wangyu replied disdainfully. You. Li Gui, the eldest grandson of the Li clan in Hu County, had never been humiliated like this before. Cui Zhua coldly snorted. What a glib tongue. Twisting words and forcing logic. Hu County's Li clan's ancestral grave is here. Even this county knows about this. How dare a brat like you argue? Li Wangyu, did you hear that? Even the Cui Ming house knows about this. What else do you have to say? Li Wangyu immediately took advantage of the situation and shouted at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was not moved by Cui Zhua's words. He calmly replied. The hillside facing the sun outside Dingzhou village has always been the ancestral grave of every family in Dingzhou village. When did it become exclusive to the Li clan? Bullshit. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, that hillside has been my Li clan's ancestral grave. Do you have proof? Li Wangyu asked. These words stunned the group of Li clan members. They had used their status as clan relatives to forcefully claim it. How could they have proof? However, Cui Zhua ignored his status and spoke again. What a glib tongue. However, no matter what you say, your family's elders are still buried in Hu County's Li clan's ancestral grave. Since you and your family's names have already been removed from the Li clan of Hu County, you should naturally move the graves. His words, which directly sided with Madame Li, caused an uproar among the villagers of Dingzhou village. Some people in the crowd even scolded him with the words, "Dog official." Shuizhua heard this and immediately glared at the village chief and the villagers. "You bunch of unruly people, do you want to rebel? Get out of my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for arresting you." Yang Quan saw that his superior was becoming more and more excessive. He couldn't help but lightly cough. Chui Ming House seems to be under my jurisdiction. According to the Tang dynasty's official system, Yang Quan only had to answer to Shuizhua. However, Shuizhua had no right to directly intervene in Hu County's affairs. Naturally, Shuizhua knew this. He was only doing this because of the Li family's status as a member of the imperial family. He had disregarded his reputation and wanted to do the Li family a favor. Seeing that Yang Quan actually didn't give him face in front of everyone, Shuizhua's expression immediately became ugly. However, he also knew that Yang Quan's teacher was Yu Shinan, a big shot that he couldn't afford to offend. Thus, he suppressed the anger in his heart and temporarily restrained himself. Yang Quan saw that Shuizhua was silent and turned to the Li clan leader. "Mr. Li Jia Xiaolong's words are somewhat reasonable. That hillside doesn't belong to the Li clan. Why don't you give me some face and drop the matter of moving the graves?" "No, the graves must be moved today." Yang Quan's words not only didn't make the Li clan leader and elders give up on the idea, but they also became more aggressive. "Even if we go to the Zongjing temple, there's no reason to let Li Zhou continue to be buried in my Li clan's ancestral grave. The graves must be moved today." The Zongjing temple was an official office in the Tang dynasty that specialized in managing the affairs of the royal family. All members of the royal family with the surname Li, regardless of their status or blood relationship with the emperor, were within the jurisdiction of the Zongjing temple. They managed the genealogy records of the royal family, clan and relatives, and guarded the royal tombs. Because Taoism was the national religion of the Tang dynasty, the Zongjing temple also managed Taoist priests and monks. Therefore, if the Li clan wanted to complain, they would have to go to the Zongjing temple. After Li Wangyou's name was removed from the genealogy records, the Zongjing temple naturally cancelled his records as well. In response to the Li clan's clamor, Li Wangyu only smiled. "Since you keep saying that my Darren is buried in your Li clan's ancestral grave, then do you have the title deed?" When Li Wangyu said this, the Li clan was stunned. What the hell was a title deed? Chapter 108. Without waiting for the Li clan member to speak again, Li Wangyu took out a land deed from his bosom. "The hillside facing the sun outside Dingzhou village is clearly my Li family's land. When did it become your Li clan's ancestral grave? You're simply distorting the truth." As soon as he unfolded the land deed, the Li clan member and Shuizhua felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were speechless for a long time. When the Li clan leader saw the land deed in Li Wangyou's hands, his hands began to tremble. When did you get this land deed?" "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." Shuizhua sneered from the side. 1,000 mu of mountainous land is worth at least 1,000 strings of cash. How could a young man like you afford it? Absurd. Tell me the truth, who forged this land deed?" His words were like a life-saving straw for the Li clan members, and they immediately began to echo his words. "That's right, it must be a forged land deed. This boy's current net worth is at most 300 mu of paddy fields, 20 cattle, and 100 strings of cash. How could he afford this mountainous land?" Forging a land deed is punishable by imprisonment and flogging. This Li Wangyu is simply crazy. Haha, how funny. In Hu County, it's said that Li Wangyu is extraordinarily intelligent, but I didn't think he would do such a stupid thing. Forging a land deed? Only he could think of something like that. If it weren't for the Chui Ming house, we really would have been fooled by this bastard. The words of Shuizhua and the Li clan members didn't move Li Wangyu. Instead, he smiled as if he was looking at a group of idiots. Before the Li clan members could finish mocking him, Yang Quan coughed softly. "This land deed isn't forged." "What? Yang Mingfu, what nonsense are you saying?" Shuizhua was stunned and retorted. Yang Quan stroked his beard and said indifferently, "This deed was personally handled by this county 3 days ago. This county naturally knows." His words stunned the people who were laughing at Li Wangyu, and they all fell silent. Li Wangyu actually bought the land on the hillside outside Zhou village. If that was the case, some of the Li clan clansmen who reacted quickly were already sweating profusely. If this was true, then the consequences would be too severe. Li Wangyu grinned at them and said, "That's right. Did you see it clearly? That hillside belongs to the Li family. It's written in black and white, and the official seal is very clear. So." He then looked at the dumbstruck crowd and smiled even more happily. "So, I'm sorry, but since that hillside belongs to the Li family, I'll have to ask all of you to move those unrelated graves away. Otherwise, if you continue to occupy my family's land, you'll ruin my family's feng shui." Li Wangyu's words were like a deep water bomb exploding, setting off huge waves. The Li clan leader and clan elders went crazy after hearing his words. Asking the Li clan to move their ancestral graves? This was no different from stabbing a few bloody holes in their bodies with a knife. You're so vicious. This old man will fight you to the death." The Li clan leader wanted to slam his head into Li Wangyu as soon as he finished speaking. Li Wangyu hurriedly dodged to the side. This old man was trying to extort money. The Li clan clansmen were also agitated and rushed forward. Yang Quan hurriedly ordered the bailiffs to separate the crowd to prevent any accidents. Cui Zhuo looked at Yang Quan with a shocked expression. "Yang Mingfu, explain to this county why you handled the deed for this ignorant brat? Who allowed you to do this?" Yang Quan looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Cui Minghouse, what do you mean by that? Someone bought land with money, and it's an ownerless piece of land belonging to the county. Why can't I sell it? That's where my Li clan's ancestral graves are." The Li clan elder roared angrily. Yang Quan said, "Since it's where your Li clan's ancestral graves are, why don't you buy that hillside from the county? You." The Li clan elders were so angry at Yang Quan's words that they almost vomited blood. It was true that the Li clan should buy that hillside facing the sun. Moreover, both Yang Quan and Yang Quan's former county magistrate had asked the Li clan whether they should buy that hillside. However, the Li clan was a member of the imperial family, so no one dared to have any ideas about them. Spending money to buy a graveyard would be a waste, so they had never thought of buying their ancestral graves. Who would have thought that, because of greed, after coming up with the idea of forcing Li Wangyu to move the graves, they would force Li Wangyu to spend money to buy the hillside facing the sun? This made the Li clan elders regret their decision. Li Wangyu lightly brushed the dust off his body. "All right, everyone is clear about the situation. I'll give you 3 days to move all the graves buried in my family's land. Otherwise, don't blame me for having your corpses dug up in the wilderness. You dare. That's where my Li clan's ancestral graves are. This old man will go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple and report you for insulting the Imperial family." The Li clan leader shouted fiercely. "Li Wangyu, don't forget that that's where your ancestors are buried. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" This was an emotional card. "You dare to insult my Li clan? This world is still my Li Tang's world. Cui Ming House, this Li clan is acting recklessly. You have to make a decision for my Li clan." Someone pressured Cui Zhuo, hoping to borrow the power of the government to stop Li Wangyu. As for Yang Quan, the county magistrate of Hu County, no one went to beg him. All of the Li clan members could see that Yang Quan didn't want to deal with their Li clan. The Li clan leader was already secretly planning a way to get rid of Yang Quan. Although the Li clan of Hu County didn't have an official in the imperial court, as a member of the imperial family, they knew many big shots in the imperial court. Naturally, there were people willing to work for them. For example, Chang'an County Magistrate Cui Zhuo, as Yang Quan's immediate superior, might be able to do something. In Hu County, there was actually a county magistrate who opposed their Li clan. This was simply going against the heavens. Last time when Yang Quan fought a lawsuit against Li Wangyu, the Li clan leader and the clan elders didn't like Yang Quan. However, because they were deceived by the monk and didn't want to expose their family's dirty linen, they didn't do anything. Today, seeing Yang Quan oppose them like this, the Li clan felt that their face as members of the imperial family had been slapped by Li Wangyu and Yang Quan. They couldn't take it anymore. "Cui Ming House, please make a decision for our Li clan of Hu County." The Li clan leader and the clan elders cupped their hands and said to Cui Zhuo. Cui Zhuo also had a face of dissatisfaction. As a 5th-rank official, he was actually insulted by Yang Quan, a 7th-rank official. It was really embarrassing. One had to know that there was a difference of 8 ranks between the two of them. In the Tang dynasty, there were 30 ranks in the 9th rank from the 1st rank to the lower 9th rank. There were a total of 30 ranks. Yang Quan was currently a low-level official in the Tang dynasty, while Cui Zhuo was already a middle-level official. The difference in status was huge. So what if Yang Quan had Yu Shernan behind him? Was the Cui clan of Qinghe made of mud? Thinking of this, Cui Zhuo didn't want to give Yang Quan any more face. He planned to use his status as a 5th-rank official to suppress Yang Quan and Li Wangyu. He wanted to curry favor with the Li clan of Hu County. Nonsense! How can you casually buy and sell other people's ancestral tombs? This county will definitely investigate this matter and see if there is anyone involved who is corrupt, bending the law, and practicing favoritism. Men, bring this Li Wangyu back to the county office. This county will personally interrogate him. He planned to directly shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Quan. He didn't care about the rules of officialdom and forcefully intervened in Hu County's affairs. When Cui Zhuo's words reversed black and white, Yang Quan and Li Wangyu's expressions turned cold. The Niu brothers and the villagers of Dingzhou village were in an uproar. The members of the Li clan were pleasantly surprised. Just as they were making a ruckus, they heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the road outside the village. A rough voice sounded. "Wahahaha, nephew, I've come to see you, little kid." Chapter 109. Everyone looked over and saw a dozen strong horses galloping from the dirt road outside the village. When Li Wangyu saw the person in the lead, he felt a faint pain in his buttocks. The person who came was the Duke of Lu Chongyaojin. Behind him were 3 young men and more than a dozen bodyguards. Li Wangyu was very surprised. Why did this devil incarnate come to Dingzhou village? Did he want to find trouble with him again? He did not dare to be rude and quickly went forward to respectfully greet Chongyang. "Uncle Chong, how come you have time to come to this nephew's place today?" "Wahahaha, today is the day off. I just heard that you brat made some pig slaughtering feast. I brought my sons to eat the rich." "Pig slaughtering feast? This cheap meat can also make Chongyaojin, the Duke of the Tang dynasty, come here? Moreover, what do you mean by eating the rich? I am now in debt of more than 2,600 copper coins. You brought more than a dozen men to eat the rich, does your conscience not hurt?" Before Li Wangyu finished cursing in his heart, Chongyaojin habitually used his large palm to slap Li Wangyu's shoulder. The slap almost made Li Wangyu's body go soft. This old man did not realize it and instead frowned. "Nephew, your body is too weak." Yes, Uncle Chong is right. I will go back and train." Li Wangyu was sweating like a waterfall. "Do you not know how heavy your hand is? Come, Laozi will introduce you to my 3 sons, Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi. In the future, you 4 brothers should get to know each other better." Cheng Yaojin pointed at the 3 young men beside him. Li Wangyu looked up and almost bit his own tongue. This Cheng Yaojin's genes were really strong. Those who did not know would think that Cheng Yaojin's 3 sons were triplets. They looked almost exactly the same. Except for the beard and the wrinkles on their faces, they were almost identical copies of Cheng Yaojin's triplets. Li Wangyu quickly greeted Cheng Yaojin's 3 sons. "Wangyu greets my 3 elder brothers." "Haha, what elder brother? Call me big brother." Cheng Chumo, like Cheng Yaojin, patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi did the same. They laughed heartily as they used their big hands to rub Li Wangyu's weak shoulders. F***ck. Did this bastard Cheng Yaojin want to bring his 3 sons to kill me today? Li Wangyu was about to collapse. Also, why were the father and son of the Cheng family so friendly? Cheng Yaojin asked him to call him uncle the moment they met, and these 3 younger versions of Cheng Yaojin asked him to call him brother. In the Tang dynasty, titles such as uncle and elder brother were not used casually. They were reserved for relatives. Rubbing his numb shoulders, Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly and greet them again. "Wangyu greets my 3 brothers." "Virtuous nephew, what are you doing? Why are hundreds of people gathered together?" After greeting, Cheng Yaojin pointed to the crowd at the village entrance and asked. Li Wangyu smiled and briefly told Cheng Yaojin what happened today. In the end, he pointed to Cui Zhuo and said, "Uncle Cheng, I'm afraid I can't treat you to a meal today. This county magistrate Cui is going to take me back to Chong'an County for questioning." When he said this, Chuizhua was almost scared to death. After Chang Yaojin and his party appeared, Chuizhua's heart thumped. After hearing Chang Yaojin and his son greeting Li Wangyu so warmly, he felt his legs tremble. Of course Chuizhua knew Chengyan. Not only did he know him, but he was also very familiar with him. Because Chang Yaojin's second wife married the daughter of the Chui clan of Qinghe. Chuizhua was also born in the Chui clan of Qinghe. But the difference was that he was a collateral descendant of the Chui clan of Qinghe. Madame Chang Yaojin was the eldest daughter of the Chui clan of Qinghe, the eldest daughter of Chui Xian, the head of the Chui clan of Qinghe. The difference in status between the two was like clouds and mud. As one of the members of the Chui clan of Qinghe, who was an official in Chang'an, Chuizhua had to bring gifts to greet Madame Chang at Duke Lu's mansion during festivals. Madame Chang was just meeting the members of the Chui clan of Qinghe out of the family's needs. After a few words of encouragement, she sent them out and did not have much interaction with them. Chang Yaojin was at most familiar with the members of the Chui clan of Qinghe, but he could not even remember their names. "You're that Chui something? Come here and tell me what you want to do with my nephew?" Chang Yaojin glared at Chuizhua. Chang Yaojin glared at Chuizhua, and Chuizhua was so scared that he almost wet himself. He trembled as he came over and saluted Chang Yaojin. Duke Lu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know Li Jia Shaoling was your nephew. He was so scared that he could not speak clearly. He did not understand how Li Zhou's son became Chang Yaojin's nephew. Was he blinded by Lar just now? He actually wanted to arrest Li Wangyu and take him to the county government. No, it was all this damn Li clan's fault. Thinking of this, Chuizhua shot a fierce look at the Li clan leader and the elders. It was this group of bastards who wanted to frame him. Misunderstanding my ass. Tell me what you want to do. Chang Yaojin grabbed Chuizhua's collar and pulled him to his face. Duke Lu, please forgive me. I really didn't know. It was the Li clan of Hu County. They were greedy and wanted to humiliate your nephew. Chuizhua was completely confused. In order to get Chang Yaojin to forgive him, he did not hesitate to betray the Li clan. Compared to Chang Yaojin, the founding duke of the Tang dynasty, the Li clan of Hu County was nothing. Chuizhua naturally knew which side he should side with. Chang Yaojin threw Chuizhua away in disgust. Go and apologize to my nephew. If he doesn't forgive you, you don't need to enter my Chang mansion anymore. Hearing his words, Chuizhua quickly got up from the ground. He did not care about the dust on his official robe and respectfully ran to Li Wangyu. Young Master Li, it's all this county's. He wanted to put on a show of authority, but he heard Chang Yaojin's soft snort. He quickly changed his words. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. The dignified fifth-rank county magistrate of Chang and County even called himself my subordinate in front of Li Wangyu. My subordinate was a humble way of saying that he was just someone who could run errands. Li Wangyu saw that Chang Yaojin knew this county magistrate Chui, so he was too lazy to argue with him. He disdainfully curled his lips. All right, there's nothing for you to do. He then turned to the clan leader and elders of the Li clan and shook the land deed in his hand. Everyone, if you don't come to move the graves in 3 days, don't blame me for finding someone to take action. Humph. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Li Wangyu's words were like a hot slap on the face of the Li clan. The people of the Li clan did not expect the situation to suddenly change. Just a moment ago, Chuizhua was on their side, but now he changed his attitude. How did Duke Lu Cheng Yaojin become Li Wangyu's uncle? Could it be that the Li clan of Hu County was really going to be forced to move their ancestral graves by Li Wangyu? That would be the end of the world. The Li clan leader angrily glared at the clan elder, who came up with the idea of forcing Li Wangyu to move the graves. It was all because of this old bastard's good idea that things ended up like this. How were they going to deal with it now? Chapter 110. Chang Yaojin couldn't be bothered to interact with the Li clan, and only watched coldly from the sidelines. Even so, it gave the Li clan enough pressure to make them not dare to cause any more trouble. Now the situation had changed. Li Wangyu had bought the location of the clan's tomb. Originally they wanted to force Li Wangyu to move the tomb, but now it was Li Wangyu who was forcing the Li clan to move the tomb. The Li clan leader coughed softly and lowered his stance. Li Jia Shaolang, our Li clan will not force you to move the tomb. Let's just forget about this matter. The old man's words made Li Wangyu laugh. So it was the Li clan that had let him off? With such thick skin, no wonder he could become the clan leader. Haha, how funny. You won't let me move the tomb? Do you not know how to read? Do you not understand what is written on the title deed? Or are your ears not good? Listen carefully. I am the one who is forcing the Li clan to move the tomb. Xiao Lang, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Don't go overboard. The Li clan leader said through gritted teeth. Overboard? Do you know how to write these 2 words? You bunch of gluttons, did you think of this when you greedily asked for money from my lord? Did you think of this when you stole the golden fields from my family? Did you think of this when so many of you came to Dingzhou village to dig up my lord's tomb? Bah! Li Wangyou's carefree and unrestrained scolding had vented the resentment in his heart, but it had also caused the faces of the Li family's people to turn pale. Now that Li Wangyu had the title deed, Yang Quan was obviously not on good terms with the Li clan. Even Cui Zhua, the county magistrate of Chang'an County, quickly changed sides after Chang Yaojin's arrival. This made the Li clan members feel a chill in their hearts. Li Jia Xiaolang, are you really going to be so heartless? The Li clan leader said in a low voice. You asked for it. Good. Since that's the case, I Li clan won't say anything more today. The Li clan's ancestral grave is on that hillside. If you really dare to dig up the grave, do as you please. The Li clan leader finished speaking with a gloomy face, then turned to his clansmen and shouted, Let's go back. Grandpa, are we going back just like that? But the ancestral grave. Li Gui was still unwilling to give up and asked in a low voice. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Li clan leader. I will personally go to the Imperial Clan Temple to demand an explanation for today's matter. Go back now. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The members of the Li clan, who had been arrogant and insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, were now all listless. Amidst the loud taunts and mocking laughter of more than 100 men from Dingzhou village, they were ready to withdraw from the village. Li Gui, didn't you want to crawl back to the county? Li Wangyu suddenly shouted. For some shameless people, cynical men were never stingy to hit them when they were down. Li Wangyu, you wait for me. Li Gui was so irritated by his words that his face turned red. He completely forgot the boasting he had made before. Li Wangyu laughed loudly. Li Gui, get out. If you say one more word, I will dig up your family's grave today. His words were like a slap to Madame Li's face, causing Li Gui's face to turn red and green, but he didn't dare to make a sound. The Li clan leader snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. He led the members of the Li clan who were extremely disappointed and prepared to retreat. Cheng Yaodin suddenly said, You are from the Li clan of Hu County, right? I will explain what happened today to His Majesty and let His Majesty discipline you. His words made the Li clan's patriarch and a group of clan elders' bodies uncontrollably sway. Some of the clan elders with poor mental fortitude even fell directly onto the ground. Hi Duke Lu, why do you say that? Our Li clan didn't offend you, did we? The Li clan leader tried to support himself. You are going to dig up my nephew's grave. How dare you say you didn't offend me? Get out. I don't want to care about your trivial matters. Chang Yaojin's words made the Li clan more depressed. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Today, the Li clan's face was completely lost. Li Wangyu was actually threatening the Li clan. If he really wanted to dig up the grave, he wouldn't do it. First of all, the Li clan of Hu County was a relative of the royal family. If he really dug up their ancestral grave, it would be like slapping Pai Lupi's face. Second of all, although he was expelled from the clan, the people buried in the Li clan's grave were the ancestors of his previous body. He couldn't blame the Li clan's deceased ancestors for the sins of the Li clan's descendants. The Li clan leader naturally saw this point. That was why he said to Li Wangyu that it was up to him whether he dug up the grave or not. After the Li clan left, Li Wangyu repeatedly thanked the village chief and the villagers who came to help. After the crowd dispersed, Li Wangyu invited Chang Yaojin and his son to his residence as guests. Yang Quan used work as an excuse and returned to the county office after greeting Chang Yaojin. Cui Zhua didn't want to leave, but seeing that Chang Yaojin had no intention of keeping him, he could only follow Yang Quan and leave. For Chuizhua, today was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, he wanted to curry favor with the Li clan of Hu County. In the end, not only did he not achieve his goal, but he also turned against the Li clan in front of everyone. Moreover, he also had a falling out with Yang Quan. The gains didn't make up for the losses. On the way back to Hu County, Chuizhua wanted to mend the rift between him and Yang Quan. No matter what, he didn't want to casually offend a big shot like Yu Shernan. Brother Shuqing, just now I was confused. Brother Shuqing, please don't take it to heart. Cui Minghouse's words are too serious. Yang Quan calmly replied. Who is that Li Wangyu? Isn't his father Li Zhou? Chuizhua asked the question in his heart. Li Zhou was originally one of the big shots in the imperial court. However, after offending Pai Lupi, he lost his official position and died of illness. Chuizhua didn't take Li Wangyu seriously, and only wanted to curry favor with the Li clan of Hu County. However, seeing Chang Yaojin's attitude today, it was obvious that he had misjudged, and that there was something he didn't know. Yang Quan looked at him and replied with deep meaning. Cui Minghouse in Chang'an has never heard of Li Jia Xiaolang? Shuqing, what do you mean? Haha, nothing. However, Li Jia Xiaolang is quite famous in Chang'an. As the county magistrate of Chang, Cui Minghouse actually doesn't know of him. This is surprising. Chuizhua really didn't know about the series of events that Li Wangyu had caused in Chang, and because his official rank was too low. Regardless of whether it was the poetry recital at Lake Tujiang, the important ministers who were able to enter the waterside pavilion, or the guests who were able to attend Zhang Liangfu's birthday banquet, Cui Mingfu was still miles away from that level. Yang Quan didn't continue to say anything to him. After returning to Chang, Chuizhua went to inquire about the name Li Wangyu from Dingzhou village in Hu County. Although he didn't know much, it was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat again. He had kicked an iron plate this time. He couldn't help but feel lucky. If it wasn't for Chang Yaojin's sudden appearance, he was afraid that he would have brought Li Wangyu back to Chang'an for interrogation. That would really be like poking a hornet's nest. Chuizhua didn't think about how to repair the relationship with Li Wangyu in the future. However, in Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu was very depressed at this time. Chapter 111. Li Wangyu politely invited Chang Yaojin and his son into his house and immediately asked the Niu brothers to go to the village to buy a pig for him to slaughter, and then send it to the kitchen. Since Chang Yaojin said that he wanted to eat a pig slaughter feast, Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse. In fact, the reason why Chang Yaojin suddenly brought his 3 sons to Dingzhou village today was not to eat cheap meat. It was just an excuse. Chang Yaojin, this fellow, seemed to be not stingy, but in fact he was very shrewd. As the saying goes, his face was like a pig's and his heart was clear. He had already seen that Li Wangyu would not be a fish in a pond in the future. Naturally, he did not mind coming to the cold stove now to form a good karma. Of course, the premise was that Chang Yaojin really liked Li Wangyu. Otherwise, no matter how talented Li Wangyu was, the devil incarnate would not bring his 3 sons to Dingzhou village to eat rich people. Since Chang Yaojin brought his 3 sons to the door, the smile on Li Heng's old face never disappeared. That fawning appearance made Li Wangyu gnash his teeth. When the beautiful superior learned that Chang Yaojin brought her 3 sons to visit, she hurriedly came out from the backyard to greet them. Su Chongqing was also very curious about Chang Yaojin. This was the first living Tang dynasty celebrity she saw. This little girl greets Lu Guogong. Wahahaha, no need for formality. Little girl, I heard that you are my nephew's cousin. Then you can also call this old man uncle. Chang Yaojin deliberately emphasized the word cousin. While speaking, he also mischievously winked at Li Wangyu. This old bastard. Li Wangyu speechlessly rolled his eyes. Sure enough, no one would believe that the beautiful superior was his cousin. Su Chongqing's face was slightly red, but she was not nervous. She bowed again. Yes, niece greets Uncle Chang. Chang Yaojin did not delve into the issue of Su Chongqing's identity. He was too lazy to care about this kind of thing. He just smiled and let it go. As soon as Chang Yaojin entered the central room of the Li family's front yard, he noticed the chairs that his beautiful superior had ordered people to build for him. In particular, the rocking chair that his beautiful superior had asked the carpenter to build made the old man even more excited. After pondering over its function, he directly sat on it and rocked very comfortably. My dear nephew, you're so insensible. Why don't you know how to show filial piety to your elders when you have such a good thing? Forget it, I won't argue with you. Dalong Erlang Sanlang, remember to take this chair with you when you leave. Chang Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu completely dumbfounded. F***ck. Was this the founding duke of the Tang dynasty or a bandit? Oh right, this guy was a bandit from Wagong's stronghold. F***ck. Was this considered as inviting a wolf into the house? Li Wangyu was conflicted about whether or not he should ask the old butler, Li Heng, to put away all the valuables in the house. However, looking at Li Heng's lackey appearance, he would probably take the initiative to give these to Chang Yaojin, right? Uncle Chang, I've already asked my family to buy pigs and slaughter them. Since we have nothing to do, why don't we play mahjong? Li Wangyu suddenly rolled his eyes and came up with a bad idea. The Tang dynasty naturally did not have mahjong, a national treasure yet. The earliest records of mahjong in China were from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Mahjong was probably invented at that time. However, because he was bored a few days ago, in order to pass the time, Li Wangyu specifically asked the carpenters in the village to help him make a wooden mahjong set. Now in the house, including the 4 maidservants, Li Heng, Perrin, and the Niu brothers had all learned to play mahjong as a recreational activity. Since they had nothing to do, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing had the people in the house accompany them to play mahjong. Li Wangyu was angry with Chang Yaojin, this old fellow, who came to his house to eat and take things. He wanted to seduce Chang Yaojin to play mahjong, and then win some copper coins from him. As a person from Sichuan, Li Wangyu naturally knew how to play mahjong. He dared not say that he was an expert, but he was invincible in Lai Hot. The beauty's skill level was average. She only knew how to play mahjong. However, in the Tang dynasty she had nothing to do, so she was addicted to playing mahjong. What is mahjong? Chang Yaojin curiously asked. Li Wangyu led the Cheng father and son to the mahjong table and poured out the mahjong tiles. He and Su Chongqing explained the rules of mahjong in detail, which made Chang Yaojin and his 3 sons itch. Nephew, this mahjong game was also made by you? Yes. Li Wangyu shamelessly agreed, causing the beauty to cover her face with her hands. She was embarrassed to see this fellow's thick skin. This mahjong game is interesting. Come, sit down and try it. Chang Yaojin did not hesitate and sat down at the mahjong table. Dalong, you come too. Erlang Sanlang, you guys watch from the side. Li Wangyu looked at the beauty with a smile and pulled her to sit at the mahjong table. After teaching Chang Yaojin and his sons how to shuffle and number the tiles, the 4 of them began the game of sparrows. Li Wangyu reached out and picked up a tile from the mahjong wall. He rubbed it with his right thumb. Little chicken. He flipped the tile open. It was indeed a piece. Chang Yaojin and his 3 sons' eyes lit up when they saw this. They felt that it was really cool. In fact, Li Wangyu was just showing off. He was invincible in Lai Hot, but in his previous life he was only slightly better than a rookie. Anyway, every time he went back to his hometown in Sichuan, he would play mahjong with his friends and relatives. He would lose 9 out of 10 times. However, his skills were enough to show off in front of beginners like Chang Yaojin and Cheng Chumo. When he deliberately went easy on them, Chang Yaojin won a few rounds and laughed happily. Chang Chuliang and Cheng Chubi, who were watching from the side, were itching to play mahjong, but they could not sit at the table. They just wanted their brother to give up his seat. Cheng Chumo, who had just tasted the sweetness of mahjong, would not give up his seat. He pretended not to hear his 2 brothers' pleas. Li Wangyu saw that the time was right. He smiled like a fox who had stolen a hen. Uncle Chang, it's boring to play like this. Why don't we put some money on the table? Wahahaha, nephew is right. Then let's put some money on the table. How about we do it the same way? Chang Yaojin had just learned how to count and had just won a round of 4 tiles. Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss and immediately nodded in agreement. Everyone started to arrange their cards again, and the battle started anew. It had to be said that Li Wangyu's luck was not bad today. Chang Yaojin and his sons were beginners. They were no match for him. Selfie. It's all right. A total of 8 tiles. Uncle Chang, brother Chumo, he Cheng Hui, a total of 8 tiles. Li Wangyu pushed down the tiles in his hand and smiled brightly. Keep the tab. We'll count them together later. Chang Yaojin shouted impatiently. Li Wangyu immediately called the old housekeeper, Li Heng, to keep the tab. Everyone started playing again. I won. Uncle Chung, I'm sorry. I won. Brother Chumo, you won. 2 rounds of mahjong were not finished. Chung Yaojin's originally black face became even more unbearable. It was as black as the Kunlun slaves in Chang'an. Chung Chumo was also depressed. He did not win a single round of mahjong. He was losing money. Li Heng, how much do Uncle Chung and Brother Chumo owe me? Li Wangyu smiled proudly. Langjun Lu Guogong owes you 56 strings of coins. Chung Gongzi owes you 43 strings of coins. Li Wangyu's eyes narrowed. When he was about to say something, his body suddenly became light. He was directly lifted up from the chair by Chung Yaojin. He said word by word. Nephew, the pig should have been slaughtered. Shouldn't you go make the pig rice? Thus, Li Wangyu was tragically kicked off the mahjong table. His beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. He went to the kitchen dejectedly. As for the seat he had vacated, Chang Chuliang and Chang Chubi almost fought over the seat. Chapter 112. Li Wangyu was very depressed as he cooked all kinds of dishes in the kitchen. Not long after, his beautiful boss also appeared. Even Su Chongqing could win against Chang Yaojin and his sons. It can be seen how bad they were at playing. Now that the mahjong table had become a civil war in the Chung family, Chang Huaibi finally sat down at the gambling table after Su Chongqing was politely invited away by Chang Yaojin. The so-called, "there is no father and son on the gambling table," was indeed a famous saying. When Li Wangyu finished cooking, he respectfully invited Chang Yaojin to eat. However, he saw that the situation on the mahjong table had changed. Chang Yaojin's 3 brothers were crying while Chang Yaojin was laughing. Obviously, this old man's luck was better as he won against his 3 sons. Because Chang Yaojin had brought more than a dozen guards with him, Su Chongqing asked Li Heng to find a mat and a short table for the guards to eat in the front yard. Chang Yaojin and his sons were invited to the Li family's dining room to take a seat. Chang Yaojin and his sons were very curious about Li Wangyu's large dining table. They were also full of praise for the high-back chair. This made Li Wangyu very worried. Would this old man take the dining table and chairs with him when he left? The rocking chair in the central room of the front yard had already been unceremoniously moved aside by Chang Yaojin's personal guards. Seeing this, Li Wangyu's face twitched. What made him even more worried was the washroom in the front yard of the Li family. Ever since Chang Yaojin asked Li Heng to take him to the washroom, Li Wangyu felt that this old man's eyes were constantly glancing at the washroom. This old man wouldn't want to take away his ceramic toilet, right? If Chang Yaojin didn't think it was dirty, then let him take it. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped this nauseating association and asked the maids to serve the dishes. Chang Yaojin and his 3 sons actually didn't come to eat. The pig's slaughtered rice was just an excuse. The nobles of the Tang dynasty almost only ate beef and mutton. They politely declined pork. At this time, seeing Li Wang, you really used cheap meat to make a table full of dishes, they couldn't help but look at each other, hesitating for a long time, not knowing whether to eat or not. The 4 of them looked at each other for a long time, and finally their gazes fell on Chang Chubi, meaning that he should try it first. Chang Chubi almost cried. Just because he was the youngest, he had to be bullied like this? What happened to fatherly love? Where are my brothers and friends? Looking at the threatening eyes of his father and brothers, Chang Chubi had no choice but to raise his chopsticks and reach out to the plate of Dongpa pig knuckle. Oh no, Wangyu pig knuckle. Chang Chubi closed his eyes. With the fearlessness of a martyr and the spirit of a revolutionary martyr, he picked up the pork and slowly put it into his mouth. He began to chew. He opened his eyes abruptly, looked at his father and brothers, and let out a long sigh. Brother Wangyu's cooking sigh, let's not talk about it. Father, brothers, I'll eat this dish alone. The guards have brought beef jerky. You can eat that. Chang Yaojin nodded with relief, and then slapped him on the head. Then he pulled the plate of Wangyu pig knuckle in front of Chang Chubi and reached out his chopsticks to eat. Chang Chumo and Chang Chuliang also slapped their dear brother on the head, and then unceremoniously reached out their chopsticks to pick up the dishes on the table. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Chang Chubi's intention to eat all the delicious dishes alone could not fool Chang Yaojin, let alone his 2 brothers. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing also sat at the table to accompany the guests, but the way the 4 of them ate was so scary that it could be called a small battle. The two of them held their chopsticks in a daze, but did not know how to pick up the food. Notice table was filled with more than a dozen dishes, but the plates and bowls were flying everywhere, and even Chang Yaojin directly grabbed the pig knuckle and began to eat. Li Wangyu stiffly turned his neck to look at Su Chongqing, and the two of them communicated silently with their eyes. Are you sure it's Duke Lu, Cheng Yaojin? Are you a refugee or a beggar? Maybe it's Cheng Yaojin. Not only did the Cheng father and son eat like this, but also the more than a dozen guards sitting in the front yard. The way they ate scared the four maids of the Li family, who were responsible for delivering the dishes, and their faces turned pale. The little girl Perrin hid at the side and whispered, "The Duke of the Tang dynasty is so pitiful. It feels like they haven't eaten for many days." Her words were heard by Li Heng and the Niu brothers. The three of them tacitly nodded, thinking that Perrin was right. The old housekeeper Li Heng also felt that his Longjuan's unwillingness to become an official was the right decision. The officials of the Tang dynasty were so pitiful that they could eat so much meat and end up in such a miserable state. Chang Yaojin, and his guards were all very happy after eating the pig rice. What made Li Wangyu even more speechless was that Chang Yaojin and his guards actually ate an entire pig. Li Wangyu could not help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Last time, he invited more than 500 people in the village to eat the pig rice, but only 2 pigs were slaughtered. Were the Cheng father and son and his guards reincarnated from starvation? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chang Yaojin went back home. Before he left, he did not forget to slap Li Wangyu's shoulder with his big palm. "Wahaha, nephew, your house is really good. I will come often." His words made Li Wangyu, who was almost unable to stand because of the heavy blow to his shoulder, almost fall to the ground. "Fuck, come often?" Was this Chang Yaojin afraid that he would not go bankrupt fast enough? Chang Chumo and his 2 brothers each gave Li Wangyu a warm bear hug, making him feel as if he could hear the sound of his ribs cracking. The Cheng father and son must be his enemies from his previous life. Li Wangyu was very sure of this. "Brother Wangyu, from now on your business is our business. If anyone dares to bully you, tell them our names and we will beat the shit out of them," Chang Chumo said very righteously. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi also nodded seriously, thinking that their brother was right. "Yes, Brother Wangyu is the Cheng family's brother from now on. Brother Wangyu, next time Big Brother will go with you to Hu County and beat those bastards to death." Wangyu thanks 3 brothers. Li Wangyu said with a smile. Although Cheng Yaojin was not a good person, these 3 brothers were very loyal. One must know that the Tang people were very serious about their promises. Once they made a promise, they must fulfill it. Chang Chumo's words were not like those drunk friends in the future who patted each other's chests and bragged. Since the Chang brothers said so, then they really regarded Li Wangyu as their brother. Li Wangyu also felt that the Cheng brothers were very pleasing to the eye. He was happy to make friends with these top playboys in the Tang dynasty. Compared to the Cheng brothers, that Li Gui from the Hu County Li clan was not even worth a fart. Under Li Wangyu's tearful gaze, the Cheng father and son rode back to Cheng. Li Wangyu's tearful gaze was not because he was reluctant to part with Cheng Chumo and his brothers, but because that old bastard Cheng Yaojin not only took away his rocking chair, but also the mahjong table and the most precious mahjong set in the history of the Tang dynasty. What made him cry even more silently was that Cheng Yaojin, that old bastard, actually went back on his word. The Cheng father and son acted as if they did not know that he had lost 100 or 200 strings of copper coins on the mahjong table, patted their butts and ran away. This was like a ghost raiding a village. Shameless. Despicable. Chapter 113. Li Wangyu didn't know that when his family was being raided by the Japanese. Oh no, the Cheng father and son. The Li clan of Hu County ran to Cheng to complain. After the Li clan leader led several clan elders to retreat in defeat from Dingzhou village, the more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He felt that he had lost face and his face was burning with pain. They didn't think that they did anything wrong today. It was all the fault of that damned Li Wangyu and the county magistrate, Yang Quan. Even the farm workers in Dingzhou village dared to go against the Li clan. They deserved to die. As for Lu Guogong, the Li family of Hu County knew their place. They knew that they, a relative of the imperial family with no power and influence, could not afford to offend him. Thus they did not even think about it. Feeling that they had been bullied, the Li clan elders returned to Hu County. After a brief discussion, they had people set up carriages and went straight to Chang'an Zongjing Temple to complain. The Zongjing Temple was an official that managed the imperial family's affairs. There was a lower third-rank official in the Zongjing Temple. There were also 2 junior officials who helped the official manage the Zongjing Temple. Because they were mainly responsible for managing the imperial family's affairs, during the Zhengguan era, the position of official was often held by members of the imperial family. Zhao County Prince Li Xiaogong's father was Li Yuan's cousin. After Li Yuan started the war, he was in charge of managing Bashu. With Li Jing's help, he killed Xiaoxian and Fu Gongyu. The south of the Yangtze River was under his command. His military achievements were almost on par with Pai Lupi's. After Pai Lupi ascended to the throne at Xuanwu Gate, Li Xiaogong withdrew from the center of power in the Tang dynasty and was appointed by Pai Lupi to be the official of the Zongjing Temple. In order to prevent Li heir from being suspicious, Li Xiaogong was even more disinclined to manage the nonsensical affairs of the imperial family. Although he held the position of a temple official, he was infatuated with singing, dancing, and beauties to entertain himself. He threw all the affairs of the Zongjing Temple to 2 junior officials to manage. Su Jingzong, one of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's manor, was one of the vice ministers of the Zongjing Temple. Although the position of vice minister of the Zongjing Temple was an upper 4th-rank official, it did not have much real power. This made Su Jingzong, who yearned for power, feel very depressed. Although Pai Lupi often called for these 18 scholars to accompany him, for example, at the Chu River Lake Poetry Gathering last time. However, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, both of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's manor, had already entered the imperial court. Even Yu Shernan was a junior secretary, accompanying the sage. As for him, Su Jingzong, who was full of wisdom, he could only be a junior minister in the imperial clan temple and manage the trivial matters of the imperial family. This really made him feel indignant. That was why Su Jingzong from the Great Yin was so jealous of Li Wangyou's talent that day at Chujiangqi Poetry Festival. He repeatedly said that he wanted to use eye drops in front of Pai Lupi. Actually, Su Jingzong was just using the excuse of stepping on Li Wangyou to attract more attention from Pai Lupi. On this day, Su Jingzong was reading documents in boredom in his office in the Imperial Clan Temple. Suddenly, he heard a Yamen servant come to report that the Li clan of Hu County was requesting an audience. Su Jingzong naturally knew that the Li clan of Hu County was a relative of the imperial family. He did not dare to slight them and hurriedly had the servant invite them into the Yamen. Greetings, eunuch Li. Although Su Jingzong was also annoyed by these imperial relatives of the Li clan, he did not show it on his face. He respectfully greeted the Li clan leader. The Li clan leader and the elders also hurriedly greeted him. Naturally, they would not be disrespectful to the vice minister of the Zongjing Temple. Eunuch Li, what brings you here today? Su Jingzong asked. The Li clan leader and the elders had sorrowful expressions. A complaint. Our Li clan of Hu County's ancestral grave is about to be dug up. Please, Vice Minister Su, help our Li clan of Hu County get justice. Su Jingzong was shocked by the Li clan leader's words. There were still people in the Tang dynasty who dared to dig up the ancestral grave of the imperial family? Wasn't this like an old man eating arsenic and tired of living? He hurriedly asked for the details. The Li clan leader and the elders added fuel to the fire and told him how Li Wangyu and the county magistrate of Hu County Yang Quan had bullied them today. Vice Minister Su, this Li Wangyu and Yang Quan, as well as those farmers from Dingzhou village, are truly despicable. They actually ignored the saints and wanted to dig up our Li clan's ancestral grave. How can this be? They are simply rebelling against the emperor. The Li clan leader said angrily. Su Jingzong was from the Great Yin, so he immediately knew what was going on. It was obvious that the Li clan of Hu County had tried to dig up Li Zhou's grave, but Li Wangyu had bought the area where the Li clan's ancestral grave was located. This was clearly the result of the Li clan of Hu County not only failing to show off, but also being pushed to the ground. This bunch of useless imperial family members had the nerve to complain over such a trivial matter. Su Jingzong was just about to send the Li clan of Hu County away with a few words when he suddenly remembered something. The name Li Wangyu sounded very familiar. He pondered for a moment and immediately remembered that Li Wangyu was the young man who had performed outstandingly at the Tsujiang Lake Poetry Festival not long ago. When Su Jingzong thought of the 2 poems that Li Wangyu had composed that day, he felt his blood boil, and a sense of indignation once again welled up in his heart. When it came to Li Wangyu, other than jealousy, there was only jealousy. He was jealous of Li Wangyu's talent, jealous of everyone's praise of Li Wangyu, jealous of Empress Zhangxuan's protectiveness of Li Wangyu. Now that he heard the name Li Wangyu from the Li clan leader's mouth, Su Jingzong couldn't help but think of something else. Su Jingzong coughed lightly. Uniquely, this matter is not easy to handle. First of all, Li Wangyu has the title deed, so he is in the right. Second of all, this Li Jia Shaolang is only trying to scare you. He wouldn't dare to touch the Li clan's ancestral grave. As for the Hu County magistrate and the field attendants of Dingzhou village, I have no right to interfere. The imperial clan temple does not have this right. Even so, are we just going to let this little bastard humiliate the Li clan of Hu County? The Li clan leader's face was full of anger. He naturally knew that Li Wangyu wanting to dig up the Li clan's ancestral grave was nonsense. As long as the world was still part of the Tang dynasty, no one would dare to touch the Li clan's ancestral grave. But today the Li clan of Hu County had lost face, so they couldn't just let it go. Su Jingzong laughed dryly. This matter is indeed difficult for the imperial clan temple to intervene. I hope Uniquely can understand, but... The Li clan leader saw that he was only halfway through his sentence, so he hurriedly asked, Su Shaoqing, but what? Su Jingzong looked left and right, then waved his hand to dismiss the doorman. Only then did he lower his voice and whisper a few words into the Li clan leader's ear. The Li clan leader's eyes lit up. Su Shaoqing, this is a good idea, but I'm afraid that Yang Quan will make things difficult for us. Uniquely, this will depend on your Li clan to think of a solution. This is only my personal suggestion. Once we leave this door, I won't acknowledge it, Su Jingzong said unhurriedly. The number 1 sly person in the Wuzhou dynasty naturally wouldn't give a good idea to the Li clan. In fact, it could even be said that it was extremely sinister. The 2 of them spoke very softly, so much so that even the clan elders nearby didn't hear them. They couldn't help but look sideways, wanting to know what kind of idea this vice minister of the imperial clan temple had given the clan leader. The Li clan leader nodded. Su Shaoqing, this old man understands. Thank you for your advice. Uniquely is too polite. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. The Li clan leader and the clan elders bid farewell and left. Looking at the backs of the Li clan of Hu County, Su Jingzong couldn't help but reveal a trace of a contemptuous smile. Chapter 114. Li Wangyu still hasn't recovered from the shock of being robbed by Cheng Yaojin and his son. Bad news came again. The next day, the old villager ran into the Li family in a panic. Xiao Lang, something bad happened. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing quickly greeted him. Old villager, why are you in such a panic? Just now, the county government official sent me a letter saying that this year, it's my turn to rent the village clothes. Isn't this delaying the spring plowing? The old villager's face turned red. The official in charge of household registration, taxes, warehouse payment and other things. Su Chongqing doesn't understand the old villager's meaning. What is rent the spring? He quickly looks at Li Wangyu and waits for him to explain. In rent we have to serve the corvée. Because the time is not fixed, if it's in the spring it's called rent the spring. Li Wangyu whispers into his beautiful boss's ear. According to the rent, every man has to serve the corvée for 20 days a year, which is official service. After explaining to Su Chongqing, Li Wangyu looks at the old villager. Old villager, didn't Yang Mingfu agree to cut this year's rent by half? Why does he suddenly want to conscript corvée? The old villager gasps. This time, it's not the Hu County government that wants to conscript us. It's the Chong'an County government. Li Wangyu immediately thinks of Chong, and County Magistrate Cui from yesterday. Is he behind this? Without waiting for him to ask, the old villager tells Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing another terrible news. After Li Wangyu was removed from the Li family, he is now a white man. He also needs to serve the corvée. This time, he is one of the white men in the village who will serve the corvée. Li Wangyu is dumbfounded. But I'm not a middle-aged man. In the early Tang dynasty, Men above the age of 16 were middle-aged men, and above the age of 21 were adult men. Li Wangyu had just turned 16, so he was not considered a middle-aged man, so he should not serve the corvée. The old villager shook his head. I don't know why, but your name Xiaolang is on the list of people who need to serve in the corvée this spring. Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment before he shook his head helplessly. Then I'll use Na Xian as a substitute. The payment of silk for labor was the payment of money. Every ding had to pay 3 feet of silk per day, for a total of 20 days. Li Wangyu didn't lack this bit of money now. Even if he converted it into copper coins, it would be less than the usual amount of money. The old villager shook his head again. The county secretary of the army said that this time, everyone in our village must serve in the army. We can't take silk as substitutes. These words made Su Chongqing's beautiful face turn pale. Li Wangyu's body was only 16 years old. How could he serve the corvée? In the mind of the beautiful boss, serving the corvée was hard work, similar to the time when Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall. In fact, what she thought was not wrong. The contents of corvée included local civil engineering, building bridges and roads, managing rivers and canals, transferring grain and other labor. Wangyu, what should we do? How can you serve the corvée? Why don't you go to County Magistrate Yang? If you can't, you can go to Changyaojin to help plead. Su Chongqing was so anxious that he was about to cry. Li Wangyu also pondered over this matter. Why did it seem that there was something fishy about it? Chongqing, don't worry. I'll go to the county office right away. First, I'll ask Yang Mingfu what's going on. Su Chongqing quickly nodded and asked him to inquire. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to take the horse out, Yang Quan angrily came to the door. Minghouse, you came at the right time. Why am I involved in this transfer of spring? And why am I not allowed to take in silk? Li Wangyu saw Yang Quan and quickly asked. Yang Quan angrily said, Zio, I had a big argument with the Chang'an County Magistrate because of this. He did it on purpose. That bastard. Why? I've never met the Chang'an County Magistrate before. Why did he do this? Li Wangyu was puzzled. Yang Quan said, the Chang'an County Magistrate's surname is also Li. Do you understand? Li Wangyu slapped his forehead. Is he from the Li clan of Hu County? That's right. I don't know which bastard came up with such a wicked idea for the Li clan of Hu County to include you as a middle-aged man and force you to serve the corvée. Li Wangyu was puzzled. Don't middle-aged men have to be above 16 years old? Yang Quan shook his head. The Li family's magistrate said that your nominal age is already 17, so you're considered a middle-aged man. Nominal age? Li Wangyu was speechless. How could this age be calculated like that? Sure enough, the word official was divided into 2 parts. He could say whatever he wanted. The old villager carefully asked, Minghouse, I heard that the transfer of spring this time is for us to transport grain? Transporting grain meant transferring grain to the Chao Valley. It would have been better if the old villager didn't mention this. Now that he mentioned it, Yang Quan was even angrier. That's right. That bastard gave you 20 days of corvée labor to transport grain from Chang'an to Yinzhou. Li Wangyu didn't know where Yinzhou was, so he asked Yang Quan about it. He estimated that it should be around Yulin City and Meiji in the future. It wasn't too far, about 400 kilometers away. In the future, it would only take 4 hours on the highway. Although the old villager had never been to Yinzhou, he knew the approximate distance. After a rough calculation, he heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad. It's about 800 to 900 kilometers away. The ox cart will take about 10 days to get there. 20 days is enough for a round trip. Yang Quan coldly snorted. Do you know how much grain your village is required to transport this time? His words stunned the old villager. He quickly asked, Minghouse? In the past, wasn't the grain transport task about 200 dan? Is there a change this time? Yang Quan directly raised one finger. Another 100 dan? 1,000 dan. After Yang Quan finished speaking, the old villager fell to the ground. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. How is this possible? 1,000 dan of grain? Our Dingzhou village only has 60 people for the spring transfer this time. How can we transport 1,000 dan of grain? Now is the spring harvest season. If we really want to transport so much grain, All the strong laborers in the village will have to be mobilized. Are they trying to force us to our deaths? The old villager said in a daze. Li Wangyu was also stunned. For long-distance transportation, the ox cart could only carry 800 jin of grain at most, which was about 80 dan. 1,000 dan of grain would require more than 100 ox carts to transport. Wasn't this a joke? If all the strong laborers in the village were transferred to corvée labor in the spring, wouldn't the spring harvest be over? The Li clan of Hu County, what a vicious plot. Was it because the villagers of Dingzhou village helped him yesterday that they came up with such a vicious revenge plan? Li Wangyou's anger rose. He wished he could send people to the hillside right now and dig up all the graves of the Li clan of Hu County. Yang Quan looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, it seems that only Lu Guogong can solve this matter. The Li clan lost face yesterday and will definitely not let this matter go. Ming House, even you can't do anything? Yang Quan shook his head. I had a big argument with the secretary of the army, but it was useless. This is his duty, and I can't stop him. But he is using his position to avenge a private grudge. I know, but I can't do anything. Yang Quan sighed. The beautiful superior finally understood what was going on and quickly advised. Wangyu, you should go to Uncle Cheng to plead. We can only ask him for help. Li Wangyu waved his hand. Wait, let me think about it first. Chapter 115. Li Wangyu was not willing to ask Cheng Yaojin for help unless it was a last resort. After all, although Cheng Yaojin was close to him, Li Wangyu did not think that he should rush to ask for help. Moreover, the cynical man was stubborn and felt that it was shameful to ask Cheng Yaojin for help. Even if Cheng Yaojin stopped Li clan's conspiracy this time, what about next time? Did he have to ask Cheng Yaojin for help every time? Li Wangyu paced back and forth in the central room, wondering how he should face this matter. According to Yang Quan, although the rank of the secretary and supervisor of Chang'an County was not high, it was his authority to conscript people to transport grain. Moreover, once this matter was decided, Dingzhou village must complete it. If they could not complete the corvée work, the punishment would be very severe. It was possible to be beaten with a paddle, jailed, or even a criminal. Li Wangyu did not think that he could fight against the government. Then the only way was to find a way to transport the grain to Yinzhou. However, he had just asked Yang Quan. There was no waterway in Yinzhou, so it was impossible to transport by ship. The only way to transport was by land, by ox cart or carriage. The ox cart transportation capacity of the Tang dynasty was just like that. The carriage was faster, but the load capacity was not good. He patted his head gloomily, hoping to find a way to solve the current dilemma. Su Chongqing looked worried. Wangyu, don't think about it. You'd better ask Uncle Cheng for help. Li Wangyu thought for a long time and felt that there was no other way. He could only sigh and nod silently. He ordered Niu Wu to take the horse, and they rode to Chang'an to ask for help. Soon after they left Dingzhou village, a carriage came to them. Because the road was not wide, Li Wangyu and Niu Wu pulled the horse aside and waited for the carriage to pass first. The carriage squeaked past them, and the coachman nodded to them in a friendly way to show his gratitude. After the carriage passed, Niu Wu pulled the reins and was ready to drive the horse forward. However, he saw Li Wangyu sitting still on the horse, staring at the carriage that was gradually going away and thinking about something. Lang Jun, what are you thinking about? Let's go. Niu Wu urged. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. He just stood there in a daze. Just as Niu Wu was feeling puzzled, he saw Li Wangyu suddenly pull the reins. Niu Wu, let's go back. I have an idea. Haha, I am indeed a genius. Li Wangyu did not wait for Niu Wu. He whipped his horse and galloped toward the village. Niu Wu was baffled. He could only turn his horse around and follow. When the beautiful boss saw Li Wangyu return, she couldn't help but wonder. Wangyu, why did you come back? The old village chief and Yang Quan were still in the central room of the Li family. They were surprised to see him return so suddenly. Haha, Chongqing, I have an idea. Four-wheeled carriages. As long as we can build a four-wheeled carriage, 1,000 dan of grain won't be a problem. Li Wangyu jumped off his horse and shouted, Four-wheeled carriage? Su Chongqing didn't understand what he meant. The old village chief and Yang Quan were also confused by Li Wangyu's words. What is a four-wheeled carriage? Four-wheeled carriages were rarely seen in China since ancient times. However, in the Song dynasty, there were four-wheeled carriages along the river during the Qingming festival. However, that kind of four-wheeled carriage was different from the Western ones. Its four wheels were installed on a fixed frame so it couldn't be turned. The problem of turning was solved by the strength of the four oxen. That's right. This was the reason why Chinese carriages and oxen carriages had two wheels since ancient times. They didn't invent bogies. Since the Roman era, four-wheeled carriages with bogies appeared in the West. However, in the East there was a detour in this regard. When Li Wangyu saw the Tang dynasty carriage, he felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized that it was because the carriage and oxen carriage of the Tang dynasty only had two wheels. In terms of load, four-wheeled carriages were much heavier than two-wheeled carriages. Li Wangyu remembered that the Napoleon army in Europe relied on four-wheeled carriages to solve the problem of transporting military supplies. At that time, each carriage with 4 horses could carry up to 1.5 tons. It was equivalent to a four-wheeled carriage carrying 30 dawn of grain. 1,000 dawn of grain could be easily carried away by more than 30 four-wheeled carriages. Moreover, the speed of a four-wheeled carriage was much faster than an oxen carriage. An oxen carriage could only go 7 to 8 kilometers per hour, while a carriage could go up to 20 kilometers per hour. If the carriage traveled for 8 hours a day, it would be 160 kilometers. From Chang'an City to Yinzhou City, it would only take about 3 days. Ming House, when does the secretary and the army want us to set off? Li Wangyu asked. He needed time to gather people to test the carriage. 5 days later, we will set off from Chang'an City. Can the oxen used to transport grain be replaced by horses? I need more than 100 horses. Li Wangyu asked again. Yang Quan frowned. Of course you can. After all, oxen are more precious than horses. Could it be that you want to use carriages to transport grain? Horses are not as strong as oxen. That's right, Xiaolang. You can't joke about this. A carriage can only carry 5 to 6 dawn of grain, while an oxen carriage can carry 10 dawn. If we use carriages, the village will need to mobilize more people. This is absolutely not acceptable. The old villager hurriedly advised. Haha, don't worry. I can build a carriage that can carry 30 dawn of grain. I will go find Carpenter Lu now. Li Wangyu finished speaking, turned around and ran out. His words made Yang Zua and the old village chief look at each other in dismay. Could it be that this Li family's young man had lost his mind? A carriage carrying 30 dawn of grain? How is this possible? Even an oxen carriage pulled by 4 oxen could not carry so much grain, let alone horses. Ming House, you see. The old villager looked at Yang Quan, hoping that he could persuade Li Wangyu. This matter was related to the survival of Dingzhou village. Li Jia Xiaolong's temper could not be allowed to act recklessly. However, the beautiful boss on the side understood Li Wangyu's words. Her eyes could not help but brighten. Although she did not know how much grain a four-wheeled carriage could carry, she knew that four-wheeled carriages would replace two-horse carriages. Moreover, when she traveled abroad in the future, she also rode a four-wheeled carriage that pulled tourists for sightseeing. 2 strong horses could carry more than a dozen tourists around. It was much more powerful than the oxen carriages of the Tang dynasty. Yang Quan and the old villager naturally did not know about this. After Li Wangyu ran out, the two of them were restless. They did not know what Li Wangyu wanted to do. The old villager led the way, and the two of them walked to Carpenter Lu's house. They wanted to see what Li Wangyu's four-wheeled carriage was with their own eyes. In Carpenter Lu's house, Li Wangyu was holding a charcoal pencil and was busy writing and drawing on a piece of paper. As he wrote, he was talking to Carpenter Lu. Carpenter Lu's 3 sons were watching by the side. Yang Quan and the old villager did not know what was going on, so they could only stand aside and watch. After a long time, Li Wangyu finally put down the charcoal pencil. Carpenter Lu and his 3 sons listened with excitement. Xiaolang, you are really a literary star that came down from the heavens. You even know about this magical item. I will try it with my sons immediately. If we succeed, Xiaolang, you will have made a great contribution to the people. Carpenter Lu sighed.